Hey, David, welcome to Week in Review. God bless. Sorry, last week I ended up canceling Week in Review last minute. I was in a Twitter space, and God forbid I didn't feel like doing it. So my numbers are down, and hardly anyone's watching, and Twitter space going. So I just decided to cancel it. So if you like Week in Review, um, apologize. The research goes on. I had prepared a bunch of research that I prepared from a long time ago that will start today that hopefully will be useful for my chess coaching and greater research. I did end up streaming on Wednesday the continuation of my portraits in Metaphysics series, so felt pretty good about that. I feel my research is going quite good in terms of my philosophical understanding. Definitely, putting together and especially the path of portraits, going through bios of thinkers, because eventually I'm going to get to the topics, but you're having a more clear understanding of the names and the progression of ideas. So you've been enjoying that, and decent numbers on that. So I'm going to continue with that, and I actually have one prepared for next Wednesday. So next Wednesday we're going to stick around in the Renaissance and the Enlightenment. And I took a university course in the Italian Enlightenment, and knew a little bit about it. But just reading through, I read through 2 hours of Giordano Bruno, which was extremely interesting. Talicio and Bruno had the ideas on reincarnation and panpsychism, and God forbid was put to death in the Inquisition. And just thinking about the history of panpsychism, a topic that we'll continue with, and then Galileo to the history of science, philosophy of science, and the change, Judaism, Kabbalah, mysticism, and why mysticism took a different turn or was basically ended by rationalism and the Enlightenment, which starts with Galileo. And I mean, there's precursors to it, but the experimental method, universal laws of mathematics. But when we look at metaphysical topics, in specific, you'll see that almost all of these have a long arc of history going back to the Greeks, sometimes further, and a lot of the main basic rational characterizations, categorizations occurred in the pre-Enlightenment times and still stand relatively today. So with that, we're going to dedicate the stream basically exclusively to talented and gifted education. And almost all of these works I'm going to be reading today come from like an Oxford Compendium of the gifted and talented. And we'll look at the history, some of the research, some of the categorization related to models of expertise, what makes a good teacher for the gifted, and mathematical giftedness. And there's a lot more, but just like my portrait series, it's like this never ending. So just to cover some of the important names, said like, okay, I was always pretty educated and knew a decent amount of the canon of the West. And you think about like, okay, like Descartes, Spinoza, Newton, but what about the Mersenne circle? And even like Marin Mersenne, maybe you heard like, okay, there was Mersenne and he had a circle, but like what about the other major thinker? Okay, Blaise Pascal, that we're going to talk about next week. Or did I get to Pascal last week? Yeah, so Pascal we're going to do this week, but all the major thinkers of the Mersenne circle, Mellenbrock and Gassendi and Arnault and other important names that just going through them. And really there's minor names too. So these were the major names of the period of time. And who are all the people in the Descartes and his objections and the major French thinkers of the time. What about the minor thinkers of the time? So, the Italian Renaissance and so on and so on. So it's really endless, but I think I'm going to do 2 more episodes in the Enlightenment Renaissance period, and we'll cover a few more Renaissance thinkers, Italian, and then get into the Renaissance and Descartes. Next week we're going to look at Spinoza, Machiavelli, very interesting, and I mean, so this 3 more weeks in of portraits, and then we're going to move into a deep dive into Leibniz. And the Leibniz is so long, it might even be 2 parts on Leibniz. And then from Leibniz, we're going to move, I'll probably go back to the portraits till the era of Kant. And then from Kant, we'll do a deep dive into Kant. And then I might start doing metaphysical issues, like Kant and his followers, and maybe the Neo-Kantians to the Vienna circles and modern day thinkers. So I'm not sure if I'm just going to focus mainly on the portrait series and then move into the topics in metaphysics, or I might get through Kant and then cover some topics in metaphysics, and because there's a lot to cover. And I think the most difficult, really it's all difficult. So the portraits, the biographies was meant to simplify it and understand the historical progression and the names of the thinkers. So we'll see how that goes, but probably so the next 2 months next 3 weeks are going to be Renaissance and Enlightenment, and then we'll do the deep dive into Leibniz, and then we'll go from Leibniz to Kant, like 100 years of thinkers, and then we'll do a deep dive on Kant. So that's probably the next 2 months of streaming. Maybe over the Jewish holidays, I'll do another Ask the Rabbi. Haven't done one of those in a long time. So I had talked a little bit about the gifted and talented education. Oswald in the chat was referring to the tag light, the tag conspiracies gate, gifted and talented education programs in America, like as a conspiracy theory, and popular, and obviously the Roper School, and I read some stuff on it. And today's going to be the deep dive, and I'll probably finish up next week because I have so much material. It's something we had talked about, talent and expertise, and almost exhaustively, although we'll return to it, and you'll see a little bit today, like Ericsson and the deliberate practice, where expertise is largely rejecting the concept of gifted and talented, of what does it mean to have natural ability, genetic, and then you say most modern forms of expertise have a multifactorial model of often deliberate practice is the single most important of the elements. However, one of also the important elements is genetic talent. So your other factors we looked at was like coaching, parental support, ambition, but your genetic talent is obviously one of the key factors, although it's highly disputed. And the question, what does it mean to be gifted and talented? Is that just a method of like intelligence and IQ? You have various, like Howard Gardner and the multiple intelligence. Can people work and become more talented? Is talent some sort? We've talked about transfer of expertise. Talent transfer is gifted and talentedness. This thing where a person has this generic ability that could be applied and transferred to anything. And then if this ethereal concept of giftedness or talentedness does exist, does it exist in different forms, like gifted teachers, gifted in mathematics, and so we'll look at the history of the research and some of the research and some of the models of it, and then so I have quite a few papers on it. So I have just a few things to share for my week in review. So let's jump right in. I got one thing on, God forbid, anti-Semitism, a thing on Trump, and just some generic information. See, I have quite a few articles. We're going to look at the history of giftedness research in giftedness in the 21st century, contemporary models of giftedness, an expert performance approach to the study of giftedness, what makes a gifted educator, designed for development, and understanding mathematical giftedness, integrating self-action repertoires in the environment. All these I downloaded. And then here, debating giftedness, pronaut versus antonaut, which is this question of whether there is such a thing as giftedness, that I'm probably not going to get to all these today. So, God forbid, last week I just didn't have it in me to do a week in review. But the week before, I had done my Metaphysics series on Descartes and the deep dive into Descartes. And that was very interesting. Like I said, like Descartes is, basically the father of the Enlightenment, and, his method, and which was basically the overturning of Aristotelianism. Just, to put it into context, a lot of time the Enlightenment is like a period of like 1400 to 1600, starts in Italy, and it's most known for, the Renaissance. It's most known for like the Renaissance artists like Michelangelo, Donatello, Leonardo da Vinci, and most of it is the rediscovery of the ancient Greek canon, and the beginning of some discoveries like Christopher Columbus and navigation, a little bit of technology, architecture, Brunelleschi's dome, and some new thinkers, in terms of the beginnings of mathematical thought like algebra, and accounting, double ledger accounting, getting rid of the Roman numeral system to using the Indo-Arabic numeral system, and other thoughts. And it peaks with, which also leads to this, say, okay, like the Dark Ages, when the church ruled, the Catholic Church ruled, and there's a decline in thought and philosophy. Although, it's disputed. There was the debate recently on, is the Dark Ages an actual thing? But you have the Dark Ages after the fall of Rome and kind of the death of philosophy and the losing of the wisdom of the ancient Greeks. And then you have the Islamic Golden Age and the bringing of the Greek wisdom to back to Europe through Muslims. And then you have the Renaissance, where you have a return to this Greek wisdom, most famous for the artist, but also the beginners of thought. You also have political thinkers. Like next week, we're going to look at Machiavelli, and then you have the Enlightenment. And so, to some extent, like there was, Aristotelianism, Galen, Aristotle, some Platonic, Neoplatonic. Eventually, we'll go back and we'll look at some like Plotinus and Duns Scotus and Occam, or God willing, some of the other names like during the Dark Ages, and we'll look a little bit more at the Greeks. But Descartes sets a path forward for this new non-Aristotelian method. And so 2 weeks ago, we looked at Descartes' method and his methods for direction of the mind, a new philosophical system, dualism, different from the Aristotelian hylomorphism, to separating spirituality, mind from matter, Galileo and his universal laws of material nature defined by mathematics. And so Descartes creates a system to push philosophy forward, largely getting rid of many of the flaws of the classical Aristotelian system. And you have like contemporaries like William Harvey and the fall of Galen, and a lot of the fallacies that were like the four humors and misconceptions about biology and science from ancient times that really don't get dispelled till Newton and the foundations of the Royal Society of Sciences and empiricism and the scientific method. And, to the point, like the Vienna Circle and, positivism, neo-Kantianism, where metaphysics and philosophy is almost completely dead, takes a long period. But Descartes sets the trend in motion, through Newton. And, so we looked at Descartes in depth and saw his epistemology and metaphysics and see why he created a system that was able to help move away from the Aristotelian and scholasticism. And we saw that in a lot of the thinkers that I've talked about already and that we'll talk about over the next 3 weeks, is this questioning of the scholastic method of the Aristotelian system. But even though there was a lot of problems with it, how do you move forward? So Descartes gave the solution, with his method and his metaphysics and epistemology, which becomes perfected with Newton and the Royal Society of London and the scientific method and empiricism. And then, back and forth that we've talked about, and we'll talk about more with the continental idealists and the British empiricists, and eventually the American pragmatists. So there's a lot to it, and we'll continue with the research. So I was watching this today on YIVO, After Orthodoxy, Culture, Creativity, and the Break with Tradition, and kind of like, the all-star lineup of the OTDs on YIVO and kind of panels, although I'm not sure they really dealt with the pressing issues. One of the things I've been talking about is the Haredi to Kahanis pipeline. So Shalmagid was one of the speakers, but he didn't bring that up. And, this tendency, I'd mentioned, like, okay, I think they're giving an award to Isaac Schoenfeld of Chulent, tonight. But, Chulent originally was at the Millenary Synagogue. And, think like the rise of Ben Gvir, whatever Isaac Schoenfeld was trying to do, there were other people that were kind of behind the scenes. Rabbi Werner, the Millenary Synagogue, Heshi Friedman, some of these people I've spoken about in the past. And what they were trying to do was recruit Kahanists. They were trying to take the OTD and recruit Kahanists. And I would say that's actually the most successful of. So, you have like, more popular, like here, the artists, the, former Haredi that become artists or activists, in footsteps. But I would say, God forbid, probably like half of the OTDs became Kahanists. And, very few, you saw there's not a big turnout of people that are at this YIVO event, and it's kind of all people are on the payroll of larger Jewish organizations. So you have a few pipelines from OTD. You have OTD towards Jewish organizations, the demographic change of the decline in Jewish population, the birth rates, attrition within liberal Judaism, and not interest in Jewish organizational life. So you have a recruitment for Jews to go into organizational Jewish life that they could recruit from the OTD circuit. And it could also be for things like Jewish studies. I think, one of the women, the Naomi Seidman, was mentioning that, the kind of pipeline from OTD to Jewish studies. There's a pipeline from OTD to Jewish communal organizations. There's a pipeline from OTD to artists, party promoters. Like in reality, like, so they're not even covering, like, so like Chulent from Isaac Schoenfeld, what went with Isaac Schoenfeld is probably less than like 25% of what was going on at Chulent when it was at the Millenary Synagogue. And part of that was because there were these other elements there that were doing different things. One thing, God forbid, there was drug addicts. There was a lot of drugs. You also have kind of like the recruitment, like Zeb Brenner, become modern Orthodox, kind of like a failed attempt. or some education, enroll in college and become educated, and become modern Orthodox. But God forbid, originally at the Millenary Synagogue in Chulent, the main recruitment effort and pipeline was to Kahanists. And it was actually the direct disciples of Meir Kahana. So my guess is that's fallen apart. That now, like Isaac Schoenfeld and his Chulent, I mean, they probably still have some Kahanists, but I've mentioned this in other streams. You have a large pipeline from former Orthodox to Kahanist, and I would actually say it's probably the largest of the pipeline. If you look at like the rise of Ben Gvir and Shmotrik, in Israel, or like going to the IDF, the most likely thing that happens to an OTD person is they end up becoming a Kahanist. And so when Chulent started, that was the main pipeline that was happening, and so that's fallen apart. So now you just have kind of like Jewish studies and artists and Jewish organizational life, which is minimally interesting. So I'll probably watch it tomorrow, but they're not really touching on the pressing issues. And I guess also the Haredi life itself has changed, probably because Haredim have became much more powerful in, certainly Israel, from 15 years ago when I was first involved to today. Haredim are substantially more powerful in Israel and Israeli politics, but Haredim are also substantially more powerful in American politics, communal life, and there's certain big tent things. But people could check that out on the YIVO YouTube page if they're interested. I was watching that just till it started. Okay, the B1M had a showing of France's fusion plant, the biggest fusion power plant project going on. So it was interesting. People could check that out. And this was pretty interesting. This whole long New York Times article on Donald Trump, the star-making machine that created Donald Trump. And God forbid, I saw there's maybe another assassination attempt just today. But looking at The Apprentice, and I mean, this is obviously negative, but I guess there's a new book coming out about The Apprentice, and so now it's coming out. The Apprentice was actually an idea for a show before it was. The Apprentice was not designed around Trump. It was a design around the popularity of reality TV, and they had the idea, and then Trump was chosen, and they say largely the reason why Trump got involved with The Apprentice was because at the time he was under financial difficulty, and then the show became a huge hit. And actually, Trump, they claimed in this, like, had mostly failed business dealings, but he ended up making close to $400 million off of The Apprentice and branding. And now kind of, I saw this guy, Roman history expert, who actually I've listened to all his courses on the teaching company, was on Lex Friedman, and he was talking about Augustus, like playing the part, that what did it mean to be the Roman Empire, I mean, just to play the part. And so you see, like, Trump, you could interpret Trump as like a Zelensky type character, that Trump is kind of the actor that played the businessman. And so this New York Times article is taking a pretty negative view, and there's a book coming out, but it's a little interesting, the history of Apprentice, how Trump made his money, questions of Trump's business dealings, and even The Apprentice, that was basically like pure entertainment. There was almost no business value to The Apprentice, and that's why The Apprentice was dying out, but got saved by The Celebrity Apprentice, and it was almost more comical, but it branded Trump as this great businessman who was like this great opportunity, like you don't want to miss this opportunity to get a chance to work for Trump, when in reality that was a TV made fiction. That really there's nothing glorious about working for Trump. His organization was not necessarily that impressive, and even the stuff in the show, the people that won the show, most of them never really went on or got much from the employment in Trump, and it was mostly pure entertainment and like the branding deal and product placement. So this was a pretty interesting article. Esoterica, 2 weeks ago, Moloch, the biblical Moloch of, God forbid, child sacrifice. And the question was there actually a pagan deity Moloch? So there's some historical evidence. Certainly the Bible talks all over the place, and even kings of Israel, went to worship Moloch and child sacrifice. There's places over the Middle East where there's significant evidence of child sacrifice. God forbid, but is there actually a pagan deity Moloch? So Professor Sledge here says unlikely. It's unlikely that there was actually a Moloch deity, and it just meant child sacrifice. And why, God forbid, people sacrifice children back in the time, and even not just the Canaanites or other religions, but in Judaism itself, in ancient Israel, Abraham, and the Bible itself talks about repetitively, even to 2 kings of Israel, of the children of Israel being drawn to this child sacrifice, and then other elements eventually leading to Jesus, the ultimate child sacrifice of God, and Pidyon of Ben here, and other things. So this one's a little bit interesting. Okay, so 2 quick Jewish things. One, universities are really cracking down on Palestinian protests. University of Michigan, here, big news. Dana Nessels charging 11 University of Michigan protesters a felony. Wayne State, they got the police out in force, although the protests are still going on. But they're making a much stronger attempt to crack down on Palestinian protesters. So it's been a few weeks now of the college cycle, so we'll see what's going on with that. And last but not least, I'm going to read quite a bit of this. I might spend 15 minutes here probably, of this study of a year of campus conflict and growth and over time study of the impact of the Israel-Hamas war on U.S. college students. And the main reason I want to go into detail is, a lot of the conversations I have in the group identity is the mismatch between the perception between Jews and non-Jews of anti-Semitism in the war. And so this survey is extremely, clear in delineating how Jews and non-Jews see a lot of this stuff differently and how it's changed over time. So the Jim Joseph Foundation, I guess they had done these focus groups a few years ago, and after October 7th and all the college protests, they decided to renew the college protests. So in April 2022, they had done a survey and focus groups, and then there was all the protest about Netanyahu and the judicial reform. And then November last year, they did another wave of the survey. And then after, all the campus eruptions and the encampments in May, they did the third wave. So they have over a 3-year period, 3 different surveys that show the change in attitude over time. And you'll see, some Jews getting more connected to Judaism, but some of that fading away as the war went on. So I'm going to read the 18 highlight points from the overview, and then we'll look at some of the charts, and then we'll go into the gifted and talented education. Here we offer 18 highlights from the analysis. make sure the sound's working. Okay. We measure significant changes in attitudes through the 2022 to 2024 surveys. The percentage of Jewish students who said that their Jewish identity is very important to them increased significantly from 2022 to 2023 to 2024. About half of Jewish students feel their identity is very important. The percentage of students who said they feared anti-Semitism also increased between 2022 and the 2023-24 school year. We measure a significant increase in students reporting they've been directly exposed to anti-Semitic slurs in the classroom as well. We find a persistent elevated rate at which Jewish students say that they hide their Jewish identity to fit in on campus, that people judge them negatively for participating in Jewish activities, and that Jewish students broadly pay a social cost for supporting the existence of Israel as a Jewish state. Agreement with these statements was 50 to 100% higher in 2023 than 2022, with no evidence of a decline by the end of the 2023-24 school year. Between 2022 and 23, we find elevated rates of Jewish students saying that they need to hide some of their opinions to fit in at Jewish activities on campus. Although this trend was true for Jewish students regardless of their Jewish background, students with less robust Jewish backgrounds were most likely to feel they need to hide their opinions in Jewish spaces. Jewish organization programs focused on the Israel-Hamas war were not especially popular draws for students. Most Jewish students, even those from robust Jewish backgrounds, did not attend any programs directly related to the Israel-Hamas war during the 2023-24 school year. Jewish students who had attended Jewish programming on campus primarily participated in Shabbos and holiday or social events. For several survey items, we measure a temporary spike in attitudes or behaviors in the immediate aftermath of the Israel-Hamas war, but then a reversion back to the pre-October 7th level by the end of the year. The percentage of students say that they feel very close to the Jewish community increased in the fall 2023, but then fell back to 2022 levels by the spring of 2024. The percentage of students saying that they attend Jewish events on campus rose and then fell. Jewish students also self-assessed their mental health much lower in the immediate aftermath of the war, but their assessment reverted to a healthier state by the end of the school year. We find the percentage of Jewish students who believe that there should be a Jewish state in Israel-Palestine to be fairly constant at around 10 to 15% in all 3 years. That there should not be a Jewish state. We see no change in Jewish student opinion after October 7th on the basic question whether a Jewish state should exist, except for a significant number of students who had said they had no opinion in 2022, forming an opinion in support of a Jewish state by the end of 2023. About a quarter of Jewish students aren't sure whether Israel as a Jewish state should continue to exist. Several demographic characteristics are correlated with Jewish students' views on Israel, including their political ideology, their sexuality, and their family's Jewish background. Among the biggest predictors, however, is the student's socioeconomic status. Students from wealthier families are much more supportive for a Jewish state than those from less wealthy Jewish families. This pattern is especially strong among students with robust Jewish backgrounds. The same relationship is visible in non-Jewish students too. Jewish and non-Jewish students from upper-class homes are twice as likely to believe a Jewish state should exist in general, and twice as likely to blame Hamas rather than Israel for the current war, compared to students from lower or working class homes. Most non-Jewish students who are from upper middle class and upper class homes personally know Israelis and have at least a few close Jewish friends. Most lower class and working class non-Jewish students do not personally know Israelis or have any close Jewish friends. Students who have at least a few Jewish friends and who know Israelis are more likely to blame Hamas rather than Israel for the war. Jewish students blame Hamas for the war more than they blame Israel. Conversely, non-Jewish students blame Israel for the war more than Hamas. Non-Jewish students who are very liberal overwhelmingly blame Israel. Very liberal students blame Israel more than Hamas, but not at the same rate as non-Jewish students. Across several measures, we find that Jewish students who are very liberal had views somewhere between the views of other Jewish students and the views of non-Jewish students who are very liberal. Non-Jewish students overwhelmingly sympathize with Palestinians rather than with Israelis in the current war. Jewish students sympathize with Israelis. Jewish and non-Jewish students alike believe that their campus community is far more sympathetic to Palestinians. The views are particularly lopsided on the elite campuses such as Ivy League schools. Jewish students are equally likely to follow news about the war, regardless of whether they support or oppose the existence of Israel as a Jewish state. This pattern, however, is different from non-Jewish students. Non-Jewish students who oppose the existence of Israel as a Jewish state are much more engaged in the topic than non-Jewish students who support a Jewish state. They follow the news more, and they are far more likely to have gone to pro-Palestinian events than non-Jewish supporters of Israel went to a pro-Israel event. Students who oppose the existence of Israel as a Jewish state are much more likely to be in social bubbles in which their friends all agree with them compared to those who support a Jewish state. Across all survey waves, including the survey conducted in 2022, before the current conflict, we saw that students who support Israel's existence are in more diverse friend groups in which some people agree with them about Israel and some do not. Jewish activists who oppose a Jewish state and have attended pro-Palestinian events during the school year have different backgrounds and demographics than Jewish activists who support a Jewish state and attended pro-Israel events during the school year. The former groups mostly grew up with less robust Jewish backgrounds. The majority identify as LGBT plus Q and is very liberal. They also mostly lower working and middle class. Conversely, the latter group of activists overwhelmingly come from families affiliated with denominations and had many Jewish experiences growing up. They're mostly heterosexual, upper middle class, or upper class, and do not identify as very liberal. Most non-Jewish students who do not have an opinion about whether Jewish students are indigenous to the land of Israel. Of those who have an opinion, more say that Jews are not indigenous. Christian students are the one group more likely to believe that Jews are indigenous to Israel. Christians make up a minority of non-Jewish college students. They are a smaller share of the sample than those who identify as agnostic, atheist, or having no religion. Between the fall and spring of 2023-24 school year, we see a large increase in non-Jewish students saying it would be very hard for pro-Israel and pro-Palestinian students to be friends. When asked if they personally lost friends because of the conflicting views of the war, a third of Jewish students said that they had. A third of Muslim students also reported having lost friends, compared to only 9% of all other students. Almost half of Jewish students on elite campus, 45%, said that they lost friends. In 2024, 1 in 5 non-Jewish students said that they wouldn't want to be friends with someone who supports the existence of Israel as a Jewish state. 45% said that they were not sure. 8% said they avoid socializing with Jews because of Jewish students' views on Israel. Agreement with these statements is highest among students who identify as very liberal, students of color, Muslim students, LGBT plus students. Consistent with the survey findings, at least 1 in 5 non-Jewish students would not want to be friends with someone who supports the existence of Israel as a Jewish state. The focus groups reveal that indeed many non-Jewish students deliberately aim to socially ostracize Jewish peers who support the existence of Israel as a Jewish state. They see students who support Israel as endorsing a hateful position, and they do not want to be friends with people who have bad values. Jewish students recognize the social isolation and largely blame a toxic culture of social media and polarization. There is a profound difference between Jewish and non-Jewish students and how they perceive the political orientation of the schools. The Jewish students see the schools as overwhelmingly aligned against Israel, evidenced by the opinions expressed by faculty, staff, and students. The non-Jewish students tend to see the schools as overwhelmingly aligned with Israel, as evidenced by opinions expressed by their school's senior leadership. Okay, so this is really long, 65 pages, and I read the 18 talking points. So let's just look at some of these charts because they're pretty interesting. Okay, so this wave 1, 2, and 3 is the 2022, 2023, and 24 answers. And you can see levels of Jewish affiliation, attending synagogue. So here's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60%. Celebrated Shabbos and holidays. Had a bar mitzvah, almost half a Jewish students. Attended Hebrew school. Visited Israel, about 30%. Jewish youth group, Jewish overnight camp, Jewish day school, 20%. Cooked Jewish foods, over 70%, the highest of all of them. Wore Jewish symbols, 40%. Jewish community service, 35%. So just a feel for Jewish identity. How important is your Jewish identity? Relatively here you have Jewish background, low, medium, and high. So low Jewish identity, only 25%, very important. To high Jewish identity, close to 90%. How close do you feel to a Jewish community now? This was one of the things in the notes, that after the start of the war, people felt more close to the Jewish community. However, that has declined. And especially if you're from a low Jewish background. So you see here, if you're from a high Jewish background, it's declined a little bit. It's declined across the board over the last year, the connection to the Jewish community. The medium Jewish background about back to where it started, and the low Jewish background, it's actually an all-time low, so down to 10%. So there had been a very slight uptick, and now people from a low Jewish background are more alienated from the Jewish community than they've ever been. And then you can see also connection to Israel, not much of an increase in the high Jewish background, and a decrease somewhat significantly among the medium and low over the last year. So there was a bump at the start of the war. Here's the question. You see the difference between Jews and non-Jews. Blue, disagree. Green, agree. Gray, not sure. Personally, I don't think there should be a Jewish state in Israel-Palestine. So Jewish students, you can see also after the war started to now, there's been a decrease. So, but non-Jewish students, about even on it. Even more non-Jewish students in college right now don't think that there should be a Jewish state. So, about even. Here you see support a Jewish state versus oppose a Jewish state. So this was the interesting difference between social economical backgrounds, which was, I guess, sensical. People who thought about it, you maybe should have known about this from thinking about it. Maybe I mentioned, but this was one of the interesting findings of the study. If you look at rich Jewish students, over 70% support a Jewish state. But among poor Jewish students, only 40% support a Jewish state. And non-Jewish students also significantly, rich non-Jewish students, 40% support Israel, upper middle class 30%, but from lower 30%. And even among the lower class, more oppose a Jewish state than support it. So those economic figures are interesting. I'm not sure it's been studied before, or to think about it, of supporting Israel is something of a sign of the economic elite, that rich people support Israel, poor people are more likely to oppose Israel. So it's an interesting finding. So I'm not going to be able to do all of these, but here was how often do you attend Jewish events? And you could see that there's been a slight decrease, that there was a big bump from after the war started, but that's starting to decline. I guess the kind of Jewish events. So Sabbath holiday is the most likely among high Jewish background, low Jewish background, not as likely. Social events also very likely. So even the high Jewish background, social events are from the most likely of any of the events. You have a little bit cultural, educational, and stuff related to the Israel-Hamas war is the smallest of all of them. And then educational lecture. So, God forbid, not a huge spike in interest in Jewish education, or even that much interest in what's actually happening in the war. So, people trying to hide some of their opinions. Here you see liberal, moderate, conservative. So a lot more liberals in university than conservatives, 12, 13%, and even more liberals than moderate, and even more very liberal than conservative. So just an indication of what type people are in university. So are your sympathies more with the Israeli or the Palestinian people? So here you notice green at the bottom, Palestinian, blue at the top, Israeli, and then the very top gray, don't know. So you'd see um, Jews generally across the board much more sympathetic with Israelis. Non-Jews, the exact opposite. Non-Jews are overwhelmingly more sympathetic to the Palestinians. So there's just one of the things of the survey showing the huge dichotomy between the sympathies between Jewish and non-Jewish students. And this even applies toward Jewish liberal students, because liberal Jewish students all tend to sympathize more with Israel than Palestinians also, especially compared to non-Jews. So in your opinion, who's to blame more for the war in Israel? So conservative, I mean, you could see the huge difference. So even conservative non-Jews, who 45% blame Hamas, 5% blame Israel, but conservative Jewish students at 77%, because there's a huge don't know category. Akel, God bless, good to see you. And if you look at moderate and then liberal, here you say 73% of liberal non-Jewish students blame Israel, not Hamas, as were very liberal Jewish students. Half blame Israel, but a quarter still blame Hamas. And, as where moderate non-Jewish students is about equal the blame between Israel and Hamas, a huge section of unknown, as where moderate Jewish students, only 9% blame Israel. So you can see a huge dichotomy between Jewish and non-Jewish. And here, if you look at social economic class, where lower social economic Jewish students, a full 26% blame Israel, 17%, and you see the huge difference in upper middle class and also among non-Jewish students, that the only group of non-Jewish students that blame Hamas more than Israel are the upper class. And you see upper middle class, there's less unknowns in the upper middle class than the middle class, but other than that, non-Jewish students almost 2-to-1 blame Israel over Hamas. It's only the upper middle class that has a mild, it's only the upper class of non-Jewish students that have a mild support of Israel over Hamas. And then you can see, gender, where for non-Jewish students, males are about evenly split, but every other dynamic is more pro-Hamas, pro-Hamas. This is even Hamas. This question is not even about Palestine. This is straight Hamas. That males are evenly split in every other orientation, as where Jewish students, even LGBTQ, female, all the non-binary and LGBTQ just barely support Israel more than Hamas, but among the others, it's overwhelming of Jewish support for Israel. So just noticing these huge difference between Jewish and non-Jewish students' views. Jewish people are indigenous to the land of Israel. Okay, I'm not going to go through all these, but okay, in general, the U.S. news coverage of the war in Israel and Gaza skewed in favor of the Israelis or skewed in favor of the Palestinians. So the purple skewed Palestinian, blue skewed Israelis. So you can see the huge difference. Most Jewish students feel that the news coverage skews Palestinian, as where non-Jewish students feel the news coverage skews Israeli. And even non-Jewish supporters of the Jewish state think that the news coverage skews Israeli over Palestinian. And, so you just see the huge dichotomy across the board, even Jews who oppose a Jewish state. So if you look here, Jews who oppose a Jewish state, even though more thought it skewed Israeli than Palestinian, it's still significantly higher than non-Jewish perception. God forbid, mental health. See, 25% of Jewish students, God forbid, are suffering mental health issues over the state of the war. That's poor mental health, fair to good. Yeah, as opposed to non-Jewish students, significantly less effect, obviously. And lower, 44% of Jewish students saying that their mental health is worse than it was before the war started. Only 16% of non-Jewish students having that effect. Since the outbreak of hostilities between Israel and Hamas, have you participated in any of the following activities? So here, blue, Jewish, green, Muslim, gray, neither. Um, and here's on the right, Jewish background, light blue, low to dark blue, high Jewish background. So you see posted on social media. Um, Almost half of Muslim students have posted about the war on social media, even higher than high Jewish background students. Participated in class discussions about equal between Jewish and Muslim. Attended a pro-Israel event. Attended a pro-Palestinian event. Almost half of Muslim students have attended a pro-Palestinian event. And you can see of the non-Jewish and non-Muslim, the huge none. Over 50% of non-Jewish students have not done anything at all related to the war, posts or anything about it. And anti-Semitism, fears of anti-Semitism on campus. So you can see it's decreased a little bit from the dark blue, no fears, motivating. So from 2023 to 2024, there's been some dissipation, and the amount of motivation has also decreased here. The green being motivated by rising anti-Semitism. Since the outbreak of hostilities between Israel and Hamas, have you been personally targeted by anti-Semitic comments, slurs, or threats on social media, campus, and classroom? Social tensions on campus, thinking about students on campus broadly, do you think their sympathies are more with the Israeli people or more with the Palestinian people? So the green, sympathy to Palestinians, blue, sympathy to Israelis. So you see that everyone across the board basically thinks there's more overwhelming support for Palestinian. So, the Jewish and non-Jewish perception is about the same, more unknowns among the non-Jews. My views on Israel generally in line with the view of most of my college friends. So bright orange on the bottom, friends aligned, gray, neither. I'm sorry, bright orange on the bottom is friends unaligned, yellow is friends aligned. So here you see opposing a Jewish state, vast majority, Jewish and non-Jewish, are in circles of people who agree with each other about it, unsure about a Jewish state, less so those who support a Jewish state, um, a broader network of people that support and agree and disagree with them. Elementally, God bless, good to see you. And which of these statements comes closest to your views about the Jewish community on campus? So green, too supportive of Israel, yellow, about right, blue, not supportive enough. So you see before the war, non-Jewish students, there was a huge unknown and about equal between too supportive of Israel and about right. And now much less unknowns and a little bit more too supportive. Although you can see it's still evenly split with about right and too supportive of Israel, and the element of the blue here not supportive of Israel enough. And you see Jewish students about equal with too supportive and not supportive enough, or many thinking about right. Who is more to blame for the current war? Hamas. Blue blame Hamas. Green blame Israel. Gray both or neither. So by how many close college friends are Jewish? So the more Jewish friends, if half of your Jewish friends are more, it's about evenly split. The less Jewish friends, the more likely they are to blame Israel. And by whether they know Israelis, Palestinians, if they know Palestinians, overwhelmingly blame Israel. If they know only Israelis, still a lot of blame going for Israel. Okay, me, God bless. Asking about dating. Duvid not really going to talk about dating on Week in Review. Duvid's not much of a dater. Okay, well, you could reach out to me. Like, I'm not much of a dater. Like, I'm looking for a marriage partner or whatever, and it'd be more about probably like lifestyle and how we'd raise our kids would be my larger concerns. And here you have wouldn't want to be friends with an Israeli supporter. So from very liberal, almost 40% don't want to be friends with an Israeli supporter. From the conservative, you see that's changed in 2023 after the war. That was increasing, although in 2024 that's decreased. And here, social penalty. Okay, so there you have it. I thought that survey was pretty interesting. A lot of interesting stuff. I was going to read that last week. So let's jump right into the research on giftedness. Yeah, there used to be a guy who I spoke with. He never told me his name. I think he was from Europe. He might have even been Swiss. He used to always talk about the Wallenbergs. I forget his handle right now. I think he changed his handle a few times. I think I was mentioning the Wallenbergs from like the old money luxury firm. And I've talked about them in the past, especially as an engineering. The Wallenbergs are extremely important in science and technology. And most experts today think the Wallenbergs are wealthier than the Rothschilds, especially University of Michigan, where Wallenberg went. I haven't seen that man who used to appear in the chat for a while now, so I'm not sure what happened to him. Like we messaged on Twitter a few times, but I'd have to go back and look to to even find his contact information if it's still active. Okay, so I have a lot of stuff on giftedness, and let's start with the history of giftedness research. And we'll jump right in. A lot of reading. I'll put the link in the chat in case anyone wants to hop on and chat. I didn't reach out to anybody. My numbers are kind of down. I hope there are people who are enjoying the content. If anyone did want to pop on and talk, especially someone with expertise or knowledge, or someone who's reading along with me some of the material, but even someone wants to talk about anything, you pop in the link. Most of these articles are relatively long. It will probably take me maybe even upwards of an hour to read quite a few of them. But if you take the link, maybe I'll find a breaking point and we'll have a talk if someone wants to pop on. The history of giftedness research. Abstract. Perceptions of giftedness have, over the course of history, developed from a theological through a metaphysical to an empirical approach. This chapter will offer an overview of the latter approach, which has guided giftedness research since the end of the 19th century. First, the historical development of the concept of intelligence and its significance for giftedness research will be delineated. This will be followed by a historical review of studies based on multidimensional models of giftedness in the expertise approach, followed by a rendering of investigation of gene-environment interactions. The historical outline will focus on educational studies and studies on individual differences in subgroups of gifted students. As a conclusion, factors that had an influence on giftedness research over the course of history will be submitted for the discussion, also addressing the significance of cultural differences and relevant research in the area. Yeah, Ericsson's one of my favorites too. He will he'll be brought up and mentioned in quite a few of these, but none of these go too much in depth because Ericsson kind of is in opposition to the concept of giftedness and thinking it's basically all deliberate practice and that there is no such thing as giftedness. So almost all this research is working within the assumption that there is such a thing as giftedness. So, but we'll see Ericsson will be brought up mostly as a spoil to these theories. In a chapter on giftedness research, one should first explain what exactly is meant by the term giftedness, how perceptions of this term have changed over time, and what effects these definitions have had on research in the field of giftedness. As clearly shown in the chapter by Davidson and Dye, this volume, there has not been and still is no uniform concept of giftedness. This makes it rather difficult to assemble an outline on the history of giftedness research. However, it is not only variations in the conception of giftedness which create problems. Cultural differences must also be taken into consideration. The inception of giftedness research, as well as its nature, varies from culture to culture. In order to accord due justice to these aspects, various perceptions of giftedness held over the course of history will be contemplated from a theological through a metaphysical to an empirical approach to the topic. This will be followed by a presentation of the essential areas of giftedness research and an overview of research studies conducted in the recent decades. Since this overview will make clear how strongly the selection of topics in these research studies were influenced by social and cultural issues, the subsequent sections will review these factors which have shaped giftedness research over the course of time, as well as the cultural differences and similarities in giftedness research. The progression from a theological through a metaphysical to an empirical approach to giftedness. Ziegler and Rowell in 2000, in accordance with the philosopher Auguste Comte, differentiated among three phases or approaches to giftedness over the course of modern history. 1, a theological phase, 2, a metaphysical phase, and 3, a scientific or empirical phase. In the first phase, giftedness is considered to be bestowed from a higher power. Gifted individuals were seen as supernatural beings. This approach is evident in several cultures. For example, both Plato in Greece and Confucius in China spoke of heavenly children. References taken from the Bible also reflect this line of thought, having the gifts differing according to the grace that is given to us. In this approach, not only are gifted persons considered to be supernatural beings, but also discoveries and inventions were understood to be rediscoveries of previous creations of God. In the second phase, the metaphysical phase, giftedness was more intensely associated with the individual. Giftedness and talent were regarded as individual aptitudes. For example, the philosopher Paracelsus used the term talent as early as the year 1537 in the sense of a mental aptitude. Although gifted persons were no longer categorized as supernatural beings, several myths about gifted persons were commonly accepted. For instance, one believed that gifted persons died earlier. This was seen as a sort of poetic justice to compensate for the disproportionate distribution of aptitudes. Also, the characterization of a crazed genius was widely accepted at the time. To some extent, similar myths about gifted persons are still common today. For example, despite a wide selection of findings to support to the contrary, gifted students are to this day often characterized as being particularly problematic. The third phase embodies a controlled empirical approach. Since the dawn of the 20th century, the approach to giftedness has become increasingly influenced by scientific reasoning. The transition to this phase can primarily be accorded to scientific progress in the field of psychology and the application of progressively sounder research methods. In this empirical phase, scientists began to measure talents and gifts and understood them as the foundation for exceptional achievement. Prevalent during this phase was the simple equation of talents with a high level of intelligence. However, over the course of time, giftedness was increasingly identified with an interaction among various personality traits. For an overview, in alternative approaches, the significance of learning processes and the generation of exceptional achievement is subjected to investigation. A synopsis of these different research areas is given in the following section. Hylomorphism is the Greek dualism of form and function, but yet it's the words have multiple meanings and has been picked up by computer science today that has some connection to the Greek meaning. Intelligence research and its significance to giftedness research. From a historical perspective, one can say that Galton, 1883, and somewhat later Binet and Simon, 1916, set the empirical approach to giftedness in motion. Galton's field of specialization was genetics, in particular the inheritance of intelligence and talents. A major accomplishment of his work is associated with the first attempts to refute the divergence theory. This theory claims that giftedness is correlated with negative physical and psychological traits, and that exceptional achievement is associated with emotional imbalance. Similar to the metaphysical approach, this theory was based on the myth of the crazed genius. A further significant accomplishment attributed to Galton is proposed that individual differences in intellectual abilities could and should be measured. The goal of measuring intelligence and logical thinking capacities was also pursued by Binet, a French educational scientist and psychologist. The catalyst was a mandate issued by the Parisian Ministry of Education that children should only be admitted to schools for special education on the basis of medical and scholastic certification. Working together with the psychologist Theodore Simon, he developed the first intelligence test for children and adolescents between the age of 3 and 15. The test was made up of exercise staggered according to age. A composite score was determined based on the number of exercises solved correctly. The score yielded the child's intelligence age or mental age. In order to interpret the results of the test, a reference was made to the differences between chronological age and mental age. Although the original intentions of the Binet Simon 1905 were to develop a selection process for intellectually challenged children to enable them to access to special education, their test also had an enormous influence on the giftedness research. For example, Terman later developed the Stanford Binet test, which he applied to the identification of students for his longitudinal study. Not only Binet's work, but also that of William Stern, had great influence on the research conducted by Terman and others. Stern, 1911, found fault in Binet's concept of intelligence age. He criticized the difference between intelligence age and chronological age had different levels of significance assigned to them at different stages of life. While an intellectual deficit of 2 years for a 10-year-old would just about fall into the range of normalcy, it would significantly and extremely low intelligence for a 4-year-old. Stern therefore suggested forming a quotient out of intelligence age and chronological age and then multiplying this by 100. This quotient features the benefit that advantages and deficits in achievement are directly comparable at individual age levels. For example, with this method, both a 4-year-old with a mental age of 3 and a 12-year-old with a mental age of 9 would have intelligence quotients of 75. Wechsler in 1939 found the founding father of modern intelligence quotients, voiced concern that the quotients being formed with Stern's method were only legitimate as long as achievement improved linearly with age. At a certain age, however, yearly growth begins to subside increasingly and reaches a plateau in early adulthood. For this reason, Wechsler broke the concept of mental age and normed his test for each age level. The point of origin for this line of thinking was the empirical finding that for every age bracket, achievement is distributed around a mean value. This is fixed through a linear transformation at 100. Individual achievement can be expressed as the difference from the mean, which is relatively compared in accordance with an age-appropriate distribution. As of Wechsler's work, then, IQ is no longer technically a quotient, but rather a measure of deviation. Over the course of history, interest not only focused on intelligence and the measurement of the inter-individual differences of this trait, which at this point in time were equated with giftedness, but these tests were also employed to explore a number of other issues. A well-known study in which giftedness was equated with high intelligence is the longitudinal study conducted by Terman. The study started in 1921 at Stanford University in California and continues to this day. Inspired by Galton's study, Terman examined whether high intelligence, in accordance with the divergence hypothesis, actually did correlate with negative physical and psychological traits and whether exceptional achievement is related to emotional imbalance. Out of his sample of approximately 250,000 school children, approximately 1,500 were selected on the basis of an intelligence criteria higher than 140 for children younger than 11 and higher than 132 for 14-year-old adolescents. A wide range of data was collected on these children in the survey, such as social background, whether they had relatives with outstanding intellect, vital statistics, medical examinations, scholastic achievement, educational paths, career choices and progress, scholastic and occupational interest, literary interest, and personality traits. The result of the Terman study showed that gifted children by no means demonstrate the adverse traits assumed by the divergence hypothesis. On the contrary, in comparison to children of average intelligence, the children involved demonstrated better states of health, achieved better scholastically, demonstrated comparable or better playtime behavior, and showed, with a few exceptions, more advantageous emotional, moral, and character profiles. Also, the scholastic paths and career choices selected by the gifted children were assessed as being highly opportune. In addition to these aspects, a number of other issues were explored. For example, comparisons were made between highly successful and less successful test subjects with respect to a series of aspects. To this day, interesting publications based on the term and data appeared regularly, such as pieces of gender-related individual differences and mortality. Subsequent to term, a series of quantitative investigations were conducted. At first, they were closely bound to a tight conception of intelligence and produced similar results to those of Terman. It took time before individuals started to view the all-around positive depiction of gifted children and their development submitted to Terman with a more critical and sophisticated eye. One reason for this was a series of criticisms raised about Terman's study, such as the pre-selection of participants via teacher nominations, the lack of true control groups, large time intervals between data collections, the disproportionately small percentage of school children from lower social economical strata, the relatively high standards of life and education enjoyed at that time in California in comparison to the rest of the U.S., and the influence that labeling the participants as gifted may have had on their behavior and development of the subjects. In addition to those critiques, the increasingly complex nature of the conception of giftedness contributed to modifications in the configuration of empirical research. Before this issue is raised, the concept of intelligence, which still plays a significant role in the newer conception of giftedness, will be discussed. Theories of intelligence. Despite more than 100 years of research in the area of intelligence, to this date there is still a general lack of agreement as to what one should include under the construct of intelligence and how the optimal measurement of it could be taken. Two expert surveys conducted in 1921 and 1986 revealed substantial differences in and modifications to perspectives over time. In order to integrate these differing perspectives, Sternberg and Berg, 1986, proposed a multi-level concept. In this concept, they differentiated among psychometric theories of intelligence, theories of information processing, and theories which focus predominantly on context. 1. On the behavioral level, we find theories in the tradition of psychometric intelligence research. Here the focus is, as in the approaches described above, on the measurement of the products of intelligence. Standing in the foreground are answers to the question of whether intelligence is one single trait or if one must distinguish among several traits. It all comes down to structure theories on intelligence, which focus on the description and explication of individually differentiated abilities. The development of structure theories is strongly tied to the development of factor analysis. The theories and models primarily differ with respect to the number of abilities assumed and their relationship to one another. The differences among the models can, to some degree, be explained through differences in the factor analysis method applied. 5 of those models will be briefly described in the following section. Spearman, 1904, assumed in his two-factor theory that performance on intelligence tests can be explained by two components: a variance component, the so-called general intelligence G, which is common across all test experience exercises, and a second component, which is specific to each exercise, S. Thurston, 1938, presented an alternative to this with his model of primary mental abilities. He developed a model on the basis of a comprehensive battery of tests with 7 independent abilities. Since he was not able to empirically demonstrate that the 7 mental abilities were indeed independent from one another, the model was modified to a hierarchical structure model. This stipulates on the highest hierarchical level a factor of general intelligence G, and on a second level, 7 correlated specific individual abilities: verbal comprehension, word fluency, number, space, memory, perceptual speed, induction, and reasoning. The theory of fluid and crystallized intelligence, developed by Horn and Cattell, 1966, is considered to be among the most influential theories submitted to intelligence research. It is based on higher order factor analysis. Differentiations are made between fluid and crystallized intelligence. Fluid intelligence pertains to the basic processes of thought and other mental activities and is primarily determined through genetics. Crystallized intelligence is the ability to draw on the knowledge one has acquired to solve problems. Crystallized intelligence is culturally dependent. The Berlin structure model was developed by Jaeger in 1982 to explain differences between rival structure models and to integrate these models into a collective model. Elaborate investigations led to an ability hierarchy. On the top hierarchy level is general intelligence. One level below this are 7 very general ability constructs ordered along 2 facets: operation and content. A third hierarchical level results in 12 cells which can be interpreted as specific abilities. Distinctive in the Berlin intelligence structure model is the integration of creativity. The three-stratum theory by Carroll, 1993, postulates on the basis of wide-ranging analyses, likewise a general intelligence on the highest hierarchical level, as well as 8 factors on the second level. Fluid intelligence, crystallized intelligence, general memory and learning, broad visual perception, broad auditory perception, broad retrieval ability, broad cognitive speediness, and processing speed. For a more detailed description, in terms of psychometric theories of intelligence and structure theories described above, over the course of time, enhancements and expansions to the theories became increasingly common. Examples here are the theory of multiple intelligence by Gardner, the concept of practical intelligence by Sternberg and Wagner in 1986, operational intelligence, emotional intelligence, typical intelligence, and the triarchic theory of successful intelligence. Since the 1970s, numerous attempts have been made to explain the materialization of feats of intelligence through theories of information processing. These approaches can be broken down into 2 categories. One approach attempts to explain differences in intelligence through elementary processes, such as quickness, accuracy, and efficiency in reference to the fundamental processes of information management. And the other approach's emphasis was placed on examining higher-order cognitive processes, such as working memory capacity, metacognitive processes, and inhibition performance. In other words, processes which erase irrelevant information from the working memory. With respect to context, there are theories which accentuate the situational relativity of intelligence and place the dynamic nature of the interaction between person and the environment in the foreground. In this category, theories describe intelligence as a dynamic process, while in other approaches, intelligence is understood in terms of the capacity to adapt. Empirical investigations on the stability and malleability of intelligence. In addition to research on the construct of intelligence, the measurement of this construct, and individual differences in intelligence, over the course of the investigative history, one can also witness a great deal of research regarding the heredity of intelligence. The main thrust of research in this facet was directed towards genetic influences regarding general cognitive ability. Furthermore, investigation sought to determine how stable intelligence is informed over the course of a lifespan. For sometimes it was assumed that children who were identified as highly intelligent or gifted at a young age would also be gifted later on. In other words, that intelligence is a relatively stable trait. More recent studies have shown, however, that intelligence is less stable than previously presumed. However, intelligence, or at least how it is conceptualized in a psychometric approach, does not change over the course of a lifespan. Flynn demonstrated that the average tested intelligence increases from generation to generation. He was able to empirically demonstrate this for 20 countries. If one presumes that IQ tests can accurately measure human intelligence, then the Flynn effect confronts us with a rather disconcerting phenomenon. In research literature, numerous explanatory approaches have been tested, such as test sophistication, nutrition, state of health, urbanization, and rising socioeconomic status. However, all of these possible causes only partially explain this effect. Of more importance appears to be that the cognitive skills measures by the test demonstrate a high level of concurrence with skills deemed important nowadays related to abstract thinking, the ever-increasing prevalence of computers, and the increasing significance of visuals in culture. The Flynn effect remains to this day a subject of empirical studies. Current investigations include assessment of its validity for gifted individuals. The construct of intelligence also plays a significant role in giftedness research today. However, additional traits are also taken into consideration. Most certainly, a significant inducement was the relatively low predictive power of IQ scores for later performance excellence. A telling example here is delivered by term and study. Although scholastic and occupational path development among the participants were assessed as positive, very few members of the sample were truly able to produce outstanding achievements later in life, while 2 participants who later won the Nobel Prize were actually excluded from the original sample. Multidimensional models add expanded perspective. If one were to conduct a literature search, one would be sure to come up with a dizzying number of definitions and models of giftedness. In most approaches, giftedness is still understood in terms of high intelligence. The cutoff point from where one can begin to speak of giftedness or talent varies widely from one theory to another, and the choice as to where the cutoff point is made is relatively indiscriminate. Often, the outstanding performance will be incorporated into the conception In some approaches, this is so pronounced that the true giftedness can only be identified among adults. Persons who do not exhaust their potential are often labeled underachievers, regardless of whether intelligence, cognitive abilities, or achievement are included in the conception of giftedness. Presently, multi-dimensional approaches to giftedness are highly favored. In most cases, these multidimensional models also feature additional personality traits such as motivation, creativity, or wisdom. In some cases, environmental conditions such as socioeconomic status are also introduced. The individual dimensions of giftedness have, over the course of time, come to form their own branches of research. Examples are research devoted to creativity or social responsibility. Since definitions and models of giftedness are systematically addressed in other chapters in this volume, the chapter is limited to the relatively cursory review of the field. While the wealth of empirical studies on intelligence theories and the measurement of intelligence is virtually insurmountable, that is not the case for multidimensional models of giftedness. True, there are numerous publications devoted to various conceptions of giftedness. However, several of them have not been subjected to adequate empirical examination. Heller and Schoenfeld performed exhaustive literature researches concerning topics frequently presented or addressed over the course of 12 years in conference proceedings of an international conference on giftedness, and in the articles published in the 6 major journals in the area of giftedness. In these conference proceedings and articles, less than 20% address basic research or the empirical examination of models. When data-based research was conducted concerning multidimensional models, it was predominantly concerned with either the exploration of individual traits that these models considered to be essential, like creativity, or the questions of gifted education. These questions are certainly of great importance from the perspective of practical application, but Haller and Schoenfeld are also correct in their conclusion that this may also suggest that there is still a lack of good quality basically research being undertaken in the area of giftedness per se. Indeed, without such basic research, the very nature of giftedness is still open to question. This assumption is also reflected in the still contrary positions on how performance excellence is to be interpreted. According to the conception of giftedness described above, an influence is exerted by the general intelligence, abilities, and other traits, like creativity and motivation, assessed in early adulthood or adolescence, alone or in the presence of encouragement or performance later in life. In this approach, a certain degree of variable according to the model inherited qualities are presumed. An alternative, more recent approach hypothesizes that innate attributes are virtually insignificant for the generation of achievement, like Ericsson. Domain-specific training plays a prominent role in this approach. A change in perspectives away from traits towards domain-specific training, the expertise approach. One difference between the trait-oriented giftedness approach and the expertise approach is the departure from the prospective approach to a retrospective approach. In trait-oriented giftedness approaches, such as term and studies, children or adolescents are first identified as gifted, and then researchers determine whether these individuals actually attain achievement excellence later on in life. A large number of empirical studies have borne out that this is usually not the case. In the expertise approach, in contrast, the retrospective approach is engaged. Investigations are made with persons who have already been able to demonstrate outstanding achievement in a specific talent domain. In the beginning, the driving issue in these studies was also to determine whether these outstanding achievements can possibly be explained through particular cognitive abilities like general intelligence, attention, or memory. Additional traits such as motivation or personality were also subjected to examination. Similar to the results of prospective studies, it could also be demonstrated that traits alone are not sufficient to explain the generation of achievement excellence. Later studies were performed with adult experts and novices. Groundbreaking work was executed with the chess studies conducted by de Groot in 1946 and Simon and Gilmartin in 1973. The game of chess is a highly suitable object for these types of investigations, and that outstanding performance can be observed and graded under internationally standardized conditions. Various chess studies were able to substantiate memory differences between experts and novices. These differences could only be shown in conjunction with recollections of meaningful chess positions, not for those considered to be meaningless, which indicated that differences observed were not disparities in the visual short-term memory. Soon afterwards, it was shown that the phenomenon was not due to quantitative differences in memory performance, but rather qualitative differences. In the meantime, a wide range of studies were conducted in distinctive talent domains. The most notable difference between novices and experts uncovered were that experts exhibited superior memory performance, but only in their talent domain. They show superior recall of domain-related information as a function of the amount of knowledge into a domain, and furthermore, the speed and access to relevant knowledge is quicker, and they apply more sophisticated knowledge-based strategies. In order to explain the differences between novices and experts, various models have been developed and subjected to empirical examination. In all models, practice plays a crucial role in the acquisition of expertise. For various talent domains, it could be shown that about 10 years or 10,000 hours of intense practice was needed before exceptional performances of international significance could be demonstrated. The pure number of practice sessions is, however, not alone sufficient in guaranteeing the attainment of performance excellence. Over the course of 2 studies, it was demonstrated that a specific type of engagement with the activity must take place, and expertise research refers to this active occupation with the subject as deliberate practice. Deliberate practice comprises practice activities that aim at maximizing improvement. Deliberate practice is conceived as highly structured activity which requires effort and is not inherently enjoyable. Because deliberate practice is very strenuous, expertise research has also examined the necessity of recovery times as well as further attributes considered essential for the maintenance of deliberate practice, such as motivation or parental support. Although the expertise approach is considered to be a rival to giftedness research, a convergence of multidimensional models of giftedness and the expertise approach can be to some degree ascertained. For instance, in their Munich process model of giftedness, Ziegler and Porath, 1997, engineered a connection between giftedness research and expertise. In addition to favorable personality characteristics, people's internal performance, dispositions, and environmental features, this model also took an active learner process into consideration. In other giftedness models, for example, the actiotope model of giftedness, which stands out by reason of its systematic approach, traits are no longer positioned in the foreground and are being replaced by actions and learning paths which lead to achievement excellence. Independent of whether theoretical models perceive traits and or learning processes as the prerequisites for exceptional achievement, to the support of gifted students in their environment has played and continues to play a consequential role. While in traditional giftedness research, the primary focus was at first on how the gifted in general can be best supported and encouraged, recently research has moved to other investigative topics, including, for example, gifted females, gifted underachievers, the twice exceptional, the gifted dropouts, investigations into interactions between genetics and environmental factors, educational measures, and individual differences. Promotion of gifted individuals only proves to be meaningful when one acknowledges the role played by the environment in the development of giftedness. Francis Galton was among the first researchers to delve into the field of gene-environment interaction in conjunction with giftedness research. Inspired by the work produced by his cousin Charles Darwin, 1859, he began very early on to examine the possibilities inherent in the field of genetics. His well-known work, Hereditary Genius, is considered to be a forerunner for behavioral genetics. Although Galton research methods are under criticism today, he was among the first to propose a gene-environment interaction for the development of giftedness. In later research literature, despite various debates, researchers work under the assumption that both genetics and environmental factors can be held responsible for explaining a certain degree of differences in ability. This has been demonstrated in a large number of studies with adopted siblings and twins. While initial research was concerned with how large and how significant genetic influences are in the development of giftedness, gene-environment interactions were later of interest for the identification and education of gifted children. For instance, the identification of giftedness in early childhood hereditary environmental relationships are sometimes placed under scrutiny. The foundation for such research is formed by categorization of nature-nurture conditions. In accord with Scar and McCartney, 1983, and Plonham, 1994, described 3 types of hereditary environmental conditions. 1, passive hereditary environmental conditions occur when children share genetic material and environmental conditions with their family members. If one were to assume that giftedness is hereditary, then it would be extremely likely that gifted children would have gifted parents, who in turn would provide their children with environments in which learning, reading, etc. would play a significant role. 2, one speaks of reactive hereditary environment conditions when the environment, like daycare providers, reacts to the talents demonstrated by a child and provides him or her with learning opportunities if the child proves to be exceptionally curious, demonstrate high levels of interest, or find itself in a relatively advanced state of cognitive development. 3. Active hereditary environmental conditions are present when gifted children actively mold their environment in accordance with their individual gifts. Expressions of this can be found, for example, in children who prefer play activities associated with high learning content, spelling games, number games, or who seek out interactions with partners who are cognitively stimulating. Older children and adults, in the identification of giftedness in early childhood, these hereditary environmental conditions are more closely investigated. Although these gene-environment interactions play a similarly important role in the education of gifted individuals, empirical studies have, over the course of time, focused their investigations on the effectiveness of various types of educational measures. The history of research in this area is very broad. Letta Stetter Hollingworth is often referred to as the first giftedness researcher to empirically investigate gifted education, where, as Lewis Terman deservedly gets credit for providing the United States its first major tool for objectively identifying intellectually talented individuals in order to study them. Further, Letta Hollingworth took the next important step to nurture them academically. Two of the educational studies Hollingworth conducted with gifted and profoundly gifted children were of extreme significance. In the year 1922, Hollingworth initiated, along with her colleagues at the Teacher College at Columbia University in New York and the administrator of and teachers in New York City Public School 165, a 3-year longitudinal study. The studies connected to this project formed the groundwork for the first textbook on gifted education, Gifted Children, Their Nature and Nurture, Hollingworth, 1926. The Spire school system refers to an experimental school composed of 2 so-called Terman classes, students with a medium IQ of 145, and 5 so-called Binet classes, students with an IQ between 75 and 90. These children in these classes were partially instructed as a group, but all children learned at their own pace and in their own way. Field trips and curriculum units with teachers, pupils, and advisors cooperatively developed were all an integral part of this experimental school. Investigations were conducted with both the gifted students and their students with lower IQs. The Guidance Laboratory of Teachers College tested the children and pursued individual case studies. In addition to rather clinically oriented case studies, such as those at Hollingworth and later Hoak and Freehill in 1972, a number of evaluation studies and scholastic promotional measures were concluded. The investigative objects included special schools, special classes in regular schools, giftedness programs, as well as acceleration and enrichment. Furthermore, the characteristic of successful gifted education teachers were the objects of relatively early empirical investigations. Although publications number point out that within the research community, interested in gifted education has fluctuated through the years, it has consistently been the main subject for giftedness research. In addition to evaluation studies on specific educational measures, researchers also investigated learning processes, motivation, and work habits. With respect to learning processes, expertise research has also been able to lay claim to important findings. Whereas this branch of research is founded on a solid empirical approach, the quality of giftedness research is often the recipient of critical observations. Research into the effectiveness of gifted programs is often criticized for its lack of scientific rigor, such as research design and adequately described control groups. A meta-analysis of all empirically based articles published in 1997 and 8 in 5 acclaimed giftedness journals by Ziegler and Roll showed that a control group existed in less than 1/4 of the studies. Peart, Rogers, as well as Carter and Swanson, who also undertook content analysis of relevant journals, found that practically oriented applied research dominated and that rather simple statistical analysis methods were used. Moreover, the effectiveness of the educational measures under analysis was also largely critically evaluated, particularly when, in addition to the significant results, effect size were taken into consideration. Relatively soon, specific subgroups of gifted students moved into the focus of empirical research. For example, a wide range of studies on gifted minority groups and on the differences concerning identification and educational measures within these groups have been conducted. Underachievement was also the subject of much early research and to this day remains a significant investigative topic. In addition to the causes for underachievement, educational measures to counteract underachievement have been widely examined. A further subgroup, which has been long represented in research literature, is gifted girls and women. Hollingworth was one of the first researchers to publish works on gender differences concerning giftedness. The Terman Data Bank has been used in a number of studies on gender differences. Investigations conducted over the past 8 decades indicate that some improvements have been made in the circumstances facing gifted girls and women. For example, girls in many countries receive grades that are just as good as, and in many cases better than, those received by boys, even in the natural sciences. Participation rates in those areas of mathematics, technology, and natural sciences, both academically and the distribution of leadership positions, have also sharply risen. However, the general situation of gifted girls and women in most countries is far from being comparable to that for boys and men. Certain gender role stereotypes, which make it difficult for women to fully realize their achievement potentials, are still dominant. In addition, different roles, expectations concerning self-concepts and attributions can be found, which consequently have detrimental effects on learning and achievement behaviors. Another subgroup of gifted students that receive delayed attention in the area of gifted research are the gifted handicapped. Although history does not take notice of various examples of gifted disabled and gifted persons with learning difficulties, professional awareness of the gifted handicapped only increased in the 1970s. Starting at this point in time, the first organized conferences, councils, and increased efforts on the part of the researchers dedicated to this group of gifted students emerged. They are only a few of the subgroups which have been of interest to giftedness research. However, a review of these factors which have had an influence on giftedness research over the course of history appears to be more meaningful than an exhaustive outline of all research topics. These factors differ from culture to culture. Before beginning to address cultural differences, and the United States and Germany will be used as examples of how strongly giftedness research and the related investigative topics have been influenced by historical conditions. Okay, God bless Elemental. Factors which have influenced giftedness research over the course of history. Does genius make history, or does history make the genius? With this question, Tannenbaum 2000 clearly pointed out that on the one hand, it is the spirit of the times or zeitgeist which has influence on what one considers to be outstanding achievement. And on the other hand, creative and innovative achievement have often left lasting impressions on zeitgeist and history itself. Pressey, 1964, denoted the increased occurrence of specific types of giftedness during specific historical periods. An example here would be the spouts of musical giftedness in Germany in earlier centuries. Pressey hereby illuminated the significance of social, political, and historical interest and requirement structures for the discovery and education of giftedness. Giftedness research has also been strongly influenced by changing social conditions over the course of history. In the following passages, the historical developments in the United States and Germany will be used to illustrate this point. Over the course of the last century, research and education in the United States has fluctuated between egalitarianism and excellence. The high points of giftedness research were enjoyed at the end of the 1950s and the early 1970s. In between these points in time, the topic was widely neglected. The center of research interest in the time was occupied by students with learning disabilities and those from adverse environmental conditions. The launching of Sputnik in 1957 by the Soviet Union unleashed the so-called Sputnik shock, which led to refocusing on excellence and giftedness research. During this period, research findings made by scientists who had been studying giftedness before the launching of Sputnik were also taken into consideration. Influential were, among others, works published by Terman and Passow. Passow, in his Talented Youth Program, examined a nationwide scale for the measurement of giftedness and programs developed to encourage and support gifted students. Approaches which had already been tested in individual city school systems or on smaller groups were now extended to encompass larger regions. Within the framework of this project, studies on ability groupings, underachievement, and the effectiveness of various special programs for the mathematically gifted were also conducted. Passow and his co-workers compiled the research findings obtained in the field prior to the Sputnik shock in a monograph. In the 5 years following the launching of Sputnik, great efforts were undertaken to advance excellence in the United States. As a consequence, the National Defense Education Act of 1958, the identification of gifted students in programs in science, mathematics, and foreign language were actively revitalized. These changes were reflected in an upsurge in empirical research. French 1959 even suggested that in the 3 years following the Sputnik shock, more articles were published on the topic of giftedness than the preceding 30 years. The method of research employed and the domains taken into consideration were largely oriented to the need of society with military interest standing in the foreground. Okay, God bless Oswald. Well, you could start from the beginning, listen at higher speed. I just started reading a while. There's a lot to read. I'm going to be reading for hours. A lot of material here. At the start of the 1960s, giftedness was still a relevant topic. It was expected that gifted persons would use their abilities for the good of the society and that their potential would be exploited in order to raise the level of welfare. However, as interest in the Sputnik shock started to abate, so did interest in giftedness programs and research. One must also take into account the societal actions to transporting the first man to the moon in 1969 and political changes associated with the Vietnam War. General public attention was focused primarily on racial integration, civil rights, school integration, and compensatory education. Evidence was produced that minorities were not being fairly treated in identification processes or through ability groupings. During the 1960s, the tide turned from a focus on excellence to a struggle with egalitarianism. In the 1970s, interest in gifted students began again to increase. However, again, special education for the gifted was initiated for the sake of solving social problems rather than solely for the sake of those who need or could benefit from it. The reason for this establishment of numerous regional, local, and nationwide projects was frequent reports of ever decreasing scholastic achievement levels, illegal drug usage, and vandalism in the inner cities. These problems resulted in a migration of large segments of the middle class to suburban districts and increased enrollment at private schools. The establishment of special enrichment programs was an attempt to reverse this trend. The Maryland Report 1971 had a particularly high influence at the time. It claimed that most gifted students were not being sufficiently supported or encouraged if they were being reached at all. Such a state of affairs could lead to serious impairment if appropriate interventions were not undertaken. As a consequence of the Maryland Report, significant progress in gifted education took place. However, similar progress was not being reflected in giftedness research. Despite the relatively low number of research studies being conducted at that point in time, there are several which are worth pointing out, such as Julian Stanley's 1976 longitudinal study of mathematical uh, precocity, Albert Robinson's 1979 study of cognitive development in the gifted, and the observations of the candidate and Terman study during the senior period of life. Starting in the 1980s, giftedness research has become the subject of a wider number of conferences and publications in the United States. However, this period of time is also witnessed the variations in interest in giftedness in general, as well as other topics of research associated with giftedness, such as creativity, motivation, perfectionism, and educational measures. Similar to the progression of events in the United States, society, social and political upheavals in Germany have had a deep impact on the education of and the research regarding gifted students. In Germany, one can differentiate among three phases of giftedness research. The first phase of research enjoyed a climax at the beginning of the 20th century. The second phase was marked by research standstill following the Second World War, and the first phase, a renewed interest in giftedness research, started in the mid-1970s. The most well-known researcher in the first phase was William Stern, who is the founding father of the differential psychology and the originator of the intelligence quotient. One of Stern's major fields of research was identification. He developed checklists, was concerned with quantitative test evaluation, test fairness, and the participation of teachers in the identification of gifted students. Similar to modern researchers, Stern hypothesized a more or less innate performance disposition in the sense of a general intelligence and exceptional abilities in specific domains, which in combination with positive personality characteristics, interest, self-discipline, and social disposition, and favorable environmental conditions would lead to excellence. Stern made a case for special programs for the top 2% of students with high performance dispositions and the 10% of students with exceptional abilities in specific domains. Stern's work was far ahead of what was being done at the time in the United States. For instance, he was associating aspects of developmental psychology, creativity, and non-intellectual talents with high ability. It is also widely accepted that Terman was interested in Stern's work and incorporated it into his own studies. Peterson, 1916, and Deitzbach, 1925, are among the first researchers in Germany to have conducted studies on the education of gifted students. The laboratory school founded by Peterson in 1923 is characterized by modern approaches, such as the disbandment of the system of school classes, the implementation of pull-out groups, and social learning. Deitzbach, 1925, was the first to conduct directed research on underachievement. Research by these scientists came to a full stop with the result of the Nazi political takeover. When the Nazi regime came to collapse in interest in individual differences in giftedness research as it had been pursued to that point. The German nation was the center of all efforts, and the ideology of the masses was predominant. Giftedness research was limited to the training of the leadership elite for the National Socialist Empire. The so-called no-polis schools were founded, whose absolvents were to become leaders in the German state. The exclusionary approach to the ideas of giftedness in elite subsectors of the population practiced and disseminated during the Nazi period led to universal renunciation of this subject matter following the end of the Second World War. Giftedness research was taboo theme through the 1980s, and to this day, researchers in the field have to contend with sporadic bouts of bias and prejudice. One example of such discernment was delivered in a statement by the Minister of Education in the state of Hamburg during the opening speech given the Sixth World Council of the Gifted and Talented in 1985 in Hamburg. After he pointed out that gifted education was unnecessary, he said, "We all know how this dance around the golden calf ended. As Germany was split into the Federal Republic of Germany and the German Democratic Republic, the Sputnik shock initially led to renewed interest in awareness of gifted education. A particularly important topic at the time was the early encouragement of gifted children. However, young political activists in the late 1960s, referred to as in Germany as the 1968ers, established a counter movement. The common assumption was that every person can become gifted. However, the empirical approach that was in practice at the start of the 20th century was lacking during this period. In the 1970s, the objective was to provide underprivileged students with equivalent opportunities. The word gifted was not to be found in any educational reference book or dictionary of psychological terms. The German Democratic Republic had established state-run special schools for the promotion of talents in areas of athletics, music, and later also mathematics and the natural sciences. These were empirically monitored. It was not until the 1980s that one notes a revitalized upswing in giftedness research. Research was then primarily concerned with identification and education of gifted students. The 1980s also saw the commencements of two German longitudinal studies at the University of Marburg and the University of Munich. A significant increase in empirical studies is chronicled as of this time, as well as progress in developing new conceptions of giftedness. Similar happenings in the United States and Germany, political and societal changes in other countries over the course of history have greatly influenced whether or what types of giftedness research was conducted. A new area of research which has so far been the recipient of little attention in conjunction with giftedness is that of innovation. The International Handbook of Innovation contains a number of contributions from giftedness and expertise researchers. However, prior to this, giftedness research had displayed little interest in the area of innovation research and vice versa, as a result of far-reaching economic changes, the ever-increasing demands for innovation, and the meaningful role creativity plays in giftedness research. One would expect this mutual exclusion to come to an end in future years, a scientific subdiscipline which will certainly inspire cooperative research in that of entrepreneurship. This research field, which also investigates the personality characteristics of entrepreneurs, could well spawn a new area of expertise. It remains to be seen to what degree of innovation and entrepreneurship will become objects of giftedness research in the next decades, and which countries will become specialists in this topical area. While the factors which have influenced giftedness research in the United States and Germany have been relatively similar, there are significant differences to be found between different cultures with respect to the type of giftedness research they pursue and the extent to which it is supported. In the next section, these cultural differences and their connotation for giftedness research are addressed. Yeah, it's a topic for a different, that the same word intelligence here being used for artificial intelligence, and later will, especially in the Metaphysics series, we'll try to delve into the breakdown of different cognitive abilities we've covered in the past with cognitive architectures. Cultural differences. Several studies have demonstrated that conceptions of giftedness are strongly influenced by culture and vary widely among cultures. In this instance, the concept of intelligence is used as an example. While the abilities measured with intelligence tests are classified as adaptive in several cultures, adaptive skills in some other cultures are completely different. Sternberg and his co-workers found in a study in rural Kenya that all knowledge pertaining to natural herbal medicine is considered to be adaptive. This is easy to understand in a land where 95% of the population is affected by infections. However, it could be demonstrated that practical intelligence tests, which measures one understanding of natural herbal medicine, correlate negatively with scores on traditional tests of fluid and crystallized intelligence. In a study with the Yupik Inuit, it was shown that children from urban areas perform better on traditional intelligence tests than children from rural areas. Children from rural areas where hunting, gathering, and fishing are essential skills perform better on practical tests with questions referring to objects and activity related to these skills. We must then address the question of to what extent identical processes and structures of intelligence are present in various cultures and whether traditional tests can meaningfully applied with other cultures. Sternberg has proposed four possible models of how processes and structures that comprise intelligence and test to measure intelligence can be viewed. Model 1 assumes identical processes and structures for all cultures, which consequently can be measured with the same test. Model 2 assumes differential processes and structures among all cultures, which can, however, be assessed with the same test. In Model 3, the processes and structures are classified as being comparable. They must, however, be assessed with different tests. Model 4, the processes and structures that comprise intelligence, as well as the measurement of those constructs, are considered to be culturally variable. Sternberg is certainly correct in asserting that whenever the advantages and disadvantages of the various models, I'm quite sure Model 1 is inadequate, yet it is the model most commonly used. A test is created in one culture, say the United States, then is imported into another culture, often differing no more than in translation of the words from one language to another. This wholesale importation fails to do justice to the cultural diversity we find around the world or even within a single country. Cultural differences are not only being neglected with respect to intelligence constructs and measurements, these deficits are also contaminate most conceptions of giftedness. The identification, education, and investigation of gifted students have been resolutely modeled for decades by viewpoints and perspectives developed and advanced in Europe and the United States. The upshot here is that minorities have had to endure long periods of discrimination with respect to identification and educational measures, and cultural peculiarities in other countries were widely disregarded. In contrast to the preceding decades, cultural aspects have been enjoying more attention in recent years. For example, a book on conceptions of giftedness, edited by Phillipson and McCann in 2007, has been published, which focuses on social cultural perspectives. It offers an overview of various cultures, their historical backgrounds, conceptions of giftedness, educational programs, and research findings over the course of history. Methodological aspects of cross cultural research in this area of giftedness research are also relevant topics of current discussion. Hope still remains that more consideration will be accorded to cultural influences in future investigative studies. Conclusion. Giftedness research has a history of more than 100 years. With respect to the conceptions of giftedness, there have been several important developments through the decades. At first, giftedness was equated with high intelligence, and research activities focused on theories of intelligence and methods of measuring intelligence. Although intelligence still played an important role in the most subsequent conceptions of giftedness, multidimensional conceptions of giftedness did prevail. These consider other personality traits such as motivation, creativity, or wisdom in addition to intelligence. While early interest focused on characteristics within the person, considerations of environmental aspects soon followed. However, this did originate as a unilateral influence. It was assumed that gifted students who are provided with positive environmental conditions will be better able to exhaust their achievement potential. Newer approaches pursue, in comparison, a systematic approach. For example, the actiotope model of giftedness assumes reciprocal exchanges of influence between the individual action components, action repertoires, objective action space goals, and the environment. The systems-based perspective will have a great deal of influence on the future conceptions of appropriate educational measures for gifted students and should be subjected to closer examination in the future. A systems-based perspective would certainly also help to resolve the discord between giftedness and cultural influences. It is widely recognized that conceptions of giftedness are acutely dependent on culture, and one can also presume the conceptions of giftedness are associated with them. The identification and educational measures have a joint influence on culture, although nowadays most countries have adopted one form of gifted education research or another. In most cases, these have been strongly shaped by American and European conceptions of giftedness. This neglect of cultural aspects has made an effective examination of mutual influences next to impossible. In addition to a systemic approach and a deeper understanding of cultural aspects, future research should place more significance on the methodological aspects of giftedness research. While the field was groundbreaking at the start of the 20th century, in recent decades, critics have increasingly voiced concern over the quality of giftedness research, and empirical clarification of the concept of giftedness would also be welcome. Over the course of the past century, hundreds of definitions and conceptions of giftedness have also been introduced. However, only a slight fraction of those have been subjected to adequate empirical examination. One of the great challenges facing future generations of giftedness research is to determine which conceptions of giftedness have endurance. Here, caution must be exercised to avoid a continued orientation on activities in the United States and Europe, but rather concerted efforts must be made to ensure that suitable models are developed for various cultures and then empirically examined. In addition to those named above, there are certainly a number of other exciting topics available for future research. It would be interesting to know what new insights and research findings will be filling the pages of a chapter on the history of giftedness research in 100 years. Okay, so that was chapter 2 of this Oxford Compendium of Giftedness Studies. I'm sorry I didn't put the title in the chat at the beginning. So these are all things that I downloaded. Next, I'm going to read the conclusion, which is chapter 78. I read through this whole book, some of these multiple times, but so you can see this is chapter 78, the conclusion, which is research on giftedness in the 21st century. Then we're going to look at contemporary models of giftedness, and then we'll look at the expert performance approach to the study of giftedness. Then there's one on what makes a gifted educator and mathematical giftedness, and then this longer one that there's no way I'm going to be able to get to today. But let me say my prayer, stand up a minute, and stretch, and we'll get right back to it. Okay, pour myself some more tea. Okay, so next we will look at research giftedness in the 21st century, Albert Ziegler. First, the question of what giftedness research is briefly dealt with. Afterward, the issue of whether present rationalizations for the existence of this field of research can remain justified is discussed. Particular attention is given to justifications concerning the individual needs of the gifted and the needs of society regarding specific contributions by gifted persons. Following this, the probability that giftedness research will be displaced by one or both of its major rivals is examined to determine whether possible synergies with expertise research and innovation research can be expected in the future. Although this question can be positively answered from the perspective of giftedness research, the accuracy of this answer is decisively dependent on the degree to which the field is able to master the major challenges of the 21st century. This point is illustrated through the allegory of the Tower of Creativity. In conclusion, a three-point summation of the contribution is drawn up. This chapter will therefore form the counterpart to the contribution made by Stoeger, which deals with the history of gifted education. It also differs from the chapter composed by Shaughnessy and Pearson, which address trends in gifted education. Here, the main concern is the future of giftedness research in the 21st century. Futurology is based on scientific methods. The results they generate and extrapolations on these results and reflections of existing trends, as well as on the personal opinions of the researchers themselves. In this chapter, I will primarily draw on the comprehensive prior works of the scientists contributing to this book. Then, of course, the prognosis presented in this chapter are also a reflection of my personal subjective assessment of how giftedness research will evolve in the 21st century. What is giftedness research? I'm sorry, I missed a tiny part of that. So for the two people watching, I apologize. Just the converse to scientific examination of past events is futurology. This branch of science investigates possible, probable, and desirable developments in the future and investigate a topic prevalent in the field, addresses future system of raising educated children and the theoretical models associated with them. What is giftedness research? If one would like to throw light on the future of giftedness research, one must first clarify the question of what exactly should be illuminated. In other words, what is giftedness research? This poses an indeed serious problem. There is no generally accepted definition of giftedness research. It is clear that it lies on the intersection of various disciplines. Among them are educational science, psychology, sociology, anthropology, biology, and history. Its individual character results from the object of its research, which brings up even more problems. Ambiguity concerning what is meant by giftedness research is easily matched by that of its namesake, gift. For interesting and stimulating discussion, see other on the what the name giftedness. These problems are mirrored in the identification and assessment of the gifted. Despite tremendous progress over the last decades and promising new approaches, we are still far away from a consensus on how to best identify the gifted. One reason for this is that gifts are not to be considered among the so-called natural concepts like the sun, trees, or oxygen. Therefore, as an investigative object, it is not simply given, but is rather constructed by the researchers themselves. Naturally, considerable deviations are found between one researcher and another. For example, there's a huge dissent concerning the rather elementary problem of determining how many gifted persons are among us. According to Term in 1925, that would be the top 1% of the population. According to Robinson, the top 1 to 3%. According to Broad and Stanley, the top 3%. According to Freeman, the top 5 to 10%. According to Gagne, the top 10%. According to Gordon and Bridgell, the top 15%. And according to Razzulli, the top 15 to 20%. In comparing the rather conservative percentage rates given by Terman and Robinson with the more generous percentage rates quoted by Gordon and Bridgell and Razzulli, one finds the latter estimates the proportion of gifted persons to be more than 1,000%, greater than the former. Since researchers do not formulate definitions randomly, but rather with intent, one can assume that these researchers are not referring to the same thing when they are speaking of the gifted persons or gifts. As long as the object being examined by giftedness research is not clear and considerable deviations continue to exist, a standard definition along the line of giftedness research is a scientific discipline which describes and explains the organization, structure, conditions for establishment, and influences of gifts is insufficient. This may at first come across as rather sparse, but there is a way out. Giftedness is a relational concept. In other words, gifted persons are gifted at some specific thing, like music, physics, academics, or chess. This allows us to identify the object, as is similarly the case with objects in several other fields of science, by means of its effects. Fortunately, there is a wide consensus among giftedness researchers concerning the relational meaning of gifts, that gifts are involved in a non-trivial manner in the establishment of achievement, excellence, and innovations. Non-trivial means that they then can be considered as causes. The definition of the investigative object of giftedness research could therefore read: giftedness research is a scientific discipline addressing the organization, structure, conditions for establishment, and influences of the causes of achievement, excellence, and innovations. Applied giftedness research would accordingly be the scientific discipline that addresses the application of the results of giftedness research to encourage achievement, excellence, and innovation. Justification for giftedness research: individuals and social perspective. Almost all the researchers contributing to this book have explicitly or implicitly stated that giftedness research will remain meaningful and significant in the future. Of course, part of this optimism is owing to the fact that one of its main objectives, gifted education, is ubiquitously perceived as one of the most important challenges in the 21st century, a point which has brought some notion to make or to consider deliberate societal adjustments to meet this challenge. As giftedness research has in the past made tremendous contributions to the education of the gifted, implementation in regular education settings, constant improvement, evaluation, it seems to be the natural ally of gifted education. However, many questions have yet to be answered, and many problems are not well understood presently. However, the lack of research finding is, of course, a strong argument for more, not less, research. A closer inspection of all the arguments in favor of a flourishing future for giftedness research shows that it can be broken down into two basic arguments. In the first place, there's a strong emphasis on the right each person has to reach his or her full potential. This also applies to the gifted. To ensure and implement this right knowledge, research is needed. In the second place, society has a well-justified high degree of interest in encouraging its cleverest and most creative members in the best possible way. This is shown plainly in the chapters on domain-specific and multiple giftedness in this book. Nations which have the expertise to succeed in helping their talents to tap their full potential in these domains ensure not only prosperity, but also social, cultural, scientific, as well as economic progress. Although the first argument should already suffice that giftedness research will continue to play a significant role, one should avoid building hopes to illusions. To put it bluntly, there is next to no doubt that the amount of funds made available to giftedness research during the 21st century will be decisively dependent on how convincingly the second argument can be defended by and empirically confirmed through giftedness research. Findings such as those of Simiton, that persons demonstrating achievement excellence proliferate innovations at a rate which is widely overproportional, are helpful. However, the fact that over the course of about 1 century, giftedness research has not been able to identify one single Nobel Prize winner or recipient of a field medal among the millions of children assessed is harmful. Even more damaging is the future Nobel Prize winners have been excluded from samples of gifted children on the basis of insufficient talent, as was the case of Nobel Prize winners Shockley and Alvarez, who were both rejected by the term in study. I do not want to be misunderstood here. By no means am I asserting that giftedness research is not capable of justifying its own existence. What I would much rather like to emphasize is that it has not been able to achieve this. There is still worldwide no gifted program or gifted school whose former students are consistently admitted to National Academy of Sciences or regularly compete for Nobel Prizes, field medals, or prominent literature prizes. Instead, giftedness research has been characterized by two unpleasant developments. First, at the current time, giftedness research is hardly acknowledged by its parent disciplines. There is no exaggeration when one considers that the article published in the 3 empirical journals on giftedness with the highest citation impact, Gifted Child Quarterly, High Ability Studies, Journal for the Education of the Gifted, are hardly ever found in the reference list in the correspondent journals for the fields of education and development psychology, educational science, sociology, etc. Furthermore, it is disconcerting that the topic of giftedness barely plays a role in the leading journals of these parent disciplines. Articles on talent are sought in vain in these publications. Also alarming is that giftedness research has, in the last 2 decades, not been able to supply its parent disciplines with new investigative questions. Giftedness research is largely receptive, even to the point of being pushed into the sidelines. However, despite this gloomy appraisal of the current situation, I'm personally convinced that giftedness research is actually predestined to become the Drosophila of its parent discipline in the 21st century. Its main topics are successful learning processes and successful development processes, which are preconditioned for excellence and innovation. The results of giftedness research are therefore capable of offering excellent models of effective learning, efficient child rearing, and effective socialization for the design of optimally stimulating learning environments. In my view, it is mandatory for giftedness research to internalize the self-perception as a scientific pace setter instead of almost exclusively applying concepts derived from its parent disciplines. The second, and only at first sight more unpleasant development, is that giftedness research is faced with two powerful scientific rivals in the form of expertise research and innovation research. Of course, giftedness research since Terman has successfully absorbed a large number of theoretical advances. Davidson mentions, for example, the change from models based purely on intelligence to models of multiple talents. Here one can further differentiate between purely additive models and stochastic models, and this is subject to more comprehensive review in other chapters of this book. I will not elaborate further. However, since expertise research and innovation research will continue to have a strong and enduring influence on further theoretical development in giftedness research. I will go into greater detail here. Giftedness research and its most important rivals. Giftedness research and expertise research. In the 1970s, giftedness research obtained forceful impulses from the expertise approach to giftedness. In contrast to giftedness research, which at the time focused primarily on the characteristics and learning potentials of the gifted and talented as prerequisites for exceptional performance, expertise research generated its objectives from a fully disparate direction. Experts, according to the widely influential definition developed by Posner in 1988, are persons who exhibit durable and not only singular extraordinary achievements. Naturally, this perspective was not alien to giftedness research. For example, biographical analysis of the lives of eminent persons are among their core competencies. However, what was new here was first the radical rejection of a purely psychometric approach and a strong accentuation of the cognitive scientific elements associated with it. In fact, it is now clear that giftedness research has been overtly concentrated on traits for a long period of time. For example, Gagne in 1993 criticized the personality trait approach in psychology of giftedness and insisted on a change in research paradigm. Becker in 1981 demonstrated that study of any psychological phenomenon is not productive if it is based on the study of its own traits. Crisis in Psychology testified to it. Moreover, Chavanina, 1995, specifically criticized the trait approach and demonstrated that traits of the gifted are results of their unique cognitive experience. Without doubt, one of the major weaknesses in the field was its neglect of cognitive psychology and, after all, aspects of learning. Again, exceptions exist. For example, Gagne in 1993, Chavanina and Kolalaya, Shore and Kanevsky, and Sternberg, just to mention a few, studied cognitive processes in the gifted. Also new was the definition of the research objective through performance and no longer through persons and their traits. Giftedness research accepted these stimulations gratefully, despite isolated pockets of skepticism, and developed them further. Elegant conceptions of giftedness were proposed, which united the benefits of both approaches. For example, the Munich model of giftedness developed by Heller, and in particular, the very influential DMGT by Gagne. The explanatory potential of these models widely surpassed that of the giftedness conceptions they displaced. Individually, these attempts at reform were so wide-reaching that even the most innate concepts of giftedness research were reinterpreted to better serve expertise research. Noteworthy among them were Sternberg's renewed hypothesis, in which talents were redefined in terms of developing expertise. As a giftedness research, one may debate whether or not in such hypothesis the relationship between giftedness and expertise research has been able to find an optimal point of balance. However, the innovative capacity of giftedness research and its potential to solidify fruitful synthesis can, in retrospect, hardly be subjected to serious doubt. For example, not only were learning aspects integrated more deeply, but also a developmental perspective surfaced, which led to a new sense of dynamism for the perspective of giftedness research. Giftedness research and innovation research. For several years, a new field of research has been developed which will be able to stimulate the field of giftedness research to the same new heights that expertise research had been able to encourage innovation research. As a telling sign of the thriving nature of this new brand of research, Chavanina published the International Handbook of Innovation in 2003, wherein several of the central figures of the investigative field had been gathered. A giftedness researcher who closely examines the concepts of the issues surrounding innovation research cannot escape the impression that giftedness research is standing at the threshold of another change in its basic paradigm. We have previously mentioned that giftedness research has long defined its research object through persons and their characteristics, and expertise research is focused primarily on achievements. These achievements, however, have always been accomplished by persons. Innovation research has completely filtered persons out of the definition of their research object. They pursue their investigations by starting off with innovative products. As a consequence, they're treading on ground very similar to the field of giftedness research. Researchers have investigated the innovations produced by exceptional personalities such as Mozart or Edison, as well as the conditions for future generations of inventions, masterpieces, creative achievements. However, a brief glance through the index of the handbook published by Chavanina would be rather jolting for giftedness research, excluding the 20-page chapter by giftedness researcher Renzulli, which Chavanina refers to in the introduction as a chapter where an author was given an explicit assignment. The central terms in giftedness research are blatantly absent from the subject index of the volume. The remaining 1,092 pages of the handbook, the term giftedness is only one single reference, and the terms talent, ability, and intelligence are not referred to once. How can it be that the terms central to the basic construct of giftedness research are virtually ignored in innovation research? Although the objects of these two branches of research should be widely overlapping, in my opinion, this is due to three tendencies in innovation research, all of which are clearly portrayed in the handbook. I hope that the first two will prove to inspire similar movements in giftedness research. As to the third, I am personally concerned that it is bound to provide detrimental influences for giftedness research in the 21st century. In innovation research, innovations are clearly understood as cooperative efforts among persons. In other words, as the result of a team, and it is not true that current major discoveries are primarily being made by effective research group. The extension of this perspective away from the individual and to the group is particularly well illustrated by Cooper's 2003 work on product innovations. According to his assessment of the field's research objective, the introduction of a new product results from cooperative efforts spanning a number of different functional areas: market research, research and design, marketing and sales, etc. Although it is quite apparent that the specific talents of individual employee can be established as a trace element of the entire success of an innovative product, this contribution cannot expect to be particularly potent in consideration of the number of persons involved in the entire process. Furthermore, one must also keep in mind that the end users or consumers always have a say in the ultimate establishment of an innovation. This in itself certainly does not justify a general neglect of the central constructs of giftedness research. However, the incomprehensible this may be to the perspective of innovation research. Second, the accent which is placed on interdisciplinary orientation in innovation research is remarkable. This can be detected on three levels. First, in the professional background of these researchers is varied and stretches from economics over historical research and psychology to neurophysiology. Of course, giftedness research has caught up in recent years, and these sciences are also well represented in giftedness research. Nevertheless, the interdisciplinary nature of innovation research is not only reflected by the opportunity for a meeting of the minds among researchers stemming from the most disparate of areas, it is also evident in the fact that in single studies, quite deliberately, methods of different scientific disciplines are ingeniously combined. This was particularly well expressed in the work done by Weisberg. He employed historical analysis to isolate the indicators of the psychological thought process upon which innovations are based. Such approaches are rather rare in giftedness research. Indeed, most talent models do not include the analysis of cognitive processes. Actually, it must be nothing less than shocking for giftedness researchers to hear that Weisberg was able to summarize the results of his analysis with the simple formula: common thought processes on common products. Hazen and Vail arrive at a completely analogous result when they summarize that ordinary personalities in extraordinary circumstances will innovate. Such assessments are a stern condemnation of giftedness research, resulting not at least in a lack of familiarity with their potential explanatory contributions. The third level of interdisciplinary is a consequence of the domain being investigated, which habitually crosses traditional borders among the in-between fields of study. In our modern society, innovations occur primarily in acutely branched and highly specialized domains situated on the interface of several scientific disciplines. It is next to impossible to define them in terms of common scholastic subjects or classify them into the achievement areas given preference in giftedness research. What particular talent does a person have at their disposal when they can innovatively improve chat dungeons? By the same token, due to the stormy modernization of newer and newer domains with blurred borders, it is becoming increasingly difficult to recognize the physical contours of special gifts at an early stage, those which will lead to achievement excellence in their new domains in the future. 3. The third noteworthy trend in innovation research results from the definition of their research objective. While giftedness research deals chiefly with the generation of new ideas, products, masterpieces, the authors of the handbook are, in addition, also explicitly concerned with the acceptance and realization of such innovations. Nevertheless, acceptance and realization take place under strong competitive pressure. This is dramatically formulated in a quote taken from the final chapter of Vanderveer 2003, summarizes the vision and energy of innovation is all about kicking some competitors' butt. Aside from the fact that this orientation is, in my opinion, rather callous, I consider it to be a scientific misstep to include a random component in the definition of the investigative object of a branch of research. Any chance market niches, unpredictable fashion currents, or quickly varying taste predilections are definitely random. At this point, I am involuntarily reminded of the words of the unknown author: innovation is when the market shouts, hurrah. In my opinion, giftedness research would be poorly advised to assume similar orientations. Essential fields of research, such as underachievement, would fall completely to the wayside. For this reason, we define the objects of our research differently. These three trends depicted here will have, as already pointed out, massive consequences on talent research in the 21st century and must lead to a paradigm change. As the number of extraordinary achievements by teams increases, the amount of explanatory power associated with talent theories focusing on the individual will decrease. Therefore, the development of talent models that also include groups will be a necessary consequence. In addition, giftedness research will have to increasingly seek out dialogues with social psychologists, organizational psychologists, and sociologists, and integrate their work with meta theories such as system theories. Giftedness research will, in my opinion, increasingly have to take new domains into consideration, those in which major innovations are to be expected. Otherwise, funding for research and promotion will start to dry up in the foreseeable future. Tightly structured academic subject boundaries and talent concepts based on scholastic success models will presumably soon have to give way to much more flexible concepts, which are more domain specific and less trait oriented. It is up to us as giftedness researchers to improve the viability of our concept and to transfer them into the field of innovation research, a field that will be under increasing demand in the future and one which is still ignoring us today. The challenge of the 21st century. It is a steadfast fact that everything changes, nothing stays the same, and structures come and pass. Mountainsides erode, buildings go to ruin, machines rust, paintings turn yellow, and organisms die. Therefore, many of our actions are directed towards stemming entropy. We plant foliage on precipitous slopes to keep avalanches from forming, mend the roofs of buildings, coat machines with layers of protective paint to keep them from rusting, restore paintings, and visit doctors in the case of illness. Quite topical in the media are discussions of assorted measures under consideration to reduce the results of climate change. Possible sea level increases, for instance, entail the danger that many coastal towns or even entire countries like the Netherlands must engage in various preventative measures to ensure existing structures. Finding solutions and the just as important optimization of defensive processes that are directed primarily towards preservation is one side of the challenge we must be in a position to face. However, we are also aware of the processes by which the order is increased. New, more complex life forms come into being with novel opportunities to engage their energies for the preservation and further evolution of structures. However, with these evolutions, we also see how the systems that are poorest at conforming are replaced by systems that are more effective at resisting decay. It has been long intuitive that systems have to keep developing if they do not want to collapse. Standstill is not possible. Indeed, the 21st century is marked by rapidly expanding globalization and worldwide competition, which only increased intensity. Products, ideas, and scientific theories have ever shorter half-lives. They become obsolete faster and faster. 50 years ago, they were about 400% longer than they are today. The resulting gigantic demand for innovation can and should become one of the central catalysts of giftedness research for the third millennium. However, in my opinion, the field is poorly prepared to meet this challenge. According to the current viewpoint, the key driving force behind innovations is creative persons. Therefore, a brief glance through one's history book shows how perceptions which focus completely on the creativity of individuals are far too simplistic. If giftedness research would like to make a substantial contribution to this, our conceptions of giftedness must be revised in several regards. A limited perspective of creativity. It has long been accepted that there are limitations on a purely individualized view of creativity and giftedness. The perspective does not, for example, permit a realistic analysis of the Golden Ages. How is it possible that in Florence of the Medicis, the work of an unforgettable genie like Leonardo da Vinci, Sandro Botticelli, Pietro Perugino, Andrea Voccio, Giorgio Vasari, Michelangelo, and Raphael could be concentrated within a time span of 50 years? In the German language area, within a good 100 years, several of the greatest composers of all time were born. Johann Sebastian Bach, George Friedrich Handel, Ludwig van Beethoven, Joseph Haydn, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, Franz Schubert, Robert Schumann. However, there are also contemporary parallels. For instance, no less than 11 pupils and colleagues of the Nobel Prize recipient Ernst Rutherford were also awarded Nobel Prizes. This impressive figure is even more outstanding when one considers that over the course of the entire 20th century, only 5 women received a Nobel Prize in the natural science discipline of physics, chemistry, and medicine. Nevertheless, differences between boys and girls or men and women concern creativity as described by creativity researchers with the aid of tests and other standardized methods have yet to surface. In addition, Rutherford's own teacher, Sir Joseph John Thomson, was also bestowed the Nobel Prize, as was his son, George Bizet Thomson. A rather obvious assumption would be that Sir Joseph John Thomson was in possession of a great deal of these qualities needed to encourage and sponsor scholars, and that Rutherford seems to have learned a great deal about this from him. A perspective based purely on individuals would obviously be insufficient to explain what is depicted in the previous examples. Rutherford was, with this probability bordering on certainty, not the best creativity and giftedness diagnostician of all time, and merely gathered the best available talent around him. One must at the very least also take into consideration cultural and social context, as well as material and research equipment availability. A more effective treatment of the topics of creativity and giftedness therefore calls for a modification of our individual-based perspective. It also necessitates considerations of another issue. Suppose you visited a kindergarten for the gifted. You observed a child asking one of the kindergarten teachers, "Why is the Nile so long?" The answer amazes you because of the Nile's length. A minute later, you observe the child asking the same kindergarten teacher, "Why is the wrestler so strong?" Your annoyance To your annoyance, he answers, "Because of his strength." Again, 1 minute later, you observe a third child asking this kindergarten teacher, "Why is the tallest man in the world so tall?" And surely the child gets an answer, "Because of his tallness." However, before you can say anything to the kindergarten teacher, he approaches you, beaming with joy and full of pride. "Did you hear the children? They're always so curious. Their questions are great, so creative. By the way, do you happen to know, in your capacity as a giftedness researcher, why these kids are so creative?" I have to warn my readers, those who are tempered to answer because of their creativity are behaving just like the kindergarten teacher and committing a fallacy called reification, the act of representing an abstraction, a theoretical construct, as a real thing. A new take on the innovation problem of the 21st century. Life without development, and this refers to innovation of the most different kind, is not a continuous alternative. This allegation applies on various levels: species, actions, groups, individuals, and their tools, ideas, the concept of evolution, the replacement of older, less appropriate systems with new, more appropriate configured systems is a highly recognizable characteristic of thought in the 19th century. Darwin used it in conceptualizing the evolution of species, Marx for the evolution of economic systems, and Comte for the evolution of modes of thinking. The Darwin example is particularly practical for demonstrating that the processes of finding newer, more creative solutions is by no means an idea which originated into the deliberations of Homo sapiens. It is as old as the necessity of the species to be able to change and adapt in order to ensure their survival. The foundation for the following consideration is an idealization suggested by the philosopher Daniel Dennett, who introduced it while investigating the role of language and intelligence. I will greatly expand on the framework, adapting it to make it apply to and work for the issue of creativity. In addition, I will introduce the allegory to which I refer to as the Tower of Creativity. Its 6 floors are inhabited by different types of creatures. Floor 1, Darwinian creatures. The bottom floor of the Tower of Creativity is occupied by Darwinian creatures. The actions they take in their habitats are not random. Their activities are rooted in the information that is available to them. However, this information is stored in their DNA. Their habitats are subject to change, and when such changes occur, the information they have access to may no longer be useful. In these situations, it is vital that they adapt to the new habitat. This necessitates innovation. Darwinian creatures are not able to plan innovation. They rather rely on more or less random processes of gene recombination and mutation. Therefore, Darwinian creatures need to test an immense number of variations before one turns out to be useful. It is often the case that such variations lead to the demise of the creature. The adjustment process occurs over generations and is therefore extremely time-consuming. In actuality, the history of life on our planet is marked by the development of innovative, creative solutions such as photosynthesis, the sense of smell, and flight. This process is driven by the mechanisms of the Darwinian evolution of species, namely variation, replication, natural selection, and mate choice. The pressures to adapt, however, extremely high, and Innovations are not always feasible. In terms of time spent roaming this planet, the average duration of a species only comprises about 200,000 years. One can then understand the life cycle of a species as a constant history of innovations to improve its capacity to adapt to the eventual point where its adaptations is no longer possible and the species becomes extinct. Floor 2, Skinnerian creatures. One of the most decisive and exciting events of evolution was the emergence of creatures which we, along with Dennett, will designate Skinnerian creatures. Skinner was the scientist who most clearly detected the parallels between Darwinian evolution and operant learning, as well as the vast power of operant learning processes. Where inherited behavior leaves off, the inherited modifiability of the processes of conditioning takes over. The development of a species was no longer only driven by variation in field testing with genes. Organisms also have the opportunity to develop variations on actions and can then select the most successful of the bunch. In another context, I have referred to these processes as the survival of the fittest. Action. Skinnerian creatures raised the tempo of innovation dramatically. Instead of several generations, innovations can now rise within the lifespan of an individual. However, they are reliant on the more or less random production of several other action alternatives, among which one is proven to be the most successful. This type of creativity is evident among children, who through trial and error often arrive at the most surprising solutions. Several scientific discoveries can also be seen as a product of chance, having come about through indirect action variations. Skinnerian creatures suffer a grave disadvantage. The process of trying things out can be dangerous. For instance, someone using the trial and error method to determine whether a specific plant has medicinal value could very easily wind up with a poisonous plant. It is interesting to note here that in some African culture, the term gifted is equivalent to the term used to describe someone with the ability to heal themselves. In order to prevent having to try things out blindly, an ability is needed, which is first detected among the creatures on the next floor up. Floor 3, Popperian creatures. The philosopher Karl Raymond Popper divided the world into three areas: one, the physical world; two, the world of individual perception and consciousness; and three, a world of human knowledge and culture, ideas and concepts, etc. Popper, 1959. According to Popper, this third world has its own set of conditions for existence as well as its own prerequisites. In a process similar to the selection, the idea which prevail are those which are the closest to the truth. An infamous example used by Popper here is numbers. Popperian creatures can move freely through this third world. Thus, they obtain the capacity to formulate their own models of the world and to manipulate these models mentally. Among the prototypical representatives of these creatures, many giftedness researchers would include Vincent van Gogh, the incomparable and long underestimated genius Isaac Newton, who during his own lifetime had already taken on mythic proportions, and the exceptional talent still cloaked in mystery, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. They have all been credited with visionary work, empowering their own spirit in their respective fields. They were able to see in a certain way things that no one else was able to perceive, and could clearly recognize things that were unclear or hazy to others. Creativity research has also investigated individuals who did not become famous. Typically, here are studies on activities in the so-called creative fields, for example, painting, music, or writing. In most cases, the investigations involved children or young adolescents who had a wide variety of capabilities, such as originality, a powerful imagination, fantasy, courage, and were able to use these skills to mentally manipulate their realities. Such capabilities signify a formidable advance in human capacity, in contrast to Skinnerian creatures in testing out the new action alternatives. The Popperian creatures did not have to risk life and limb. They did not have to execute the action in question. For instance, and determine the medicinal value of a plant. In many cases, this could be accomplished through contemplation. In a certain sense, ideas expire when they are found to be invalid, not the person who had the idea. While Skinnerian creatures survive through luck, Popperian creatures survive because they are, in a conventional sense, intelligent and creative. The opportunities opened up by mental manipulation of reality are enormous. Dennett accurately pointed out that each and every one of us is today in a position to understand ideas that would have been inconceivable for our grandparents. We can surpass the boundaries of our imagination and comprehend concepts like subatomic particles and black holes. We, like Albert Einstein, are able to envision riding on a beam of light through the universe, and on the basis of this visionary power can unravel the most difficult problems. The fantastic opportunities that Popperian creatures can take advantage of through their access to the third world are very likely the reason why so many giftedness researchers investigate creativity almost exclusively with these creatures. However, they would only have climbed halfway up the tower of creativity. Floor 4, Spencerian creatures. In going up another flight, one runs into the Spencerian creatures. In a certain sense, they draw their intelligence and creativity from the societies and cultures in which they subsist. They owe their name to the English philosopher and sociologist Herbert Spencer. He made the idea of evolution and adaptation productive for the analysis of the development of social groups. He and not Darwin coined the term survival of the fittest. The expression is actually somewhat deceptive, as it seems to imply that only one society, the fittest, will survive. In fact, Spencer was of the opinion that at any particular point in time, several different types of societies can exist and that all could have adapted. The belief that entire societies can be creative or have the potential to become creative has already been broached above in reference to the Golden Ages. I would like to elaborate this idea further with the help of an arresting study by Quinn and Simon in 1990. The objective here was to replicate a celebrated scientific discovery the eminent 17th century mathematician Johannes Kepler had access, as did his fellow astronomers, to a set of data which defined the distance of each planet in the solar system to the sun, as well as the time their solar periods or the time they needed to complete one rotational orbit around the sun. First, he discovered for the 5 planets closest to the sun that the periods increased with the squares of their distances. However, he was never really satisfied with his publication of this finding, since the fit was not good. For 10 long years, he was not able to come up with a better solution until he finally realized that the square of the orbital periods are proportional to the cube of the distances from the sun. This law is valid to this day and is known to us as Kepler's third law. If there had been a Nobel Prize at the time, Kepler most certainly would have received it. Quinn and Simon provided college sophomores with the data set used by Kepler. These sophomores were up to this point not known to possess any special talent. However, some of the students were actually capable of recognizing in less than an hour the mathematical relationship in the data set for which Kepler had needed 10 years to verify. Why were these otherwise rather unexceptional students capable of quickly realizing creative achievements for which a recognized genius like Kepler had needed 10 years? And would Kepler also need 10 years to make this discovery if he were working today? Or would this be a much quicker process for him too? The answers here are, of course, highly speculative, but it's plausible to assume that Kepler in the 21st century would be capable of making his discoveries much faster. In the first place, at that point in time, his basic mathematical knowledge was equivalent to that amassed by a good student by the end of the 11th grade today. This knowledge is sufficient to make the discovery and is now much more familiar to students. There is another even more significant point. The belief that the physical world could be explained mathematically was only first instituted during the 17th century, and this was one of the central convictions of modern scientific conceptions of the world. Academics like Kepler and Galileo were the first to actively experiment with this approach in the quest for knowledge. The students participating in the investigation with Quinn and Simon can therefore be understood as Spencerian creatures who, in the course of the individual socialization, adapted themselves to a scientific epistemic world which has command over methodological and mathematical abilities that are completely different from those which were accepted by the world in the 17th century. This mathematical and methodological background, made available through the social community, enables them to make discoveries for which, in this example, Popperian creatures, Kepler and the best of his contemporary astronomers, despite possibly superior individual learning capacities, would only be capable of making after an extremely long period of time, if at all. We should be able to agree on the fact that all persons have the capacities to understand several types of ideas and appreciate artistic developments which were inconceivable by the geniuses of our grandparents' generation. Just like the students of the investigation by Quinn and Simon, we are nowadays all capable of discoveries which persons living in the previous centuries would have been generally considered brilliant. It would be presumptuous to accord these discoveries to ourselves. As scientists today, more than ever, we are much more akin to Spencerian creatures in yet another sense. Brief glances through the tables of contents in the best scientific journals prove that publications are mostly results of teamwork. Also, Nobel Prizes are often bestowed for cooperative achievements which could have only been accomplished jointly. Spencerian creatures are, from this perspective, extremely social. They're able to realize that several innovations, creative achievements, can no longer be produced by individuals alone, rather only through the collective accomplishment of several individuals. A Surely God bless. Floor 5, Gregorian creatures. As we ascend yet another floor in the Tower of Creativity, we find Gregorian creatures. Their creative prospects are much more far-reaching than those of the Spencerian creatures. They were named after Richard Gregory, an emeritus professor of neuropsychology at the University of Bristol. In his work, he systematically pursued an idea, one which anthropologists have long recognized in a rather indirect form. By introducing tools, we greatly expand both our intelligence and our creative potential. The telescope enabled Galileo to assess the Copernican geocentric system. With the help of radio telescopes, Penzias and Wilson were able to peer into the deep recesses of the universe, all the way back to its origins, and were able to discover cosmic microwave background radiation. The discoveries made by Leeuwenhoek, who invented the microscope, characterized the so-called century of the Malcula, the world of the minuscule. Among the sensations, the era were the discoveries of red blood corpuscles in 1668 and microorganisms in 1675. Leeuwenhoek's invention is also a fitting example of how Gregorian creatures are capable of surmounting the chromosomal limitations under which Darwinian creatures collapse. It is astounding that Homo sapiens were able to exist for more than 100,000 years without being aware of the presence of microorganisms, which compose no less than 60% of the entire biological mass of our planet, and encompass a diversity of species amounting to 3 billion varieties. This is several times the number of species visible to us. In terms of our own bodies, this comes to 10 microorganisms for each cell. Only in the guise of a Gregorian creature were Homo sapiens able to discover this. In the same way, technical equipment was able to augment the creative capacities of scientists. Auxiliary resources can encourage advances in achievement in all fields of human creativity. The tennis player who were at the top of the game in the middle of the last century would not stand a chance against the modern players, since contemporary rackets paddles allow players to make hit balls in a way that were unthinkable with the materials used in earlier equipment. Further examples of the field of sports include the introduction of tartan lanes in short distance sprinting competitors and the use of sophisticated water composition swim competitions. Both of these accomplishments triggered a flood of world records in their respective disciplines. A wide variety of examples can be found in the arts as well. The introduction of electronic instruments enriched the acoustic spectrum of music. The year 1856 was a milestone in the history of painting. Henry William Perkins discovered at the age of 18 years the first aniline dye. Its primary application was of textile colorant. The first synthetic pigments launched a true revolution in the field of painting, which drastically enhanced the opportunities artists had to work with color for decades to come, and enabled their establishment of modern painting as we know it today. However, not only were new pigments discovered, but the properties of paint were also revolutionized. Who has not heard of the infamous artistic rivalry between Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo? Leonardo was commissioned to eternalize the victorious battle of Angahari on the wall of a meeting chamber in Florence City Hall. He experimented with a special type of finishing for the work of art. However, though his rather ineffectual drying method using burning coals, the artwork was destroyed. To a minor degree, the effort was actually successful, but the heat was only effective for the bottom half of the chamber, and the paint used for the upper half of the mural melted away. Were this rivalry between Leonardo and Michelangelo to take place today, questions concerning the durability of the paint would play at most part a subordinate role, and the outcome of the competition in creativity would be decided on the basis entirely of different qualities. Popperian creatures who have been favored in creativity research only have the prospect of using mental manipulation to incite their internal mental worlds to reach new levels of expertise. Gregorian creatures blast past these barriers. They design portions of their external environment in order to substantially broaden the scope of their creativity. Floor 6, blue brain creatures. And as impressive as the creative capacity of the Gregorian creatures may be, they are easily eclipsed by the historically speaking youngest creatures, those which occupy the uppermost floor of the tower of creativity. Blue brain creatures are no longer singular individuals, rather they exist in the form of cognitive networks, teams that utilize tools. Their name is derived from Blue Brain, a project inaugurated in May 2005. It is a collaboration between IBM and Henry Macram's Brain and Mind Institute at the École Polytechnique in Lausanne, Switzerland. The goal of the project is the first computer simulation of the entire human brain. Projects like Blue Brain can no longer be conducted by a single creative person. This means that Popperian creatures are doomed to fail at such projects. In order to bring them to completion, one needs several scientists, engineers, and programmers. The aspect is very similar to us through Spencerian creatures. Certain discoveries cannot be made by individuals and rather necessitate cooperation among several individuals, in some cases calling for a large international research team. But this is not all. In addition to the activities of the research team, IBM supplied the project with immense stores of computer capacities. However, the utilization of tools was already recognized among Gregorian creatures. What is then so new about blue brain creatures? Blue brain had two deficits from the start. In the first place, the simulation of the brain requires capacities to calculations which no computer in the world was capable of. In the second place, they need theoretical knowledge from the field of neurobiology, which is not yet available. Blue brain is therefore a project which requires its staff and its tools to be evolving beings, research centers which educate their own scientific offspring with specific talents and specifically develop research instruments to ensure the evolution of the field itself, are perfect examples of blue brain creatures. There are entities which, as a team, have realized their own need for learning and the need to continually develop the tools at their disposal and actively pursue these goals in addition to developing the actual innovations they are charged with. A defining characteristic is that they have, as a solid goal, the evolution of themselves and their tools in order to attain their creative objectives. Of what service is the allegory of the Tower of Creativity? The benefit offered by the allegory of the Tower of Creativity is that it facilitates more sophisticated and presumably better response to the central challenges facing giftedness research in the 21st century. In a rapidly and ever-changing world with quickly developing markets and immense pressure for innovation, routine solutions are no longer adequate. This is a restriction on the number of new solutions Popperian creatures are capable of coming up with, which also occurs with the paradigmatic normal case of giftedness research. In this light, their potential contribution to meeting the central challenges of the 21st century seem to be essentially limited. In order to remain sustainable in the future, giftedness research has to expand its own perspectives. The allegory of the Tower of Creativity suggests that in the future, giftedness research will be assessed by how well it can conceive of Spencerian creatures, Gregorian creatures, and above all, blue brain creatures as the architects of innovation. Practically speaking, it will be assessed on whether or not it can provide effective programs to promote these creatures. Otherwise, in all probability, expertise in innovation research will overtake it. Conclusion. Giftedness research will remain in demand in the foreseeable future, and according to the opinions of several of the authors contributing to this handbook, this demand will even increase in intensity. I share this optimism. The fact that this exceptional book with contributions from researchers from all parts of the world can be published is a clear expression of justification for such optimism. Without a doubt, in many countries, a great deal of hope will be placed on giftedness research and applied giftedness research to afford them opportunities to ensure advances in prosperity, cultural enrichment, and sustainability. However, as giftedness researchers, we must also propose the question of how long this trend can be maintained and what we ourselves can, or in better terms, must be doing to extend it, perhaps even how to bolster it. In drawing a summary of the contribution, I would like to refer to 3 points which we should essentially be keeping in mind. We have to be capable of self-criticism. Research is a never-ending process that is constantly producing preliminary results. It is a massively dependent on a permanent willingness to continue intentionally evolving its own methods and models. Two developments characterize the maturity of a branch of science. The first is that it is cognizant of its own transformation, in other words, its history. This has been established in giftedness research for several decades. An entire chapter on this book has been dedicated to this history, and several other chapters also take it into consideration. The second discernible milestone is whether a branch of science is open to a meta-theoretical perspective. This does not only differ in its historical considerations, the opportunity to make temporal comparisons of research findings. A meta-theoretical perspective also offers opportunities for theoretical and methodological optimization. Quality standards can be discussed, introduced and made compulsory. For example, Ziegler and Heller 2000 developed a list of quality standards to be applied to the scientific definitions of giftedness. These were, for example, applied to the editors of the book Conceptions of Giftedness, Social Cultural Perspectives, to ensure the quality of the manuscript submitted for publication. In this book, Philipson and Dye each composed highly interesting chapters from meta-theoretical perspectives to sum up these two trends of competent yet critical self-inspection and meta-theoretical self-reflection should be established more deeply in the field. A vigorous giftedness research must be prepared to actively seek out discourses with its parent disciplines such as psychology, anthropology, sociology, Instead of just applying their concepts, it must be able to reciprocally supply them with novel research questions, and a more prolific exchange must be realized. In my opinion, this calls for much more adept profiling in the field of giftedness research. It should keep its eye on the intrinsic objective of the branch of research, successful processes, learning, education, achievement. In this way, it can become a drosophilia to its parent disciplines. In conclusion, giftedness research will have to persist. It's with certainty ever strengthening rivals, expertise research, and innovation research. Let us assume that the following scenario were to develop. Expertise researchers prove to be able to prognosticate Nobel Prize winners before giftedness research are able to, and then 1 year later, someone is awarded the Nobel Prize who was educated according to recommendations made by innovation research. In contrast, those who were educated according to the recommendations made by giftedness research went home empty-handed. It is easy to see where future research funds will be flowing. In order to prevent this from happening, giftedness research must be able to evolve. It is much too closely bound to the conception of achievement and excellence and innovation I have attributed to Popperian creatures. It should also focus on Spencerian creatures, Gregorian creatures, and blue-brain creatures. This handbook is hard proof that opportunities for evolution in the field do exist. Should giftedness research be able to accomplish this, it will have a tremendous chance of advancing to one of the most important research disciplines in the 21st century. Okay, so number 2 down. So first we covered the history, and then we covered the 21st century research. So let's keep it going. So next we will look at contemporary models of giftedness. So now we're actually going to look at some of the models of giftedness. So it said this book had 78 chapters, and I plan to read 6 or part of 7 of them. So I went through pretty in detail, this whole book, and so we're just reading a handful of chapters that are kind of systematic in breaking down, the history, the current state of research, and the models and the expert approach. So let me just stretch a minute, give myself strength to read. Okay, so a handful of people watching, not much activity in the chat, but hope this is useful to other people besides for me. So just my own research alone, this is worth me doing. Contemporary models of giftedness. Janet Davidson. One powerful method for understanding, identifying, and studying gifted individuals is through theory-based models that meet high standards. Contemporary models of giftedness have evolved in part because views of intelligence have become more complex. First, 3 recent views of intelligence that have shaped these models will be reviewed. 3-stratum theory, multiple intelligence, and the triarchic theory of successful intelligence. Second, 5 additional components of several current models of giftedness will be discussed. Sources of giftedness, social responsibility, creativity, gender, and the role of the environment. Examples of models exemplifying each component will be described and then analyzed in terms of whether they are based on the relevant assumptions and empirical findings, are well specified, understandable, and falsifiable, are economical, provide practical guidance about identifying, fostering giftedness, describe, explain, and predict gifted behavior over time and across situations, and generate new research and applications that advance the field. Finally, conclusions will be drawn and recommendations will be offered. Introduction. Giftedness is an odd construct. Even though exceptional abilities have been acknowledged for centuries, There is still no consensus on what it means for someone to be gifted, nor is it fully understood why some individuals are identified as gifted during childhood, but not in adulthood, and vice versa. Not surprisingly, the answers to our concerns about giftedness depend upon the level at which they are addressed, given that educators, researchers, and other members of society define that and identify giftedness. Its conceptualization often takes various forms that differ according to when, where, and how the assessment occurs. For example, many school districts in the United States categorize children as intellectually gifted if they score at or above the 97th percentile on a test of cognitive ability. In contrast, adulthood giftedness is generally determined on the basis of creativity and distinction in a specific domain. In other words, childhood giftedness is often defined by exceptional acquisition of general knowledge, whereas adult giftedness is typically based on extraordinary discovery of a new way to conceptualize information in a specific domain. Despite the inherent difficulty in figuring out giftedness, the goal is a worthy one. In order to fully understand and foster the talents of gifted individuals, it is necessary to have a reasonable, clear idea of what giftedness consists of, where it comes from, and how it can be assessed across the lifespan. Indeed, any instructional program for capitalizing on exceptional abilities assumes as a prerequisite some understanding of what giftedness is and how it could be recognized. Furthermore, finding the sources of this elusive construct advances our scientific knowledge about the human mind and its intriguing psychological functions. One powerful method for understanding, identifying, and examining giftedness is through theory based models. Potentially, these models will describe, explain, and predict giftedness, allowing us to generalize from the known to the unknown. However, contemporary models of giftedness must meet certain criteria in order to be useful to society and to science. Bad models are best at best are useless, and at their worst can result in poor practices that damage individuals' life and the reputation of the field. As Robert Sternberg, 2004, notes, vigilance is needed because individuals who are identified as gifted receive opportunities to contribute to society that are not made available to others. Therefore, the models of giftedness must be held to extremely high standards. These criteria are similar to those cited in the literature on theories. First, the models must be based on relevant assumptions built on previous knowledge and have the best available empirical support. Second, the components of each model and the mechanisms by which they interact must be well specified, internally consistent, and testable. If a model of giftedness is vague, inconsistent, unfalsifiable, or cannot easily be compared to other models, then it is useless and potentially harmful. Third, models should be economical rather than overly complicated. More specifically, they need to be understandable to a reasonably competent person and not contain unnecessary or unclear parts that confuse the relevant issues. Fourth, the models need to describe, explain, and predict gifted behavior over time, preferably throughout the lifespan and across situations. Fifth, and perhaps most importantly, they should provide valid practical guidance about how to develop and select instruments, programs, and policies that identify and foster giftedness. In other words, the models need to be useful to education and other segments of society as well as to science. Finally, the models must be productive in generating new empirical work that advances the field of giftedness. Contemporary models of giftedness tend to be more complex and multidimensional than historical ones based on intelligence quotient. At first glance, one might wonder whether this complexity violates the third criterion mentioned above. However, there are valid and productive reasons for this move away from reductionism. First, a one dimensional view of giftedness is not fully supported by the available evidence and has been limited usefulness to practitioners, thus not meeting some of our other criteria. Second, most models of giftedness are closely tied to conceptions of intelligence. Therefore, their complexity has increased as views of intelligence have become more comprehensive. Third, some of the current models have a different goal than those of the past by attempting to bridge the gap between childhood and adult giftedness, taking a wider range of ages and circumstances into account increases the complexity of the models along with their usefulness. This chapter will briefly describe three views on of intelligence that are incorporated into current models of giftedness. Next, it will review five other components that characterize many of the contemporary models: source of giftedness, social responsibility, creativity, gender, and the role of the environment. Due to space limitations, only a sample of specific models will be presented to illustrate each component. At the end of each section, we will return to the question, is this component useful? In other words, we will analyze whether it significantly contributes to models and fits our criteria. Finally, conclusions will be drawn and recommendations will be made for future models. Foundations, multidimensional views of intelligence. At least since Sir Francis Galton, 1869, wrote Hereditary Genius, theories of intelligence have influenced attitudes and practices related to gifted individuals. Three fairly recent theories of intelligence have guided the field of giftedness towards more domain-specific rather than domain-general models. The first, the three-stratum theory, is a hierarchical psychometric theory that views intelligence as a multifactorial and relatively fixed entity. The other two, the theory of multiple intelligences and the triarchic theory of successful intelligence, conceptualizes intelligence as a complex system that involves interactions between mental processes, contextual influences, and multiple abilities. According to these two latter models, intelligence is a dynamic in nature and can change when environmental conditions change. The three-stratum theory. Based on his amazingly comprehensive reanalysis of more than 460 datasets of test scores reported in the psychometric literature, John Carroll portrays the structure of intelligence as a pyramid. The top of the pyramid, stratum 3, is general intelligence of mental ability, G, which has a high degree of heritability and underlines all intelligent actions. The middle of the pyramid, stratum 2, consists of 8 somewhat specialized abilities that influences one's performance in broad domains. These are fluid intelligence, like inductive reasoning, crystallized intelligence, like verbal comprehension, general memory and learning, like working memory span, broad vision, visual perception, like spatial relations, broad auditory perception, broad retrieval ability, broad cognitive speediness, and processing speed. The order in which the abilities are listed here reflects the degree that each one is influenced by general intelligence. For example, fluid intelligence is the most related to G, and processing speed is the least related. The base of the pyramid, stratum 1, consists of numerous specific abilities such as spelling ability, quantitative reasoning, and lexical knowledge. Each ability in stratum 1 is related to one or more of the 8 abilities that comprise stratum 2. The three-stratum model meets many of the criteria mentioned previously. For example, it provides a comprehensive depiction of the general and specific abilities and their interrelationships that underlie exceptional performance on a wide variety of mental tests. This depiction can explain the heterogeneity among gifted individuals through differences in the stratum 1 and 2 abilities. Furthermore, the theory builds on previous research and has generated a great deal more. When combined with information processing tasks, this theory can also help illuminate the nature of the cognitive processes involved in intelligent behavior. Even though the evidence for G's existence is compelling, one weakness of the three-stratum model and others like it is that the G is not well understood either biologically or psychologically. Carroll views it as a unitary dimension of general mental ability that underlies intellectual performance is particularly evident on tests of complexity or of abstract reasoning. An opposing interpretation is that G is merely a statistical artifact. Stephen C.C. 1996 argues that it could be the result of one or more variables such as biological, environmental, metacognitive, temperamental, motivational, or even an interlocking set of independent variables. Obviously, knowing exactly what G represents would provide a better understanding of the nature of intelligence and its relationship to giftedness. The theory of multiple intelligences. Howard Gardner, 1983, theory of multiple intelligences, unlike Carroll's three-stratum theory, is not based on patterns of paper and pencil test scores, or a unitary view of intelligence. According to the multiple intelligence theory, there are at least 8 relatively autonomous, yet often interactive intelligence that have evolved in the human species and are valued in a wide variety of cultures. Gardner defines intelligence as a bio-psychological potential to design culturally valued products and solutions, and each of his intelligence has its own developmental course, identifiable core operation, brain structures, and plausible evolutionary history. An individual develops one or more intelligences through genetic inheritance, training, environmental opportunities, and socialization of cultural values. There, 3 of the 8 intelligence, linguistic, logical, mathematical, and spatial, are similar to the abilities measured by standard intelligence tests, and they are represented by some of the stratum's 2 broad abilities in the three-stratum theory described earlier. Linguistic intelligence involves the capability to use language to explain, persuade, remember information, and comprehend meaning. Logical mathematical intelligence is the ability to effectively manipulate numbers, operate on relations that involve abstract symbol systems, and logically to evaluate quantities and concepts. Spatial intelligence refers to the expertise in perceiving, imagining, and transforming objects in space. The remaining 5 types, bodily, kinesthetic, musical, interpersonal, intrapersonal, and naturalistic, are not measured by conventional intelligence tests, even though they are valued in most cultures. Bodily kinesthetic intelligence is the skillful control of one's own body. Musical intelligence includes the ability to appreciate, produce, and combine tones, rhythms, and pitch. Interpersonal intelligence refers to understanding one's own emotions, motives, strengths, and weaknesses, whereas interpersonal intelligence involves understanding of and sensitivity to other people's emotions, motives, and behavior. Finally, naturalistic intelligence involves recognizing and classifying natural objects. Even though the independence of the multiple intelligence has not been fully demonstrated, multiple intelligence theory has broadened the conception of giftedness to include a wide range of culturally valued potentials. In other words, science and society have begun to acknowledge that giftedness tends to be a domain specific rather than general to all domains. In addition, applications of the multiple intelligence theory have expanded assessment by evaluating intelligent behavior in a meaningful context rather than through standardized testing. Portfolios, activities, and theme based materials are used to identify and educate gifted children. Furthermore, multiple intelligence theory highlights the importance of focusing on potentials instead of on fixed abilities. The triarchic theory of successful intelligence. Like Howard Gardner, Robert Sternberg rejects the conception of intelligence as unitary ability. However, Sternberg's triarchic theory, which is more complex than multiple intelligence theory, focuses on the mental processes underlying intelligence rather than on its specific domains. According to Sternberg's theory, 1985, three interacting aspects contribute to successful intelligence. The first consists of the analytical skills that help individuals evaluate, judge, critique, or analyze information. The second involves practical abilities that create an optimal match between one's skills and one's external environment. These abilities are used to apply, use, and implement ideas in the real world. The third aspect is creative intelligence, which involves maximizing one's experiences in order to generate new products and solve relatively novel problems. In all cultures, according to Sternberg, successful intelligence occurs when individuals achieve their life goals by capitalizing on their strengths and improving upon or compensating for their weaknesses. As part of this, they must effectively adapt to, shape, and select their environments through the combination of the analytic, practical, and creative aspects of intelligence. The three aspects of intelligence are relatively distinct. Individuals who are strong in one are not necessarily strong in the other two. What the three aspects have in common is that they each rely on a common set of interdependent mental processes that allow an individual to plan, execute, and monitor performance. Metacomponents implement the metacomponents instructions, performance components, and learn new skills and information knowledge acquisition components. In other words, these mental processes are domain general and are an essential part of all intelligent behavior. Like multiple intelligence theory, the triarchic theory has broadened the conception of giftedness and influenced the identification and education of gifted children. For example, this theory was used to develop the Sternberg triarchic abilities test, which measures the analytic, practical, and creative aspects of intelligence through verbal, quantitative, and figural problems. Unlike multiple intelligence theory, several studies have been conducted to validate the triarchic theory. For example, Sternberg and his colleagues discovered that gifted high school students who were taught a college level course in the way that matched their analytic, practical, or creative abilities achieved at higher levels than gifted students who were given instruction that did not match their strengths. In addition, it was found that intellectually gifted grade school children spontaneously applied knowledge acquisition components in appropriate ways when solving novel problems. In contrast, students on average of average intellectual ability needed explicitly to be told what information to encode, how to combine the information, and what information to compare. Cross-cultural validation of the triarchic theory has also occurred, which is commendable and uncommon in the field. Where do these three multidimensional theories of intelligence leave us with respect to the models of giftedness? Even though the theories emphasize different aspects of intelligence, they're not mutually exclusive of each other. Sternberg and Grigorenko note G is largely related to analytic ability. Similarly, the analytic, practical, and creative patterns of intelligence can be applied to Gartner's domains of intelligences. For example, someone with both analytic and linguistic intelligence might excel as a literary critic in their explanations of why human intellectual performance can be high in some contexts and low in others. All three theories emphasize the range, complexity, and domain-specific aspects of intelligent behavior. Through this focus, they advance the field of intelligence beyond a narrow conception. Contemporary models of giftedness take this wider conception into account in order to describe, explain, and predict the heterogeneity of gifted individuals and the nature of their potentials and abilities. However, the model differs in terms of the particular view of intelligence they assume and the inferences they make about it. For example, adopting a three-stratum approach to intelligence tends to result in the conceptions of giftedness as a stable personal characteristic that includes G. Moreover, these models often propose that giftedness can be identified through psychometric testing In contrast, taking one of the more dynamic views of intelligence into account results in models where the environmental and the individual interact to produce gifted behavior. Identification often occurs through context-based measurement and parent or teacher ratings. Contemporary models of giftedness also differ in terms of the attributes they do or do not combine with intelligence. Although more convergence is starting to occur, the following 5 sections will elaborate on some of these characteristics: sources of giftedness, social responsibility, creativity, gender, and the role of the environment. Sources of giftedness. As noted earlier, an important criterion for models of giftedness is that they need to describe, explain, and predict gifted behavior over time and across situations. In recent years, different explanations of giftedness have resulted in controversy in the field. Some models propose that giftedness is based, at least in part, on natural genetically endowed abilities, whereas others propose that the result of extended practice and skill acquisition. Each of these views and their representative models will be discussed below. The role of natural abilities. Some contemporary models maintain that exceptional behavior begin with genetically endowed abilities or potentials that are then transformed into outstanding achievement through the influence of nurture. For example, Abraham Tenenbaum's STAR model proposes that gifted accomplishments are based on 5 interactive psychological and social factors: superior general intelligence G, exceptional specific abilities, non-intellective traits, environmental supports, and chance. According to Tenenbaum and others, general intelligence has a high degree of heritability and can be measured by standardized intelligence test. All talent achievement requires some degree of G, although the minimal level varies depending on the domain. Exceptional specific aptitudes often appear early in life. When combined with G, these abilities can help an individual excel in a given talent area. Non-intellective influences or personality traits include interpersonal skills, motivation, perseverance, and secure self-concept. Environmental facilitators, which may have genetic antecedents, are the external contexts that help shape proficiently and creative activity within a domain. Interestingly, chance is the final determinant of whether gifted achievement occurs. An individual can be high in the other 4 factors but fail to attain outstanding performance due to unlucky circumstances. Chance includes both internal and external factors, such as an individual's genes and random environmental events. These 5 factors are often portrayed with each one representing its own arm of a C star and having its own static and dynamic subfactors. Static elements involve descriptive information at a given point in time, such as where a child currently fits into a group norms for abstracting reasoning or a number of friendships. In contrast, dynamic elements involve ongoing mental processes and situational contexts that cause a child's behavior to change over time. Giftedness is represented by the center of the C star, where all 5 factors come together. However, even though gifted achievement requires high levels of all 5 elements, the essential minimum for each varies based on talent area. To be outstanding in their professions, for example, educators might need higher levels of certain non-intellective traits than molecular biologists require. Like Tannenbaum's STAR model, Francois-Gagne's differentiated model of giftedness and talent explains the relationship between ability and achievement. More specifically, Gagne proposes a set of genetically based ability domains that include intellectual, fluid reasoning and memory, creative originality and inventiveness, social affective interpersonal skills, and sensomotor coordination. All children have these natural abilities to some extent, and each one is considered a gift only when it is displayed at a high level, like the top 10% of their peer group. Any individual may be gifted because of exceptional creativity, high levels of the other abilities, or both. Talent or achievement in field develops systematically from the natural abilities through maturation, learning, and practice. There are 3 types of catalysts that can help or hinder the transformation of gifts into talents. They are interpersonal, temperament, environmental skills, and chance, one's hereditary characteristics. In other words, according to the differentiated model of giftedness and talent, a natural ability or gift predicts future achievement in a domain but does not guarantee it. Various aspects of nature and nurture must work together progressively to convert natural ability into talent. Dean Simonton's 2005 epigenetic model gives a detailed explanation of the potential of genetic complexities of giftedness and why dissimilar types of giftedness may appear at different rates. The emergenic aspect proposes that many forms of giftedness are polygenic and complex. They require the simultaneous genetic inheritance of all cognitive, dispositional, and psychological traits required to display outstanding achievement in a particular domain. However, even when giftedness is domain-specific, some of the required genetic components may be general ones. Other forms of giftedness may be simple in that they require relatively few traits. In addition, the genetic process underlying giftedness can occur in either the multiplicative or an additive manner. In the multiplicative forms of giftedness, such as political leadership, a particular talent will not be manifested if even one genetic trait is not inherited or above a certain threshold. If traits are additive, then exceptional achievement can still occur if a particular trait is not present and the existing ones are strong. Simonton's model implies that complex multiplicative forms of giftedness will not be more difficult to predict than homogeneous ones where a small number of genetic traits operate in an additive manner. For example, simple and additive forms of giftedness are much more likely to be inherited from one's parents than are the multiplicative forms requiring a large combination of traits. The epigenetic aspect of Simonton's model maintains that genetic traits develop according to their own gradual inherited trajectories rather than appearing suddenly at birth. In other words, the development of giftedness is a dynamic, unstable process where gifts can change throughout childhood and adolescence. In cases where genes operate multiplicatively, giftedness does not begin to develop until the last genetic component is expressed. This means that some complex forms of giftedness might not be identifiable until late adolescence or early adulthood. In contrast, additive forms might be recognized relatively early because they begin with the first genetic component becomes active. Furthermore, the epigenetic aspect of Simonton's model explains why individuals might be viewed as gifted during childhood but not in adulthood. In some instances, one's overall potential may be undermined by the late development of unfavorable genetic traits, such as the onset of schizophrenia. In other cases, a child may appear gifted in comparison to peers only until they develop outstanding skills that have relatively late epigenetic trajectories. In short, Simonton's emergenic epigenetic model emphasizes that giftedness is far from simple. It can occur in many different ways for genetically different individuals. It is important to note that the three views described above are not solely based on nature. They do claim that genes alone result in exceptional behavior or that their influence is immutable. According to these models, genetic traits contribute to one's potential, yet nurture plays a role in transforming ability into outstanding achievement. The role of expertise. In sharp contrast to the natural ability view, some contemporary models propose that giftedness is neither more nor less than expertise in a particular domain. In other words, exceptional performance is a result of extended training and deliberate practice. According to Ericsson, Nanda, Gopal, and Roaring, there is no compelling empirical evidence to support the belief that genetic endowment or intellectual ability is necessary for extraordinary achievement. There is, in their opinion, ample evidence that individuals who practice intensely for approximately 10 years do reach extraordinary levels of performance in a domain. However, not just any type of practice will suffice. It is essential that the practice deliberately involve setting specific goals for improvement, solving increasingly difficult problems, concentrating on their techniques, and obtaining immediate feedback on their performance. The fundamental assumption underlying Ericsson's theoretical framework is that the quantity and quality of time spent in this type of practice is monotonically related to one's performance. This monotonic function is due in large part to the psychological changes that result when an individual's brain and body adapt to the increased demands imposed by extended deliberate practice. In addition, larger adaptive changes may occur in certain domains if deliberate practice occurs before rather than after critical periods of development. This means that the acquisition of certain skills is more likely for young children than for adults. Ericsson's framework proposes that expertise develops in three phases. In the first, an individual is introduced to enjoyable activities in a particular domain. In the second phase, he or she receives training and engages in deliberate practice. Finally, in phase 3, the individual commits full time to improving his or her performance until he or she reaches a professional level. Some individuals enter a fourth phase where they surpass their instructor's knowledge and make creative contributions to their domains. There are several constraints that limit the number of individuals who successfully complete all three phases. For example, not everyone has the motivation to continue practicing when the challenge becomes increasingly difficult. Similarly, some individuals do not have necessary external support, such as parental involvement or access to the excellent training required in phase 2 and 3. A growing concern of the field of giftedness is that our current practice of classifying individuals as gifted is no longer useful. Some of the given reasons include that there is little agreement on what it means to be gifted. The construct is of questionable validity, and the classification results in unequal allocation of educational resources. On the basis of their expertise results, Ericsson, Nandagopal, and Roaring concur that the gifted label should be abandoned. They argue that it inaccurately implies genetic endowment and potential for future achievement. In addition, the label can become a self-fulfilling prophecy. If parents think that their child is gifted in a domain, they might provide opportunities for them to obtain instruction and practice. Other children, however, might not be given the same opportunities if it is believed that they do not have the necessary innate abilities. Robert Sternberg retains the concept of giftedness and defines it as a developing expertise. More specifically, he argues that ability tests measure expertise in the early stages of development and that these tests cannot productively be distinguished from achievement exams. He emphasizes the abilities are flexible rather than fixed and can progressively change with deliberate practice. For example, individuals receive test-taking instruction, active rehearsal, and feedback that can be used to improve their performance on future exam. Moreover, the skills required for performing well in exams, such as analytic abilities and sustained concentration, are often also necessary to excel in school or for one's profession. Sternberg's model of developing expertise is based on the triarchic theory of intelligence mentioned earlier. It has 5 interactive characteristics that are internal to the individual: meta components, learning skills, knowledge acquisition components, task acquisition, performance components, motivation to improve, and an information base that includes declarative and procedural knowledge. Motivation drives these characteristics to directly and indirectly work together until an individual becomes proficient at using a particular set of skills. External context also plays a role. For example, native language, the testing environment, and familiarity with the material can influence one's test-taking performance. As the context or domain changes, so too does one's level of proficiency. Therefore, an individual may go through several cycles of moving from novice to higher levels of expertise. A tinkle, God bless. Even though Sternberg believes that the concept of giftedness will always exist due to individual differences in expertise, he maintains that identifying a fixed group of individuals as intellectually gifted is impractical. One reason is that abilities constantly change as expertise develops. In addition, the types of developing expertise that are needed to be classified as gifted change throughout the lifespan. The latter reason helps explain why a person can be classified as gifted in childhood but not in adulthood, and vice versa. Just as natural ability models have a role for nurture, the expertise view incorporate nature to some extent. For example, Ericsson, Nandagopal, and Roaring acknowledge that body and height are generally based traits that can influence certain physical types of expertise. Sternberg suggests that both nature and nurture may allow some individuals rather than others to engage more effectively in tasks that are relevant to the development of expertise. Critique of the models, including sources. Even though they differ in their explanation of giftedness, the views presented here have general new empirical research and advance the field. On the surface, the natural abilities models and the expertise models appear to be on opposing sides of the irreconcilable schism. However, the two approaches can be complementary to, rather than mutually exclusive of, one another. As John Feldhausen in 2005 notes, nature helps individuals master fields, procedural and declarative knowledge through sustained practice of, and therefore attain expertise. One positive outcome of the controversy is that models of giftedness are starting to integrate the retrospective expertise approach within the two prospective abilities or psychometric approach. Two examples are Sternberg's model of developing expertise, described earlier in the Munich dynamic ability achievement model. To be described shortly. The combination of approaches provides valuable insight into processes involved in both practice and knowledge acquisition. It also helps resolve faulty assumptions that began with Galton's publication of Hereditary Genius. The heritability of certain abilities does not determine one's destiny, nor does it mean the abilities are fixed entities. Even Galton in 1874 eventually came to the realization that nurture, as well as nature, drives development. In their explanations of giftedness, Models need a role for both genes and the environment because nature rarely works independently from nurture or vice versa. However, in their suggestion for fostering giftedness, it makes sense for models to highlight the role of nurture. Where does this leave us with respect to labeling some individuals as gifted? As noted earlier, Ericsson, Nandagopal, and Roaring, and others are ready to abandon the term gifted. This seems a bit premature given the individual differences do exist and the perceived problems with the label could potentially be solved. First, we need to come to some agreement on what it means to be gifted. The task might not be as impossible as it sounds, given that the most models include motivation, effective cognitive skills, and above average performance in a domain. Consensus conceptions might need to be developmentally based. For example, Subotnik and Jarvin 2005 suggest uh, edge-based stages consisting of an early stage where ability becomes competence, a middle period where precocious attainment of expertise occurs, and an adult stage involving distinguished performance. Second, the gifted label should not be discarded simply because it might lead to an unfair allocation of educational resources. Instead, superior training should be given to all individuals, and the type of researchers should vary based on the next logical steps in the person's acquisition of skills. Finally, given the abilities are not fixed entities, psychometric and context-based identification of one's developing proficiency should be an ongoing process. The role of social responsibility in models of giftedness. Current models of giftedness typically include more than intelligence. What they include depends in large part on what they hope to accomplish. Given that giftedness is a societal construction, models tend to reflect behaviors and potentials that society values and hopes to foster. One recent societal concern involves a perceived decline in collective civic actions. Therefore, some contemporary models or recently revised models focus on characteristics that allow certain individuals to use their gifts to increase social capital and promote the greater good of others. Two of these models will be reviewed below: the three-wing conception and its co-cognitive factors. Some background information is necessary before describing the aspects of this model that relate to this social capital. Joseph Razzulli, 2005, makes a distinction between schoolhouse and creative productive giftedness. Schoolhouse giftedness focuses on high IQ and aptitude scores and rapid adaptation to the academic environment. This type of giftedness fits the three-stratum theory well because it can be assessed through psychometric measures and school grades. In contrast, creative productive giftedness is fostered by the environment and involves the development of innovative products or ideas that will be valued by their targeted audience. Renzulli's three-ring conception of giftedness is designed with the latter type of giftedness in mind, although he acknowledges that both forms of giftedness are important and frequently occur together. According to this model, giftedness consists of high levels of creativity, originality of thought, strong commitment to a specific area of interest, action-oriented motivation, and above-average cognitive ability, the top 15 to 20% in a given area. Renzulli portrays his model as three overlapping rings because creativity, task commitment, and above-average general domain-specific abilities must work together for gifted performance to occur. In addition, these rings are depicted on a houndstooth background of interactive environment and personality factors that influence gifted behavior. Recently, Renzulli began Operation Houndstooth, which examines the specific co-cognitive factors that contribute to the three rings and, in particular, to gifted behaviors that benefit society and increase its social capital. Currently, 6 co-cognitive factors or personal characteristics have been identified through a comprehensive review and classification of the literature. These are optimism, courage, romance, with a disciplined sensitivity to human concerns, physical mental energy, and vision, sense of destiny. Each factor is characterized by at least 2 parts. For example, optimism consists of hope and positive features from hard work. Insight and empathy comprise sensitivity to human concerns. And vision, sense of destiny includes sense of direction, pursuit of goals, and sense of power to make changes. These cofactors interact with each other and enhance the constructive development of the three-ring abilities. Operation Houndstooth is still in the early stages of the testing of co-cognitive factors and developing methods to identify and develop them. Renzulli's long-term goal is to increase social capital by identifying and preparing ethical future leaders in a wide range of domains. Therefore, he and his colleagues are conducting a series of empirical studies that examine how various school-based interventions for gifted children influence their behaviors related to each co-cognitive factor. The Wicks model of intelligence. Like Renzulli, Robert Sternberg builds on his previous theories in order to account for and identify gifted leaders in the future. In particular, Sternberg is interested in why some individuals and not others use their cognitive and creative skills to promote the well-being of all concerned parties. According to his Wix model, giftedness is comprised of three interactive and somewhat hierarchical attributes: wisdom, intelligence, and creativity synthesized. Sternberg's triarchic view of intelligence describes earlier is the basis for creativity and wisdom. Both intelligence and creativity are required for wisdom. Creativity involves finding a balance between analytical, practical, and creative aspects of intelligence. This balance allows an individual to generate original ideas and products that have unrecognized value and can be sold high by convincing others of their worth. In addition, creative people have personal characteristics that are similar to some of the co-cognitive factors described by Renzulli. These include courage, passion, sensible risk-taking, tolerance for ambiguity, and self-efficacy. Although intelligence and creativity play important roles in giftedness, Sternberg suggests that wisdom may be the most valuable trait for society to seek in individuals. It also requires balance, this time between short and long-term interpersonal, and extrapersonal interests. This balance mediates intelligence and creativity with the goal of achieving a common good. In order to become wise, an individual must use practical intelligence to acquire tacit or implicit knowledge about herself, others, and situational context. More specifically, tacit knowledge is procedural, pertinent to the attainment of valued goals, and typically acquired within a domain through mentoring or experience. This type of knowledge is then used to achieve common good and constructively to adapt, shape, and select environments for oneself and for others. Like Renzulli, cognitive cofactors, the wisdom aspects of Wix is relatively recent and has not been tested as extensively as other parts of the model. Fortunately, Sternberg and his colleagues are in the process of developing and validating measures of wisdom in order to be a truly gifted contributor to society. However, wisdom, intelligence, and creativity must be synthesized so that they effectively work together. In the current Wix model, it is not entirely clear exactly how or when the synthesis occurs. However, as mentioned earlier, Sternberg does make the case that giftedness involves developing expertise, and perhaps this helps with the synthesis. That great character has to serve as the mediator of great accomplishments. Critiques of models that include social responsibility. The two frameworks just described meet many of our criteria for models of giftedness. First, both build on previous research, theories, and knowledge. It is especially commendable that they are refinements of earlier models. Second, they embody a large amount of empirical evidence in support of most of their elements, and there is considerable and reassuring overlap between the two models. Finally, one of the greatest strengths of these frameworks is that they seek to benefit society by identifying and fostering leadership that will address collective needs in a variety of areas. As Abraham Tannenbaum notes, it is essentially for the gifted to learn that great character has to serve as a mediator of great accomplishments. Otherwise, the brilliant mind can become the most destructive force in the world. In some respects, social responsibility was added to these models in response to societal need for more social capital. However, because the wisdom-related aspect of these models are relatively recent, their validity and utility have not been fully established. It is highly likely that more refinements will need to occur. Moreover, precise specification of these aspects and how they interact with models, other elements will be important. Finally, the explanatory power of the models will need to be tested against ones that do not contain mechanisms for social responsibility. In other words, these two models have a long road ahead, but they are going in an interesting direction. The role of creativity in models of giftedness. The three rings of Wick models that are not alone in their inclusion of creativity. In fact, it plays a role in most of the contemporary models, and some theorists argue that it is essential for giftedness. Other chapters in this volume cover creativity in depth. The goal of this section is merely to review how current models differ in their definitions of creativity and their explanations of its relationship to giftedness. Required productive creativity. As noted earlier, Renzulli defines creativity in terms of original production as valued by a defined audience. Franz Monk's 1992 retained this view when he modified Renzulli's three-ring model to include significant environmental components that inhibit or foster the development of creativity, motivation, and exceptional abilities. According to Sternberg's Wix model, a creative individual produces an undervalued idea, and after others eventually come to appreciate the creation, a creator moves on to another undervalued idea. An individual decides at some level whether to take these risks and overcome obstacles in order to be creative. Gruber, 1986, agrees that creative work requires continuous courage, a high sense of purpose, and the motivation to work hard for a prolonged period of time. This means the precocity, and early achievement are neither necessary nor sufficient for creative production. Instead, according to Gruber, a prepared mind, self-mobilization, and ego strength are typically influenced by experience and result in innovative work that benefits others. These views have four critical aspects in common. One is that creativity is necessary but not sufficient. Part of giftedness, other components such as above average intelligence and high motivation are also essential. Two, it involves original production. Something novel about substantial needs to be created. The third commonality is that the creation needs to be valued by others. In other words, there must be an appreciative audience. Finally, creativity is identifiable and the environment can foster it. Personal creativity. In contrast, Mark Runko's 2005 concept of personal creativity is not tied to original productivity or social judgment. Instead, personally creative individuals have original interpretations of their own experiences with the world and know when this originality is and is not useful. As with other models of giftedness that include creativity, the individual must be intrinsically motivated to create and apply these novel interpretations appropriately. The view of creativity bridges the gap between childhood and adult giftedness because it involves the same capacity across the lifespan, even though one's creative goals may change with age. According to Runko's view, personal creativity is both necessary and sufficient for giftedness to occur at all ages. Creativity is a natural ability. A third view of creativity proposes that it's natural ability that may or may not relate to later achievement. For example, the DMGT, Gagne describes creativity as an option rather than a requirement for gifted behavior. In other words, creativity is a sufficient condition for giftedness without necessarily being, because it is only one of several genetically based ability domains that may be transferred in talent in a field. The Munich model of giftedness and the Munich dynamic ability achievement model are similar to the DMGT in that they represent creativity as one of several relatively independent factors. These factors signify talent or domain related general competencies and predict later performance in language, arts, music, and other areas. The talent factors moderate non-cognitive personality characteristics, achievement, motivation, and environmental conditions like family and classroom climate. Personality and environment, in turn, moderate creativity and other talent factors, as well as actual performance in a domain. In other words, the moderators help determine whether creativity turns into exceptional performance. The Munich model differ in that the latter model integrates psychometric and expertise approaches to research. In his STAR model, Tannenbaum 2003 proposes two general types of gifted individuals: producers of ideas or tangibles and performers of stage artistry or human services. Some producers and performers approach their task creatively, while others are proficient rather than innovative. The latter type are skillful and meticulously in completing their task, but not original. According to this model, creativity is an option for outstanding achievement, but not a requirement. Critique of models that include creativity. Until we understand creativity, we may never completely understand the full range of gifted behavior. The model presented in this section are based on relevant assumptions about creativity in relation to giftedness. They build on previous knowledge and they have empirical support. For example, the Munich models are based on longitudinal psychometric study of giftedness. Moreover, some models have been revised to incorporate new findings and approaches. In addition, many of them explain the creative aspects of giftedness over time and provide practical guidance on how to identify and foster creativity. Unfortunately, the different definitions and conceptions of creativity found in these models make it difficult to compare them or to test one against another. Now that creativity is frequently associated with giftedness, the field is ready for a precise consensus definition based on objective evidence. Moreover, a consensus definition of creativity would facilitate the construction of objective and valid measures that could be used across research studies and gifted programs. Furthermore, consistent measurement might help resolve whether creativity is a necessary condition for gifted behavior to occur across the lifespan, or whether it is simply one form or even a product of giftedness. Gender and giftedness. Until recently, models of giftedness did not make a distinction between males and females, despite evidence that gender affects the development of giftedness. Girls, for example, are less visible than boys in terms of their achievements, especially as they age. Therefore, the question arises as to whether existing models describe, explain, and predict gifted behavior equally well for males and females. Linda Silverman proposes that most conceptions of giftedness take a masculine perspective. These views include the one previously described here, focus on a child's potential for adult eminence. Relatively late identification of gifted children allows more time for evidence of achievement to accumulate. Due to current social cultural circumstances, this approach gives males more advantages than it does females. In addition, it incorrectly assumes that valid measures of eminence exist for all meaningful pursuits, such as interpersonal achievements, and that the most talented individuals are the ones most recognized or appreciated by society. In contrast, conceptions of giftedness from the feminine perspective are child centered and focused on the current cognitive abilities and emotional intensity of gifted children. The primary concern is with the effects of the gifted individual's asynchronous development on his or her inner experiences and vulnerability. Therefore, early identification is essential for meeting these children's existing needs. According to Silverman, the feminine approach to giftedness provides equal opportunities to both girls and boys. Despite social cultural factors such as inequitable access to resources and societal support, sometimes women do attain greater achievements in recognized domain. Based on an in-depth study of 22 eminent American females, Sally Reese, 2005, developed a model of talent realization in women. According to this model, 4 factors: ability, personality, environment, and perception of relations leads women to believe in themselves, have a heightened sense of purpose, and a strong desire to improve their talents so that they can make a difference in the world. In turn, belief in oneself and one's purpose eventually results in eminence. Some of the foundational factors in Reese's model are similar to those found in a wide range of contemporary models. For example, variables comprising personality such as motivation and creativity are central to the three-ring conception of giftedness, like Renzulli and Monk's multi-factor model of giftedness. Other factors such as perception of relations are not commonly found in other models. More specifically, the perception of relations involves in part finding an effective balance between critical work and personal relationships. Interestingly, their approaches to interpersonal relationships seem to be one of the salient differences between gifted women and men. For example, gifted women are likely to include relationships among their greatest achievements, found that personal relationships can hinder the development of women talent in the field. In their model of remarkable women, Arnold, Noble, and Subotnick, 1996, designate 2 spheres of talent. One is the personal sphere, where an individual can excel in childbearing or foster healthy personal ties. The other, more traditional sphere is the public one, where an individual creates ideals or products that are deemed valuable by others. Overall, gifted individual gender-based responses to relationships are reminiscent of proposed gender differences in moral reasoning. Males often focus on individuality and principles, while females tend to center on care and responsibility for the welfare of others. The empirical work on gifted females and the few models that represent them highlight the obstacles women face in transforming their gifts into recognized outstanding achievement. These impediments include the impediments include low self-esteem, inequity in classrooms, lack of financial support, unrealistic exceptions, and multiple demands on their time. Characteristics that help females overcome these obstacles and attain eminence are mentors, persistence, a strong work ethic, diverse methods for integrating careers and relationships, and a strong support system. Critique of the gendered views. Given current social cultural circumstances, most contemporary models of giftedness probably do describe, explain, and predict gifted behavior for a majority of males and females in our society. Barriers for gifted girls and talented women seem to reside in the world rather than the models themselves. However, it could be argued that modifying the models might eventually result in cultural changes as more gifted girls are identified and nurtured. The more likely it will be that societal perceptions of outstanding achievement will evolve and broaden. Currently, the models that include a role for societal responsibility seem particularly useful for identifying gifted girls and fostering their talents. For example, Sternberg's concept of wisdom as promoting the common good and Renzulli's co-cognitive factors fit well into some of the attributes of eminent females described above. Not only are the models of eminent women useful for understanding this population, they're also help clarify aspects of other models. For example, Tannenbaum's star model and Gagne's DMGT include a role for chance. A natural assumption is that negative events that are out of the gifted individual's control or hinder the transformation of gifts into talent. However, the work by Reese illustrates that misfortune can often be a catalyst for talent development. The role of the environment. Contemporary models of giftedness tend to be dynamic in nature. Rather than viewing giftedness as a static entity, they propose that the environment and an individual interact in ways that produce outstanding achievement. However, the models vary in terms of how the individual and the environment are conceptualized. Three different views are described below. The person acting on the environment. Some models envision gifted individuals as having a fair amount of control and influence over their environments, according to the theory of successful intelligence. For example, individuals high in practical abilities create an optimal match between their skills and the external environment. This is done through one of three options. They can adapt to the environment by changing themselves in some respect. They can shape it for their own needs and purposes, or they can select a completely new environment. The models that include social responsibility propose that truly gifted individuals will change the environment for the common good. For example, a wise person might improve a community or consider how to help others find an optimal match with their environment. Similarly, Renzulli's co-cognitive factors are aimed at improving society by increasing its social capital. The environment acting on the person. In contrast, other contemporary models propose that the environment helps or hinders the transformation of gifts into talents. For example, Monk's 1992 multi-factor model of giftedness mentioned earlier presupposes that three important social environments, school, family, and peers, influence an individual's competency. More specifically, motivations, creativity, and exceptional abilities are more likely to develop and coincide if one's interaction with these three types of environments are rewarding. Similarly, in the DMGT, catalysts refer to the internal and external environment of the individual, help determine whether innate abilities are transformed into outstanding achievements in a domain. The interpersonal catalyst or internal environment includes a person's physical and mental characteristics, such as health, temperament, and self-management characteristics. The external environment catalyst has four types of factors: milieu, culture, persons, teachers, parents, and peers, provisions, activities and programs, and events, major surgery and receiving reward. Chance involves both internal and external environments, such as genes and social economical status, and can influence both the natural abilities and the other two catalysts. In other words, various forms of environment can determine the extent of one's gifts and talent. Tannenbaum's star model also specifies that environment and chance are essential in turning potential into exceptional achievement. His view of the environment is similar to Bronfenbrannen's 1979 ecological systems model, and that includes contexts that indirectly influence the development of a child's abilities, such as political and social organizations of his culture, as well as those that directly affect the child, like family, school, neighborhood, and peers. His view of chance is similar to Gagne's in that it involves internal and external environmental events beyond one's control. In addition, Tannenbaum emphasizes that the environment also needs to recognize one's achievements. He said there has to be a perfect match between a person's particular talent and the readiness of society to appreciate it. An individual's talents can fall into one of four categories that are differently valued by others. Scarcity talents are exactly as the name implies. They are always in demand because they promote physical survival by making people's lives healthier, easier, and safer. Surplus talents such as exceptional music and art increase the beauty of the environment and foster civilization's cultural survival. Specialized skills or quota talents such as engineering and law provide services and goods for a limited market. In contrast to anomalous talents are unusual skills that may or may not have practical value, like gourmet cooking and subitizing. The value that educators and other members of society place in each of these types of four types of giftedness determines how much attention and support it receives. Action, interaction, and reaction. According to Albert Ziegler, 2005, giftedness is not a personal attribute. One does not possess gifts and talents. Instead, giftedness involves the development of an extensive action repertoire and the increasingly excellent performance of actions within a domain. According to the actor-type model of giftedness, the action repertoire consists of all possible actions that an individual is capable of making. Actions within a domain are subjectively assessed as talent, showing promise, gifted, on the way to becoming outstanding or excellent outstanding. At a random moment, an individual may have a goal or wish to do something. What might be considered as talented, gifted, or excellent behavior is demonstrated when the individual has the ability to act on the goal. There is the awareness that effective action can be executed, and the constantly changing environment deems the resulting behavior to be talented, gifted, or excellent. The development of excellent actions takes a long time. During this time, the individual progressively adapts to the environment by realizing when a performed action was successful, when a future action will be successful and by generating variations of actions. In turn, the environment provides a feedback about the individual's action and changes in response to the actions. It should be noted that there are various influential environments. One type is the talent domain in which the actions occur. Another is the social network, such as resources and family, which can help or hinder the development of actions and the attainment of one's goals. Critique of the environmental views. The inclusion of the environment in models of giftedness is based on relevant assumptions, prior knowledge, and empirical evidence. Obviously, giftedness does not occur in a vacuum, but instead is defined and shaped by society. Supported and stimulating environments tend to promote gifted behavior. In addition, some of these models lend themselves to practical guidelines that are used to identify giftedness. However, models differ in terms of the type of person-environment relationship on which they focus. Some models propose that the gifted individuals act on the environment, while others view the environment as acting on the individual's gifts and talent. The actio type model changes the nature of the entire issue by emphasizing that individuals' actions and the environment are part of a complex system that is interactive and reactive. At some level and at a particular time, all three of these views are probably productive. Given that we have the implicit belief that giftedness benefits society, it makes sense to understand and create environments that foster it. Moreover, different environments might be beneficial at different periods of the lifespan. However, it is also useful to keep in mind that gifts are not personal belongings that some people will never receive. Excellent actions take a long time to perfect, and they occur within a complex and ever-changing system. Conclusions and consequences. How productive are these contemporary models of giftedness? In general, the current models seem more extensive and promising than the ones that came before them. To borrow Sternberg's definition of successful intelligence, the models reviewed here are capitalizing on the strength of the earlier ones and avoided many of the weaknesses. In addition, the contemporary models were constructed in response to the changing needs within science and society to view giftedness as something more than what conventional intelligence tests measure. Now, new types of models are in the field playing a large role in shaping and advancing our conceptions of giftedness. They include gender, personality traits, chance, and characteristics related to social responsibility, in addition to cognitive skills. The current models have a fair amount in common, which is reassuring. They have a broad, multidimensional conception of giftedness and can account for how potential turns into outstanding domain-specific achievement. They address the heterogeneity of giftedness while maintaining a role for homogeneity in areas such as motivation and information processing. Other commendable qualities are that these models provide practical guidance for how to identify and foster giftedness in ways that will potentially benefit society. Many of them even explain why an individual might be viewed as gifted during childhood, but not in adulthood, and vice versa. Finally, approaches are starting to work with and not against each other. However, at some point in the near future, complex multidimensional models will stop being useful if they cannot easily be tested in their entirety and compared with one another. This means that precise operational definitions for constructs must be agreed upon, and then valid and reliable measures need to be adopted in order to make accurate comparisons. Some models will need more clarity and specification. There is a danger that the essence of giftedness is becoming obscured. In order to prevent this, aspects of models that are not necessary or sufficient to describe, explain, and predict gifted behavior over time need to be eliminated. As a whole, contemporary models meet high standards. They have advanced the field of giftedness and provided insight into the nature of this elusive construct. Of course, more work needs to be done, but they have laid an excellent foundation for models of the future. Okay, so next up, we're going to Ericsson, Nandagopal, and Roaring, an expert performance approach to the study of giftedness. This one's longer. Let me just check my messages real quick. My eBay, and then stand up and stretch, and we'll get back to reading. So only 2 people watching, but hope this is useful. Okay, sorry about that. Will be right. Okay, sorry, I just messed up some of my eBay. So give me a second, and we'll get back to the research. So yeah, my numbers are way down, but that's fine. The research has to continue. Like, I wish this was more useful to other people, but if not, we still got to continue with the research. Okay, so we'll be back with Ericsson in a minute. Okay, so we're back. So just hardly anyone watching, not much activity in the chat, but let's carry on. So, an expert performance approach to the study of giftedness, Ericsson, Nandagopal, and Roaring. One of our favorites here, Andres Ericsson, the chess, who's author of Peak. Ever since the publication of Galton's seminal book Hereditary Genius, researchers and the general public have assumed that individuals need to be endowed with inherited gifts to attain elite levels of performance. This chapter describes the surprising lack of firm objective evidence for this assumption. We review a variety of findings that support the role of extended training, such as structural changes in the adaptation of mechanisms that mediate increasing levels of performance, and how these changes result from years and decades of daily deliberate practice. We also detail a new alternative approach towards the study of giftedness, namely that the expert performance approach and how that is able to explain the findings from studies and reproducibly superior performance. The proposed framework can also account for how perceived giftedness is often a self-fulfilling prophecy, as it provides gifted children with better motivational support and access to superior training resources, resulting in the superior development of performance achievements. At public competitions, their performance often looks extremely natural and surprisingly effortless. To the casual observer, these exhibitions appeared so extraordinary that it's difficult to imagine how other normal individuals would have ever been capable of achieving similar performance levels. It is tempting to view exceptional achievement as reflecting some unique innate talent of these performers. Indeed, stable individual differences in some cognitive abilities and physical characteristics, as measured in basic laboratory settings, suggest that some individuals might have inborn capabilities or innate gifts required for high levels of domain performance. Suppose modern researchers are faced with one of these individuals displaying amazing achievements. There are multiple possible approaches for determining the possible causes and mediating factors, but many scientists would agree that the logical first step would be to see whether the performers could reproduce their exceptional performance in a controlled laboratory setting. If, after repeated attempts, the superior performance cannot be reproduced, then nothing can be subsequently investigated and explained. On the other hand, if it is reproducible, then further investigations can attempt to identify the source of the reproducibly superior performance. Plausible hypothesis is how this task might be accomplished would be tested by observing and measuring behavior during the performance under different manipulations. Once models of the individual's performance are understood and supported, the researcher will attempt to determine their developmental trajectory. For instance, how was the exceptional individual able to develop their performance? Is it possible for new, unskilled individuals to acquire this type of performance through instruction, training, and practice so that they can ultimately reproduce the superior performance? This approach is, in a nutshell, the essence of the expert performance framework set forth by Ericsson and Smith in 1991. These are essentially three steps. First, the superior performance must be reproduced in a laboratory setting. Second, the performance can then be experimentally investigated and then mediating mechanisms described. Finally, the third step seeks an understanding of how these mechanisms are developed over time. Thus, our approach is dedicated to the study of superior reproducible performance. We accept that many of the individuals that giftedness researchers would identify as being gifted do demonstrate superior reproducible performance, but we do not use the term giftedness for two main reasons. First, the term giftedness is often used as to indicate innate genetic endowments or advantages, as we will discuss in subsequent sections. While we accept the possibility of genetic endowments, to date we are yet to uncover any firm evidence of their existence. Second, the term giftedness is often used to imply potential for superior performance, even according to several giftedness researchers prior or in the absence of actual accomplishments. Indeed, in a later section of this chapter, we will discuss how efforts to identify talented individuals who succeed as adults have been surprisingly unsuccessful, and how mere perceptions of talent, whether based on objective advantage or not, may actually facilitate the development of future superior performance. In this chapter, we outline how our approach might be applied by giftedness research and how our focus on reproducible evidence contrasts with anecdotal or subjectively assessed accounts of performance. We begin by discussing the origins of the science of high level of performance, often described as requiring gifts of innate capacity. Next, we present the expert performance approach, describe how it restricts the acceptable evidence and focus on investigations of reproducibility superior performance. We then take issue with the evidence for immutable limits on performance and present several relevant findings. We present evidence that deliberate practice is necessary for achieving the physiological and cognitive transformations required for the observed high levels of performance. We then explain how the expert performance approach can be used to provide causal accounts for the development of superior performance, describe relevant examples from empirical investigation of various domains of expertise, such as chess, music, and sports, to illustrate our framework. Finally, we discuss how perceptions of giftedness and talented can be explained by our findings and present our conclusion. In describing our approach and discussing relevant empirical findings, we hope to encourage scientists dedicated to the investigation of the development of superior performance to adapt a common framework whereby evidence can be integrated into our current understanding of human potential. Galton's traditional account of giftedness and natural ability. Okay, a tinkle. Yeah, Ericsson's my favorite of these researchers also. Much of the earliest work on the understanding of elite achievement can be traced back to that of Galton, seminal book on hereditary genius. Galton argued that akin to attributes such as height, intellectual capacities are hereditary and immutable. Now, if this be the case with stature, then it will be true as regards every other physical feature, as circumference of head, size of brain, weight of gray matter, number of brain fibers, and thence a step on which no physiologist will hesitate as regard mental capacity. According to Galton, whether an individual can become an eminent scientist, artist, or world-class performer is determined by the mental capacity, which cannot be improved through training or practice. Galton argued that improvements in domain performance are rapid only in the beginning of training, with subsequent diminishing returns and performance gains due to practice, until maximal performance becomes a rigidly determined quantity, representing an immutable limit on performance, where he cannot by any education or exertion overpass. Galton's argument for inherited immutable limits on performance has influenced generations of psychologists. Reviewing Galton's work, Jensen states that overall Galton's paradigm, with its roots in evolutionary theory, genetics, and physiology, has proved essentially sound. Detterman and Rostels argue in situations where practice, instruction, or intervention is applied, the most important determinant of a person's final position is a distribution. In a distribution will be their position in that distribution before practice, instruction, or intervention. Innate talents have been proposed as arising from multiplicative rather than additive genetic effects. Although superior performance in games, sports, science, and the arts is often ascribed to talent, the hypothesized phenomenon may not be fully understood unless it is conceived as a multidimensional, multiplicative developmental process, and that only in the case of monozygotic twins who inherit identical epigenetic programs would one ever predict equivalent developmental trajectories in the emergence of a given talent. As we discuss later in the chapter, we do not argue against the fact that genes play a critical role in determining the development of adaptations which support elite performance. Also, we do not question that some individuals are born with genetic mutations which lead to a disease and medical problems. Our concerns are directed against the strong belief among many modern researchers that individual differences in genetic endowments among healthy children lead to superior innate characteristics which are necessary to reach final levels of performance. As we described in the section below, much of the evidence cited in support of innate abilities derives from anecdotes that cannot be independently verified and thus are not suitable as a scientific empirical basis. Anecdotal accounts for early talent. We have all heard stories about the remarkable achievements of precocious children, or perhaps even seen those amazing performances before our eyes. Giftedness researchers often cite stories as evidence that such performances indicates the existence of innate talent. For instance, Feldman describes many prodigies of his work, such as Mac Randall, a young playwright by age 4, Van Corley and Winner. Cite examples such as Garrett, who read at 18 months, and Amy, who did algebra for fun at age 4. Historical accounts also exist of many prominent individuals who were considered extremely precocious as children, such as Mozart and Picasso. It is difficult, however, to draw conclusions from these anecdotes for several reasons. First, many of these anecdotes cannot be independently verified. Several amazing childhood stories are told about the profoundly accomplished mathematician and scientist Carl Friedrich Gauss, such as his amazing precocity of numbers and his ability to correct his father's tax calculations as a toddler. These stories, however, were later revealed to be largely told by Gauss himself in his old age, and more recent biographies do not even include these anecdotes. Furthermore, the early signs described in some stories may not reliably predict future performance. For example, Yehudi Menuhin's response to violins in concert may have been essentially forgotten if he had not become an expert violinist. This is suggested by researchers who point out that these and other related types of musical talents are often reported among all children at this age, and the age of first appearance or frequency is unrelated to subsequent music performance. We agree that it's difficult, especially after actually witnessing extremely precocious children, to explain how a young child can accomplish speech, which even some adults find difficult. Yet several reviews reveal that these abilities do not appear suddenly, but rather gradually over time. Indeed, these children usually start rigorous training at very early ages, sometimes as early as 3 or 4, and spend a lot of time engaged in practice. If Garrett was able to read at 18 months, it is likely that his parental support and his early environment was different than that of most children. Moreover, we cannot assume that Garrett is innately talented without examining his developmental history. The fact that he is young, that he is reading, is not enough. Additionally, many early accomplishments that can be independently verified do not guarantee future success. Many prodigies do not live up to the expectations by the time they reach adulthood. Indeed, it is quite common for prodigies to face midlife crises in adolescence and stop practicing, as the performance levels appear impressive as children are no longer impressive at older ages. Without the continued attempts to improve, many of these early prodigies fall by the wayside. Furthermore, several accomplished individuals do not show signs of talents or gifts at very young ages. Perhaps even more importantly, an objective metric of performance is necessary to ensure that the performances of supposedly gifted individuals are in fact reliably superior. In the next section, we discuss reliable scientific methods identifying and examining superior performance according to the expert performance approach. The expert performance approach to capturing superior reproducible performance. Given the difficulties with anecdotal evidence, how are scientists to build a sound empirical basis for a cumulative response? As discussed above, the first step towards understanding expert performance in any domain is reproducing the reliably superior performance under controlled conditions. In order to achieve this, individuals nominated as experts must be able to demonstrate superior performance. Several investigations and reviews have demonstrated that this can potentially problematic, as experts are often nominated according to prestige or length of experience. When given representative tasks in the laboratory, these individuals are often unable to outperform intermediates and even novices. For example, Dawes found that highly experienced psychotherapists were not more successful than untrained novices at treating patients. Similar reviews of decision making have revealed that advice given by expert stock analysts and financial forecasters are often not superior to that given by novices. For some domains, such as music and the arts, it appears difficult to identify true experts, as performance is often judged on the basis of technical and artistic proficiency and can be greatly influenced by subjective factors such as reputation and even the appearance of the performer. However, recent reviews and investigation have demonstrated that with careful planning, it is possible to eliminate potential bias factors and objectively judge performance in these domains. These and similar findings illustrate how individuals who have more experience or superior reputations do not necessarily demonstrate higher levels of skills at representative tasks. Several researchers have also discussed difficulties associated with the identification of gifted students. Similar to other domains in which experts are nominated by peers or selected according to length of experience, gifted students are often identified through teacher nominations or GPA, SAT scores, or IQ scores, rather than their actual most recent academic performances. Indeed, one national concern is that many gifted students identified by the methods discussed are underachievers, failing to perform according to the academic standards expected of them. The top 3 to 5% as compared to other students, according to the U.S. Commissioner of Education. For example, Johnson reported that 45% of gifted students in Iowa had GPAs lower than a C. The question arises, are these students gifted in the first place? If so, which metric is superior when different criteria often select different individuals? In some domains, superior performance is more easily assessed than in others. In sports, for example, standardized situations have long been designed to compare athletic individuals' performance, such as timing the 100-yard dash. Similarly, in competitive sports and games such as chess, one competitor usually outperforms another, and players can thereby be ranked according to the rating system. In other domains, especially professional domains such as medicine, financial forecasting, and academic domains, it is difficult to separate experts from individuals with the reputation of being an expert. Recent reviews, however, have demonstrated that even in these domains, it is possible to design representative laboratory tasks in order to reliably separate experts from intermediates and novices. These reviews have been published in domains such as medicine, nursing, and gifted education. In some, according to the expert performance approach, the first step towards understanding superior performance is to reproduce the behavior reliably under controlled laboratory conditions. This is more difficult to accomplish in some domains than others, especially domains in which the judgment of performance can be influenced by subjective factors or domains where it is unclear which tasks capture the true essence of expertise. However, recent investigations from the expert performance approach have carefully designed manipulations that enable the objective measurement and evaluation of performance and ultimately the separation of experts from novices and intermediates. Once reliably superior performance has been captured, it must be examined and development must be examined. It must be explained. As discussed above, many accounts cite innate heritable limits as the source of superior performance. In the next section, we review findings from the expert performance approach that challenge the notions of innate heritable limits to performance. Recent evidence questioning Galton's assumptions of immutable limits. Galton's argument makes at least two basic claims, namely that capacities constraining the ultimate levels of achievement exist and that these capacities are hereditary. However, recent research has revealed several empirical findings demonstrating that these assumptions are questionable. Improvements in performance long after physical maturity. Mental and physical capacities increase throughout development. Adults outperform children on most tasks, and the most elite individuals in domains perform at higher levels as adults than children. This fits well with Galton's argument, such as capacity increases during maturation tends to coincide with increases in domain performance during these years. Given that innate capacities should correspond to performance level, it would be natural, based on this reasoning, to assume that once maturity is reached and these capacities stop increasing, further increases in performance would be minimal. However, the empirical evidence on peak age of elite performance tells a very different story. In virtually all domains of expertise, the age of peak performance falls well above the late teen years, the age of maturation in industrialized countries. As illustrated in Figure 6.1, experts' best performance is often reached decades later. In Figure 6.1, expert performance increases as a function of age. An illustration of the global gradual increase in expert performance as a function of age in such domains as chess, the international level, which is attained after more than around 10 years of involvement in the domain, as indicated is by the horizontal dashed line. For performers in many vigorous sports, peak ages in the mid to late 20s, and for the arts and sciences, decades later in the 30s and 40s. For instance, the intellectual sport of chess, recent analysis indicates that experts may continue to improve until their mid-40s, and there are examples of individuals who improve even after that age. These findings demonstrate that improvement in a domain is not restricted to increases in mental or physical capacities due to the developmental maturation, because levels of performance develop for a few decades after adulthood is attained. Alternatively, the notion of a mental capacity constraining the final levels of achievement might be characterized as the difference in the capacity to acquire domain skills at a particular rate. An innate rate of learning is one potential type of capacity that might still allow for these high ages of peak performance. Many researchers point to the findings that some individuals learn much faster than others as evidence of such capacity. For example, Simonton claims that perspectives similar to ours run into numerous empirical and theoretical problems, arguing that the extreme environmentalist position fails to account for the exceptional rates at which highly gifted individuals can acquire mastery of a chosen domain. However, different rates of improvement can be explained by differences in the quality of practice. In fact, in domains of science, the arts, and athletics, interviews with top performers reveal that individuals engaged in qualitatively different forms of training and have uniquely environmental conditions different than for most other individuals. From the retrospective interviews of mathematicians, neurologists, tennis players, swimmers, pianists, sculptors, Bloom highlights the importance of having early access to the best training resources and the best teachers for reaching the highest levels. Parents of the future elite performers pay for expensive teachers and equipment and devote large amounts of time escorting their children to training and to competitions, even relocating the family to training facilities in some cases. Perhaps one of the most compelling observations supporting the importance of extended practice in expertise acquisition is that even those who might be the most talented need around a decade of intense involvement before they reach an international level. And for most individuals, it takes considerably longer. Simon and Chase, 73, originally proposed the 10-year rule for chess, and later reviews extended the 10-year rule to music composition, sports, science, and arts. Rather than engage in sustained deliberate practice for decades, most individuals never maintain a serious commitment to performance improvement for more than a few months, and thus will not attain the upper limits of their performance. Heritable achievement and historical improvements in performance. The second of Galton's assumptions cites hereditary as the source of individual differences in elite achievement. In modern terms, this equates to saying that fixed capacities are transmitted genetically. However, with the exception of identical twins, no two people are genetically equivalent. Thus, it is quite difficult, if not impossible, to investigate what happens when genetically identical individuals engage in similar training and to then examine whether they each repeatedly reach a fixed upper limit of their performance. The problem is compounded by the conspicuous absence of twins, identical or fraternal, who have attained high levels of skill. This striking underrepresentation of twins in the adopted individuals among the elite precludes the estimation of hereditability of eminent achievement. However, Clitorius discovered at least one case of identical twins where both engaged in extended practice in the same domain but reached quite different levels of performance. Such findings weaken the idea of genetically based fixed upper limits. While scientists have not found large numbers of identical expert twins, another approach is to examine the most elite achievers in populations where the gene pool is comparable, since it takes thousands of years for evolutionary improvements in the genetic structure of human populations to occur, in part due to the fact that producing even a handful of filial generation requires over a century. Historical comparisons between recent cohorts provides a method of comparing genetically comparable groups. The surprising finding is that even within the last century, dramatic improvements have occurred at the highest levels of performance. In some sports, such as the marathon and swimming events, many serious amateurs of today could easily beat the gold medal winners of the early Olympics. For example, after the fourth Olympic Games in 1908, officials almost prohibited the double somersault and dives, arguing that the dives were too dangerous and that no human being could ever master them. Modern elite divers regularly complete triple somersault dives. In music, many pieces that are quite commonly performed by experts were considered impossible to play in the 19th century. Even in the cognitive domain of chess expertise, modern professional players make fewer errors in chess games than the earlier world champions from the 19th century, and the difference in skill between the world champions of the 1990s and the champions of the 1890s is estimated around 3 to 4 standard deviations, since two populations with similar gene pools have the potential to produce very different levels of elite achievement, which is not easily explained by Galton's genetic account. Evidence of innate limits distinguishing the automation of everyday skill from the acquisition of expert performance. According to Galton, innate limits exist such that after an individual starts out in a domain, performance can only improve up to a certain point. Eventually, the rate of improvement diminishes, and each individual will reach an impasse beyond which he cannot, by any education or exertion, overpass. In other words, only those with the appropriate genetic endowment will reach the upper echelons of performance. Others will achieve various lower cutoff points according to their own genetic endowments. In our extensive reviews, however, we have been able to find very little empirical evidence of such performance limits. In fact, the only unmodifiable heritable factors we were able to uncover were height and body size, the only attributes that Galton specifically referred to as the arguments. The expert performance approach restricts itself to the examination of a domain in which the acquisition of reproducibility superior performance is evident. In other words, domains where the measurable distinction between experts, novices, and intermediates. We'd argue that for everyday skills, it is true that many individuals reach plateaus once acceptable levels of performance are quickly attained. In contrast, expert performance involves the continuous improvements of performance through the enhancements of mental representations and physical structures without settling for a merely acceptable performance level. Traditional theories of skill acquisition support the notion that individuals eventually reach stable asymptotes of performance for everyday activities such as casual golf, driving a car, using new computer software, and other common skills, as illustrated in the lower arm of Figure 6.2. When introduced to a new domain, individuals initially need to exert effort and concentration in order to reach acceptable levels of performance. Once these levels have been attained and gross mistakes become increasingly rare, the need for effortful concentration is minimized. At this point, performance is automated. Individuals no longer need to make intentional adjustments. Our reviews have revealed that mere engagement in domain-related activities is insufficient to ensure performance improvements. As discussed above, individuals with the most experience in a given domain are often unable to outperform intermediate or even novices. Furthermore, there are examples of some abilities, such as the diagnosis of heart sounds on X-rays by general physicians and auditor evaluations, that decrease systematically in accuracy with the length of professional experience at the end of formal training. If, however, further improvements are to be made, the individual must exert additional effort and concentration. In the next section, we will discuss how individuals are able to seek out particular training activities that allow them to continue to improve and avoid performance asymptotes. Although for some individual performance appears to reach an asymptote, there is no current evidence that the individuals are unable to improve. Thus, the impetus for current research investigating the possible origins of individual differences should be to understand the motivational factors that lead to small numbers of individuals to maintain effortful pursuit of their best performance throughout their productive careers. Figure 6.2, the chart performance versus experience, the course of improvement of expert performance versus everyday activities, an illustration of the qualitative difference between the course of improvement of expert performance and everyday activities. The goal of everyday activities is to reach as rapidly as possible the satisfactory level that is stable and autonomous. After individuals pass through the cognitive and associative phases, they can generate their performance virtually automatically with minimal amount of effort. The gray-white plateau at the bottom of the graph. In contrast, expert performers counteract automaticity by developing increasingly complex mental representations to attain higher levels of control of their performance and will therefore remain within the cognitive and associative phases. Some experts will at some point in their careers give up their commitment to seeking excellence and thus terminate regular engagements in deliberate practice for further improved performance, which results in premature automation of their performance. The expert performance approach, the acquired mechanisms, and their development. In the beginning of this chapter, we described how the expert performance approach involved a search for reproducibly superior performance, which it then attempts to capture with standardized tests in the laboratory in order to assess the mechanisms that mediate expert performance and their development. In the preceding section, we also reviewed evidence against the existence of innately determined constraints that limit the acquisition of exceptional and expert performance by healthy individuals. In this section, we'll review some of the mechanisms that have been found to mediate exceptional and expert performance in more traditional domains of high ability, such as chess, sports, arts and sciences, and professional domains. We will show that their domain-specific characteristics strongly imply their acquired nature. More importantly, we'll also review the evidence that certain types of practice activities can explain the acquisition of these mechanisms by identifying the degree to which the performers were engaged in these activities during the development of their performance. Identifying the mechanisms that mediate expert level performance. The expert performance approaches uses a method of studying expert performance that differs from the traditional approaches which search for correlations with psychometric measures of intelligence and other types of genetic ability. This approach focuses directly on the analysis of the captured superior performance. It attempts to reproduce expert superior performance on representative tasks in order to identify the specific anatomical, physiological, and cognitive mechanisms that are responsible for the expert's performance advantage over less skilled individuals on these particular types of tasks. It traces concurrent cognitive processes in order to identify immediate processes, intermediate processes that make the expert performance superior to that of the less accomplished performers. Once the processes are isolated, investigators design experimental tests that evaluate the causal role of the mechanisms which are proposed to account for the observed differences in performance. Cognitive psychology has developed a wider range of methods for tracing the processes involved in expert performance using analysis of latent components, eye fixations, and concurrent and retrospective verbal reports. The overall time to complete the task can be broken down into component processes with different functions. For example, research on expert performance has shown how these individuals are engaged in more complex encoding processes to encode relevant information in long-term memory. Studies of experts on memorizing list of digits show that the segments in the list into groups of digits which are encoded meaningfully and then associated with retrieval cues and other encoded digit groups in the list. Experiments show that with practice, these processes can be increased in speed and more refined retrieval cues can be developed, which allow performers to flexibly access all the different groups stored in long-term memory. In a similar manner, experts develop qualitatively different strategies to maximize their performance. For example, elite long-distance runners are able to run on the treadmill with superior running economy, the metabolic efficiency of maintaining their race pace in comparison to sub-elite runners. Interviews and field experiments show that elite long-distance runners verbally report monitoring their internal states more closely and focus on the planning of their race performance during competition than less accomplished runners. The more compelling scientific evidence for cognitive accounts of exceptional and expert performance comes from laboratory studies where expert performance is captured by tasks involving the generation of the most appropriate action in representative game situations. In his pioneering work introducing this methodology, de Groot presented unfamiliar chess positions from games of chess masters to experts and world-class chess players and instructed them to select the best move while thinking out loud. Based on analysis of the verbal protocols, he found that chess players first perceived and interpreted the chess position and potentially advantageous moves were investigated. These promising moves determined within the first 5 to 15 seconds were then evaluated mentally by planning consequences of potential chess moves. During the subsequent phase of planning and evaluation, the studied chess players would either select the best moves among the generated set or discover new or even better moves. During the following decades, the Groot account has been validated by experiments that selectively interfere with the proposed encoding and retrieval mechanisms, akin to the research on memory expertise. As players acquire increased chess skill, they acquire better and more refined mental representations that allow them to mentally evaluate and manipulate chess positions better than less skilled players. In most sporting events and real-time professional activities, such as surgery and demand for rapid execution of highly practiced activities, would seem to preclude concurrent thinking. However, even the superior speed of expert performers appears to be dependent primarily on acquired cognitive representations that allow performers to prepare to be prepared for execution of appropriate actions rather than a superior basic acuity of their sensory perceptual systems and or faster basic speeds of their motor systems. The benefit of skilled preparation has been most extensively demonstrated in experimental studies of typing. Analysis of eye fixation shows that expert typists look further ahead in the text to prepare future keystrokes in advance and thus move relevant fingers towards the desired location on the keyboard while other keys are being hit. Salt has demonstrated experimentally that this mechanism causes superior performance by revealing that when typists are restricted from looking ahead in the text by displaying only one word at a time on the computer screen, experts' typing speed is reduced almost to the level of novice typists who cannot rely on looking ahead to any useful degree. The earlier studies of the rapid reaction of athletes, such as hockey goalies, tennis players, and baseball batters, involves tasks where athletes were asked to predict future outcomes from pictures and films without any time pressure. More recent studies have included vision in real time, while elite athletes execute representative tasks and thus preserve the real time constraints of naturally occurring game situations. Under these conditions, researchers have experimentally demonstrated that more skilled athletes are better able to use anticipatory cues to guide their motor responses than less skilled athletes. Expert performers do not simply acquire superior anticipation skills, but also acquire superior control over their motor actions. For example, an increased levels of expertise, athletes such as figure skaters are able to perform more complex behaviors such as triple axel jump. Furthermore, expert performers such as athletes and musicians acquire the ability to reproduce the same motor actions consistently when they want to do so. For example, expert golfers are more consistent in executing the same putt than less skilled players. Similarly, studies of expert musicians have shown that they're able to control their performance in a flexible manner. Interestingly, recent reviews propose that there are specific neurological adaptation associated with experts' acquired cognitive and physiological advantages. Most importantly, these acquired mechanisms are tightly integrated with the demands of the representation task of the domain of expertise and thus do not generalize to other domains, with different demands for perceptual discriminations, working memory, and motor behavior. In fact, differences in strength, flexibility, and endurance that characterize the best performance in sports and artistic performance show the same specificity to the physiological demands of the task. Investigations have demonstrated that the proportion of slow twitch muscle fibers favoring endurance is only abnormal for the muscle groups involved in the target activity. Capillary supply and metabolic changes are increased only for the relevant motor systems. For example, Tesh and Carlson found that optimal muscle fiber distributions of elite athletes' muscles are only observed for muscles specifically trained for a sport, like legs of a runner or back muscles of kayakers, with no observable differences in untrained muscles. In some, expert performance approaches use a variety of techniques to objectively measure performance and capture expert-novice differences. The results from numerous investigations demonstrate that expert performance is primarily mediated by acquired mental representations which allow the experts to anticipate courses of action, to control those aspects that are relevant to generating their superior performance, and to evaluate alternative courses of action during performance or after the completion of the competition. The development of expert performance. The expert performance approach has shown that it is possible to measure individuals' performance independent of age and gender, and thus graph the development of performance as a function of years of training. As we illustrated earlier in Figure 6.1, Bloom and his colleagues have shown that elite athletes and other performers have different developmental histories compared to their less accomplished peers. Elite performers start early with supervised training and gain access to the best training environments. Ralph Cramp, Clemens, Tesh Romer, and Ericsson tried to go beyond Bloom and his colleagues' work in describing the necessary resources and condition for elite performance, focusing on those training activities that could explain individual differences among high-level performers, like violinists with over 10 years of training. Based on a review of laboratory studies of learning and skill acquisition during the last century, we found that improvements in performance was virtually uniformly observed when individuals were given tasks with a well-defined goal, were provided with feedback, and had ample opportunities for repetition. The associated deliberate effort to increase one's performance beyond its current level were found to require problems solving in the search for better methods to perform the task. when individuals engage in a practice activity of a task typically designed by their teacher with full concentration on improving some aspect of the performance. Ericsson called the activity deliberate practice. The requirement for concentration on improving performance differentiates deliberate practice from both routine performance and playful engagement, as these two types of activities would, if anything, merely strengthen the current cognitive mechanism rather than modify them to allow increases in the level of performance. The original research on expert violinist practice led to the empirical assessment of deliberate practice in music rather than the amount of music-related activities such as listening to music, performing music, and engaging in playful music making with one's peers. The critical activity is solitary practice, where individuals strive to meet specific goals determined by their music teacher during weekly lessons. Greater amounts of solitary music practice accumulated during the musician's development is associated with higher levels of attuned music performance, even for musicians who have spent over 10 years studying music. Similarly, in chess, Charnas and colleagues found somewhat surprising that the number of chess games played was not related to the level of chess skill. In fact, the amount of solitary chess study was clearly the best predictor of chess skill. When solitary study was statistically controlled, there was only a very small benefit from other types of chess playing expertise, such as the number of games played in chess tournaments. Solitary study in chess involves the examination of chess games by masters. Chess students review each move of the game and try to anticipate the move made by the masters. When players compare their selected move against the one selected by the master, they get feedback on the quality of their move. When the chess master selected a different move, the player can analyze the position to uncover the rationale for the master's superior move by planning out the consequences of the move, and this activity meets the criterion for deliberate practice. Similar findings of the importance of solitary practice over competing or playing with others has been obtained by Duffy, Baluk, and Ericsson for expert performers in dart throwing, where feedback is immediate, and by Starks, Deacon, Allard, Hodges, and Hayes for expert figure skaters, where feedback is received in the form of successful completion of jumps and is augmented by verbalized comments by coaches. Athletes in these domains can use this feedback to identify and then work on weaknesses in their performance by repeating the targeted activity, first in isolation and then increasingly complex context. When targeting specific weaknesses, the athletes can often observe their own improvements in practice within days or weeks of practice. Scientific accounts of the acquisition of expert performance and its mediating mechanisms. A complete scientific account of exceptional and expert performance needs to be able to explain how performance developed, the complex cognitive mechanisms, improved physiological adaptation, and other factors that mediate the superior performance. The central thesis of the expert performance approach is that experts continually engage in deliberate practice activities, and that the engagement in these activities causes refinement in the maintenance of the mediating mechanism. In contrast, less accomplished individuals do not engage in deliberate practice activities. Once they have reached an acceptable level, they simply perform the domain-relevant activities, and as a result, their performance becomes less effortful and increasingly automated, and thus is stabilized in arrested form. For example, in many recreational and everyday activities, such as skiing, tennis, typing, board games, and driving a car, an acceptable level of performance is attained after some limited period of training and expertise, often less than 50 hours for many leisure-type activities. As individuals' recreational performance improves to a point where obvious correctable errors are no longer made, the execution of the behavior tends to become increasingly automated, thus reducing conscious control and limiting those individuals' ability to make intentional specific adjustments. When individuals have automated their performance, further experience will no longer be associated with any marked improvement, and the length of accumulated experience will not be related to attained level of performance. In the next section, we describe how engagement in deliberate practice leads to the cognitive and physiological adaptations necessary for expert performance. A wealth of empirical findings in support of the expert performance approach comes from sports domains, and we will discuss some of these key studies and their results to illustrate our framework. It should be noted, however, that our framework does not solely apply to sports. There are indeed numerous relevant findings from other domains which will also be discussed. Towards detailed causal accounts of the development of expert performance in sports. The fundamental assumption of the expert performance approach is that the development of expert performance occurs gradually through a sequence of incremental changes and refinements corresponding mediating mechanism. This means that it should be possible, at least in principle, to describe the development of a performance for a given individual as a sequence of specific cognitive and physiological changes to mechanisms that allow the generation of superior expert performance, as shown in Figure 6.3. According to the theoretical framework, reliable improvements in performance have definite identifiable causes, such as growth due to development factors and adaptive responses to changes in the structure and intensity of practice activities. Each observable transition to a different structure of the mechanisms, as illustrated in Figure 6.3, must be explained. Ultimately, a complete theory must be able to account for the development and refinement of all associated biological and cognitive mechanisms that contribute to the execution of expert performance. The same theory must also be able to explain many of the differences in the physiological system and anatomical features of the bodies of superior athletes who excel in various types of events. To understand the causal mechanisms underlying the statistical correlation between reported amount of practice and levels of performance, we need to search for causal, preferably biological and chemical effects that can explain the detailed processes of the specific changes caused by an engagement in particular practice activities. A key challenge for aspiring expert performance is to avoid the normal tendency towards reduced effort and the arrested development associated with automaticity. The developing expert performer actively counteracts this trend by deliberately constructing and seeking out training situations in which the set of goals exceeds the current level of attainable performance in domains such as sports, where strength, endurance, or flexibility is important. The expert performers keep pushing themselves during training to go beyond their current physiological adaptations to reach new and more far reaching changes. So, you have performance versus development. A schematic illustration of the acquisition of expert performance is a series of states of mechanisms for monitoring and guiding future improvements of specific effects of performance. The greatest advances in the development of detailed causal biological and chemical models have been made in applied physiology, whereas researchers have proposed detailed accounts of changes in mediated physiological and anatomical characteristics in response to intense training. In the next subsection, we discuss some of the relevant findings demonstrated in the physiological changes caused by sustained engagement in deliberate practice. Improving the physiological and automatic mechanisms that mediate performance. When most healthy individuals reach adulthood, their bodies and physiological systems will remain relatively unchanged for several decades if they continue their habitual level of activity. This, however, does not imply that the body is incapable to change in response to dramatic changes in people's patterns of mental or physical activity. Mammalian bodies have evolved to cope with short-term fluctuations in physiological demands. A fundamental role of the human body is to protect the homeostasis of many trillions of cells so that they can function within their preferred temperature range and be provided a sufficient supply of oxygen, water, and energy. When individuals engage in physical sport activities, however, the metabolism of the active muscle fibers increases and supply of oxygen and energy within these muscle cells depletes and supplies are extracted from the nearest blood vessels. To preserve homeostasis of the cells, the body activates various content countermeasures, negative feedback loops, for example, enhanced breathing rates, increase oxygen uptake, and decrease carbon dioxide concentrations in the blood. By converting energy from energy stores in the liver and elsewhere, the available energy circulating in the blood is replenished, and the increased rate of blood circulation distributes these commodities to the system of the body with the greatest needs. However, if individuals deliberately push themselves beyond their comfort zones and engage in sustained strenuous physical activity, they will overpower the available mechanisms protecting homeostasis and induce an abnormal state for cells in some physiological systems. These states will involve insufficient levels of certain vital elements and compounds, such as oxygen and energy-related compounds, which force metabolic processes to change and produce alternative biochemical products. These biochemical products will trigger the activation of the genes in a massive storage of dormant genes within the cell's DNA. The activated genes will turn on biochemical systems designed to stimulate body reorganization and adaptive changes. Recent research has been able to analyze the chemical contents of cells, such as activated genes and proteins, and study changes in response to vigorous activities such as physical exercise. For example, over 100 different genes are activated and expressed in mammalian muscles in response to intense physical exercise. The process of causing physiological change by overloading the physiological system is well illustrated in efforts to increase aerobic fitness. For example, it is well known that jogging and exercise of modest intensity and duration does not improve young active adults' aerobic fitness. Scientific studies show that it is necessary for young adults to reach a certain threshold in the intensity of their physical exercise in order to reliably improve their aerobic fitness. Specifically, young adults need to exercise at least 2 or 3 times each week for at least 30 minutes per session with a sustained heart rate that exceeds 70% of their maximal level, around 140 beats per minute for someone with a maximal heart rate of 200. Extended physical activity at these high levels of intensity causes abnormal metabolic conditions that produce chemical components that activate genes, which in turn induce changes in cells and organs. It is, however, not simple to induce the metabolic conditions that will trigger change. For example, when adults start to jog on a weekly basis, early weeks of training involve the coordination of firing of the fibers and involved muscles. Once the individual is able to induce coordinated, sustained activity of the muscle fibers can be activated as long as there is sufficient transport of blood to sustain a steady supply of oxygen and glucose. When these concentrations become too low, it will trigger biochemical activity, which in turn stimulates the growth of new capillarities. Similarly, it is possible to attain improvements of strength and endurance when individuals keep engaging the cycle of overloading some systems or subsystems, increasing intensity, frequency, or duration on a weekly basis that will eventually induce physiological adaptation. Once the new adaptation is attained, the individual must induce a new overload by pushing the adapted physiological system outside the current comfort zone to trigger additional physiological growth and further adaptation. Induce changes in elite performers' physiological and anatomical characteristics. There are many types of physiological and anatomical characteristics that distinguish elite performers from less accomplished performers. Acquisition of these characteristics is consistent with acquired adaptations to increased demands induced by their intense and extended engagement in practice activities. For example, the larger hearts of endurance runners have been shown to engage only after years of extended intense practice, and their heart appears to grow in response to continued physiological challenge, increased intensity and duration of physical training. More recent evidence on Olympic level athletes engaged heart enlarged heart provides even more compelling support for the acquired nature of these adaptations. When these athletes stop or even significantly reduce their training amounts at the end of their careers, their enlarged hearts eventually revert back towards average size. The expert performance approach describes the acquisition of the expert's physiological characteristics as a sequence of adaptations where practice activities include critical states in cells and physiological systems that trigger as well as maintain these adaptations. This means that acquiring or changing physiological characteristics cannot easily be attained in any order, and that the possibility of inducing adaptations will depend on the stage of general development of children and adolescents. For example, some specific practice activities appear to alter anatomical characteristics in an irreversible manner when they are attained during certain critical development periods. Ballet dancers' ability to turn out their feet and the baseball pitchers and handball players' ability to stretch back their throwing arm are linked to stretching while practicing and associated movements when the children's bone and cartilage in their joints are being calcified in late childhood. Attempts by handball players to attain similar adaptations at much older ages through practice have been found to be unsuccessful and often result in chronic shoulder pain. Physiological changes are not limited to muscles, cartilage, bones, hearts, and capillaries. There is now compelling evidence that even the development of the brain, especially the myelinization, can be dramatically changed by practice, although some researchers may argue that gifted individuals maintain their performance advantage because of the structural and functional neurological advantages. Extensive studies have documented practice-induced changes with brain scans of musicians during childhood and adolescence. Such findings suggest that engagement in early relevant practice activities cause the adaptations, neurological, physiological, and cognitive, necessary to sustain elite levels of performance. Indeed, reviews have also indicated that key physiological changes associated with some sports may be more easily brought about during early development rather than during adolescence or adulthood. Furthermore, recent research suggests that there is a relationship between reading ability and the development of white matter in children, and that this effect strengthens over time with increased reading experience. General reasons for individual differences. According to the reviewed findings, Most individual differences in elite achievement appears to be explainable by physiological characteristics acquired through a long series of adaptations. Each adaptation is induced by biochemical responses to the strain induced by particular practice activities at appropriate ages or stages of physiological development. The expert performance framework identifies a few different possible reasons for the inability of individuals to reach expert levels of performance. First, individuals may lack certain types of genes in their genetic endowment, innate talent, that are necessary for the acquisition of expert performance. However, the currently available evidence supporting the existence of genes that provide a firm, immutable advantage among healthy individuals is limited to height and body size. Second, the expert performance approach has found that the primary factors controlling the acquisition of expert performance involve the extended engagement in deliberate practice necessary to induce the extended series of adaptations. The expert performance approach does accept, however, that there are relevant influences to performance which can occur prior to the engagement in extensive training. It is possible, for instance, that differences related to motivational support, access to early training instruction, and availability of the best training resources lead to differences in the attained level of performance at a given age. In the next section, we will discuss some environmental factors that have been linked to successful acquisition of expert performance. The effects of perceived talent. As discussed in the introduction to this chapter, one of the reasons we do not use the term giftedness is that the term is often used to imply potential for future superior performance, even in the absence of actual accomplishments. Indeed, talent scouts and educational authorities have often used the giftedness label without considering factors that may have led to perceptions of giftedness and without fully appreciating that those labeled gifted are often given access to special resources which may ultimately lead to their outstanding performance. Reviewers have indicated that talent identification in children has been largely unsuccessful, demonstrating consistent failures with the identification of future exceptional performers in sports and arts. Specifically, such identification methods often assume that talented individuals have the potential to achieve superior performance without as much training as other non talented and less talented individuals, and that these advantages are evident in performance at an early age. Recent research has uncovered some interesting factors that have been related to the acquisition of expert levels of performance. These factors are particularly interesting as they seem to support the important role of early success in the perception of advantages attributed to innate talent. In the next subsections, we discuss these factors and describe how perceptions of talent are often spurious and can have potential negative effects. The relative age effect. In hockey, professional athletes are up to 6 times more likely to be born during some months of the year than others. This has been dubbed the birth date effect or relative age effect and occurs primarily due to the effects of perceived talent early in these professionals' careers. Specifically, when children participate in sports, they are often grouped together in the age cohorts. Children born between January 1st and December 31st in a given school year are grouped together to form teams. As a result, the oldest children in each team will be almost a year older than the youngest. For very young children, 1 year entails significant physical and cognitive maturation, and thus the older children are physically larger and appear more talented to coaches who may not know that the children's birthday. The older children are then selected into talent groups wherein they receive access to training resources that the younger children would not have access to. This in turn magnifies their relative performance advantages by accelerating their development. Mush and Hay have reviewed the evidence for the relative age effect and almost conclusively linked the effect to those talent identification errors. Furthermore, in a compelling study by Helson, Starks, and Van Winkle, analyzed a natural experiment involving date changes in age cohorts. In Belgium, young soccer players are usually grouped together in cohorts from August 1st to July 31st. As a result, the oldest and thus most successful players were born in August, September, and October, where the cohort range changed in 1997 to the time frame from January 1st to December 31st. Within a year, the months during which the most successful players were born also changed. The children from January to March. The relative age effect demonstrates that early success relative to one's peers can have a long-term effects in domains where talent scouts and coaches seek talented individuals in order to provide them with the best training environments. In these domains, early success serves as a trigger for better training conditions that likely are the real cause of the long-term success of these individuals. How early training can cause adaptations that are perceived as innate talents and gifts. Parents are often pleased with when their infant shows signs of interest towards music, the arts, sports, or academia. Often, these signs of interest are mistaken for indicators of early talent, and as a result, parents provide their children with regular instruction and supervised practice. Training can begin very early, sometimes as early as 3 or 4 years of age, which means that some children have the advantage of several years' worth of practice over their peers in one or more domains. Several giftedness researchers have argued that gifted students engage in large quantities of deliberate practice. For example, according to Heilergard, parents of children in the gifted program for the visual arts report that their children devote immense amounts of time to practice activities such as drawing and copying. In fact, they spent more time engaged in these activities than many of the best musicians in our study, even spent in solitary music practice at comparable ages. Winner has also reviewed how gifted students are characterized by a rage to master, where they exhibit intense, almost obsessive interest in a domain and an ability to focus their attention sharply. This early engagement in the deliberate practice may have especially large adaptive responses in some domains. For example, the acquisition of perfect pitch, the ability to name individual tones presented in isolation, can be obtained if appropriate training and feedback is given between the ages of 3 and 5 years. However, the ability is much more difficult to acquire as an adult. Abilities acquired during a critical period, such as perfect pitch, could be misidentified as innate sources of talent. We discussed in an earlier section other examples of physiological modifications that occur primarily during early development, such as foot turnout in ballet dancers and pitch arm movements in baseball players, where the modifications are created during the point in growth when bones are still being calcified. In some, our reviews suggest that early talent identification attempts to have been largely unsuccessful, as talent scouts and coaches may not appreciate these factors, such as birth date, may lead to the perception of talent. Furthermore, the contribution of other environmental factors, such as parental support and early practices activities during critical periods, are often overlooked. Those identified as gifted are often granted access to special exclusive training resources, which further perpetuates their performance advantages. We argue that the label of gifted, insofar as it refers to genetic endowments or potential for subsequent performance, is tenuous and can even be detrimental, as it may lead to an unfair allocation of superior training resources. We would agree with recent researchers who have questioned the gifted label and support an abandonment of the term. Conclusions. In the introduction to this chapter, we discussed the finding that much of the empirical data cited in support of giftedness fails to meet the scientific standards for reproducibility of superior performance. We then discussed Galton's idea of individual differences and innate limits for exceptional performance, and reviewed evidence questioning the existence of firm asymptotes for the attainable performance of individuals. We will then describe the mechanisms that have been found to mediate the acquisition of performance through training and deliberate practice. We have not found any rigorous reproducible evidence that innate abilities excepting height and body size prevent healthy individuals from attaining expert levels of performance. Traditional accounts of talented achievement have been based on the inability of other accounts based on learning to explain various forms of exceptional performance. However, in the last few decades, it has become possible to develop genetic accounts of giftedness that depend on the successful identification of genes and combinations of genes and DNA, which gifted individuals uniquely possess. In writing this chapter, we have found it interesting that the project of identifying unique genes which are able to explain the exceptional superior performance of gifted individuals has been remarkably unsuccessful. Even more importantly, often finding any such genes, a complete genetic account of the development of the exceptional achievement must ultimately explain how these unique genes are activated and expressed during development. This account must explain how these genes, in conjunction with extended deliberate practice, are able to modify the physiological and anatomical attributes that account for the measured exceptional ability. All theoretical accounts of exceptional achievement must be based on genetics, learning, and development, and propose increasingly detailed and complete accounts of the associated development of observable behavior. Any comprehensive theory must describe how the development of performance is mediated by activities, environments, and those genes common to all healthy humans, and how unique activities, environments, and genes are selectively available only to those individuals who attain exceptional expert levels of performance. We want to encourage investigators of giftedness, high ability, and expert performance to adopt a common empirical framework where adult skills are conceptualized as a sequence of acquired states of measurable levels of mastery. With such a general framework, it would be possible to integrate knowledge within and between domains of expertise, as well as identify extraordinary empirical findings that should be replicated and explored with experimental investigations. A deeper understanding of the human potential for development and how individual different goals for achievement can be attained by particular training methods will provide motivated individuals with the freedom and encouragement to continue on the road to excellence. Ajit, thanks. God bless. Hare Krishna. Postscript. We are grateful to Larissa Shavanina to let us read and comment on Gagne's chapter in this handbook. However, after reading his chapter, we felt disappointed. The purpose of our chapter and the target article in High Ability Studies was to search for a common ground in order to start a discussion and dialogue with researchers studying high ability about mutually agreed scientific evidence and the theoretical interpretations within competing frameworks. We think Gagne's chapter is inciting researchers to move away from a science of high ability and essentially establish a separate interest group, the pronats, to fight the imaginary enemy, the antinats. Gagne's opinion is not representative of those researchers of high ability. Those who are interested in attempts to resolve or at least advance the discussion of the role of non-genetic factors in the development of high ability need to know that Gagne's reactions appear to be unique among the premier researchers studying high ability and innate talent. Among the world-famous researchers of high ability commenting on our target article in High Ability Studies, the majority of the commentators were kind enough to compliment us on our target article scope and depth of its review, even though many expressed a disagreement with some of our views and interpretation, the kind of response that we'd been hoping for. Simiton wrote that environmental variables, including deliberate practice, explain most but not all of the variance and extraordinary accomplishments, and then described new evidence that he cited and supported genetic influences in the attainment of exceptional performance. Shavanina describes several unique characteristics of elite performers who conclude that we do not know for sure whether deliberate practice alone shaped these abilities or if it only crystallized them. Furthermore, Van der Werf proposed an intriguing explication of the brain mechanisms that mediate the effects induced by deliberate practice. In dramatic contrast to these constructive commentaries, Gagne began his commentary by arguing that the majority of researchers commenting on Howe's target article in 1989 argue for evidence of innate genetic talents. He further claimed that our target article did not present any progress and that presented arguments against Ho remained invalid. Our analysis of the 14 commentators on Ericsson's target article showed that 13 of them, all except Gagne, explicitly noted the progress that had been made towards identifying the scientific evidence which will form the empirical foundation of a science of high ability. As a result, we are optimistic that our chapter and our target article and the associated commentaries, along with our reply, have led to improved understanding of the reproducible evidence on the structure and development of high ability and prepared researchers for a science of high ability. Gagne's allegations of failure to discuss embarrassing findings, the advantage of African athletes. It is unfortunate that Gagne, this volume, was unable to read the other commentaries to our target article and our associated reply. Had Gagne read all the other commentaries more carefully, he would have avoided claiming that our target article had intentionally failed to discuss embarrassing findings for the deliberate practice approach, such as the racial advantage of African Americans, Africans, and Caribbean athletes, and our response to high ability studies. To Gagne's commentary and his allegations that we failed to discuss genetic advantage of athletes of African descent, we pointed out that we have discussed this issue of genetic differences in athletes extensively in other papers. Furthermore, we showed that Enton, in his book Taboo, Why Black Athletes Dominate Sports and Why We're Afraid to Talk About It, concedes that he knew of no solid evidence for individual genes that could reliably explain the superiority of runners with African ancestry, such as Kenyans. Rather, Enton stated that he merely believes scientific evidence for such genes will eventually emerge in the future. In direct opposition to this belief, more recent research on the compelling performance advantage of Kenyan runners and long-distance events points to alternative accounts based on physiological differences induced by physical activity at high altitudes during childhood. More generally, we responded to the long list of charges made in Gagne's commentary in our reply, and so we will not repeat our answers in this postscript. Instead, we will focus on Gagne chapter where he is unable to accurately describe our ideas and arguments. First, we will discuss a series of instances where he seems to fail to understand our claims and spends pages refuting claims that we never made. Second, we will discuss Gagne's charge of scientific misconduct concerning the omission of the Baltz and Kliegel 1992 finding of testing the limits. Finally, we'll review concerns about Gagne's practice of citing people's opinions about what they expect to find in the future rather than acknowledging the absence of currently reproducible evidence. Gagne's major misunderstanding: what constitutes a domain of expertise? As evidenced in the first point, Gagne of this volume quoted on several occasions one of our sentences and then presumably unintentionally restates our position incorrectly and then proceeds to argue against the misstated claim. Gagne cites our claim that we have found no studies that have demonstrated that IQ is predictive of achievement in domains where reliable superior performance has been collected meeting our earlier criteria. He disregards important points that precedes this quote in our target article and spends several pages reviewing significant correlations between performance on IQ tests and school performance. He overlooked our extensive discussion earlier in the target article about how the research approach of studying general intelligence and his attempt to predict academic performance differs from the expert performance approach. In this section, we made two important points. In contrast, the expert performance approach focuses on the measurement of the essence of expertise in the domain and thus on the associated criterion performance and its related large reliable individual differences. The focus on the expert performance approach is on specifying the mediating mechanisms that can be assessed by process tracing and experimental studies. Gagne ignores our assumption that the relevant performance refers to skilled and expert performance in a domain of expertise. School performance is a preparatory step towards a professional skill. Nobody can get tenure as a lifetime student. In fact, school performance has been found to be essentially unrelated to actual performance in many real-world domains. For instance, in the meta-analysis, Roth and Clark found that an observed correlation of 0.15 with starting salary, perhaps most objective measures of job success analyzed to date, and grades in professional schools, as well as observed correlation of only 0.05 with salary growth. Similarly, when we examined the data on the relation between expert performance and general mental ability intelligence tests designed to measure school performance, we found no reliable correlation between IQ test and attained CHESS rating or GO ratings. In our target article, we also proposed that it is possible to use the expert performance approach to study school performance and its relation to IQ. It is possible to assimilate the research on scholastic ability within the expertise approach by challenging the focus from the measurement of the latent abilities of the study of reproducible achievement by adopting the measurement performance on scholastic achievement test as the gold standard. By targeting the performance of the specific forms of skill development in school, it is possible to study how performance on the test is influenced by different developmental histories of the past engagement in various practice activities. In order to understand the factors that allow high school and college students to gain high grades, we can apply the expert performance approach and examine the differences in developmental history and current mediating mechanisms and distinguish the best students from the rest. Although we can correlate the students' grades and performance on ability tests such as IQ, the causal direction of these correlations are difficult to interpret because tests and grades were originally designed to measure the same thing. For example, in the pioneering research of Binet and Simon in 1915, search for test items for their intelligence tests to predict performance in school settings. Hence, the high correlation between IQ test and school performance is a result of the design process of the original intelligence test. Moreover, the expert performance approach can be applied for understanding the superior performance of the IQ test and subtests themselves. For example, one subtest that correlates very high IQ of overall IQ scores is the test of vocabulary. The acquisition of these vocabulary items requires exposure to rare words in some contexts and some such as during reading. Within the expert performance approach, we view high performance on IQ tests such as vocabulary tests as a performance where the underlying mediating mechanism can be identified and potentially explained by engagement in appropriate learning activities. By analyzing both the development of school performance as well as the performance on IQ tests, we can assess if it is how the same learning activities and mediating mechanisms overlap. However, in other domains of expertise such as chess, it would be surprising if deliberate practice in chess benefited development of knowledge of rare words or vice versa. We're not by any means saying that IQ tests are never correlated with performance in domains of expertise, as our review clearly shows. For example, the initial acquisition of a skill such as chess test performance is correlated with performance on IQ tests, but the correlation decreased over hours, days, months, and years of practice. The distinction between performance attained within a few hours or even less than 50 hours and the performance attained after 5,000 to 20,000 hours of deliberate practice is crucial. In his chapter, Gagne does not acknowledge this distinction when he cites two examples of the deliberate omission of other results contradicting their antenet thesis. But the study of Fox on heritability of pursuit rotor performance and memory training by Boltz and Kliegel referred in both cases to a very limited amount of practice, namely 17 hours of training, 1.5 hours, 3 sessions of 30 minutes each, when compared to the thousands of hours required to reach expert levels of performance. In the case of pursuit rotor performance, Gagne even concedes that there is evidence that heritability after brief training is unrelated to the heritability of championship performance attained after hundreds or even thousands of hours of training. Moreover, with respect to Boltz and Kliegel, Gagne has mischaracterized the findings from this and other related studies, and we discuss them in detail in the next section. All of these misunderstandings derive fundamentally from the differences between Gagne and us with regard to the following proposition. After extended training processes leading to skilled and expert performance, the structure of mediating mechanisms change as more complex mechanisms are required and transformed through deliberate practice. Hence, correlations between target performance and performance on ability tests at early stages of training, 0 to 20 hours, differ fundamentally from those obtained after extended deliberate practice, 500 to 10,000 hours. We hope that Gagne in the future will restrict his counterexamples to cases involving highly skilled performances because he explicitly agrees that high ability can only be attained after much extended deliberate practice. Mischaracterizing Boltz and Kliegel's 1992 Testing the Limit study. In his chapter, Gagne expresses his outrage over the fact that our target article intentionally ignored reporting on the Testing the Limit study by Boltz and Kliegel, even though the first author of the target article was one of the pioneers of this type of memory training and must have known about its findings. The first author has always been very familiar with the studies and spent 2 years working with Boltz and Kliegel and the Max Planck Institute in 1987 to 89, when the data collection for most of the studies using the testing the limits method were completed. Gagne incorrectly assumes that these articles prove innate capacity differences among different adults. However, the individual differences referred to the quote by Boltz in his chapter concerned effects of age, the performance of 66 to 80-year-olds versus the performance of 20 to 30-year-olds. The study essentially examined it within subject variable. We all have been 20 years old and will eventually be over 60 years old. The same differences between age groups would be expected if participants' performance on the memory task was tested first when they were 20 to 30 years old and then a second time at 60 to 80 years of age. Given that the genetic makeup DNA does not change with the age, these performance differences due to age cannot be explained by innate talent or individual differences in genes. In fact, Boltz and Kliegel summarized their results sections with, "We submit, therefore, that the testing the limit strategy used indeed resulted in an outcome where age differences observed became increasingly associated with age per se rather than other markers of cognitive functioning, thus explicitly rejecting Gagne's claim that the large individual differences observed at the outset of both studies not only reappear at the end of the training when subjects approach their maximum reachable performance, but show a significant increase in none of the studies using the testing the limits approach were they able to show that their methods significantly enhance inter-individual differences related to performance on intelligence and other ability tests. In fact, Lindberger found that the correlation for the two of the subsets of Wechsler intelligence test and memory performance after practice decreased from 0.69 and 0.53 to 0.27 and 0, respectively, when the effects of age and expertise were statistically controlled. Similarly, Kliegel found no correlations between ability test and memory performance before or after extended practice for the younger adult group of 19 to 29 years of age. The only significant change with practice was the factors associated with chronological age became more salient as the training unfolded. More importantly, the participants' performance in Boltz and Kliegel after 17 hours of training was very far from the expert level. After 17 hours of training for young and old participants could only recall 4 and 2 words respectively on a list of 30 presented words when the list was presented with the 1 word per second rate, whereas the digit span experts could recall over 80 and over 100 digits with the fast presentation rate. To conclude, the training of Boltz and Kliegel's study represents a small fraction, 17 hours of training, and a total amount of training recorded from memory experts with over 200 hours, citing beliefs and opinions rather than reproducible evidence. The clearest difference between us and Gagne concerns Gagne's reliance on non-verifiable evidence and the cited opinions of scientists and journalists. In the following quote, Gagne relies on the beliefs of 3 people as a response to our documented failure of finding hard scientific evidence. As a response to Ericsson conclusion that except for fixed genetic factors determining body size and height, we were unable to find evidence for innate constraints to the attainment of elite achievement for healthy individuals. I will end this summary with a recall of some contrary statements. Most of us could never achieve elite athlete status, however hard we train. Don't expect to see a white man set a world record in a road race. Any race at any distance from 100 meters to the marathon is genetically improbable to expect to find any elite marathoners coming out of Cameroon, Nigeria, or Senegal. The discovery could explain why some people train for ages but remain 80-pound weaklings, while others develop muscles very quickly, said the team leader, Dr. Catherine North. In other places, Gagne claims that retrospective testimonies by parents and talented children are undeniably proof of precocity, without even describing how the parent statements can be verified and claims examined with experimental objective methods. Gagne also cites famous scientists' critique of evidence, such as Sternberg's critique of Howe, argument that the empirical evidence for innate talent is lacking. The second point is that there is little or no documented evidence in favor of innate talents. Virtually all of the evidence they review is irrelevant to their point, adding bulk but no substance to their article. The problem is the misunderstanding what would constitute evidence in favor of a genetic basis for talents. The only available evidence relevant to the claim about genetic basis of talent are documented heritability statistics. Sternberg goes on to explain how mean differences say literally nothing about individual differences, whereas the concept of natural abilities is all about individual differences. Gagne chapter is replete with citations of expressed opinions in support of his arguments when reproducible evidence is lacking. For example, Gagne also admits that MacArthur and North acknowledged that the lack of reproducible evidence for effects of identified individual genes, and cites their belief that there will exist such evidence in the future, but expectations do not constitute scientific facts. Another problem with citing scientists' beliefs and opinions that scientists' beliefs sometimes change. In his chapter, Gagne does not mention the more recent article by Sternberg in High Ability Studies with the title Giftedness as Developing Expertise, the theory of interface between high abilities and achieved excellence, where he discusses evidence for negative correlations with general mental abilities such as Spearman's G in some cultural environments. Sternberg concludes his article with, until we expand our notions of abilities and recognize that when we measure then we are measuring developing forms of expertise, we will risk co-signing many potentially excellent contributors to our society to bleak futures. We will also be potentially overvaluing students with expertise for success in certain kinds of schooling, but not necessarily with equal expertise for success later in life. For Gagne, who is an expert at theories of giftedness and who cites Sternberg's article on successful intelligence, we find it surprising that he is either unaware or has intentionally omitted mentioning the substantial change in Sternberg's more recent thoughts that occurred since his commentary in Behavioral and Brain Sciences. If we had 3 wishes from the guardian genie of the science of high ability, if we were to meet the guardian genie of the science of high ability, we would ask for 3 wishes for future research on high ability. First, we would wish that new researchers would read all the material discussed, namely Gagne's chapter, as well as our chapter, and the entirety of the High Ability Special Edition, which includes our target article with our reply and all the commentaries, including Gagne's, to form their own opinions about the evidence and the scientific value of the accounts provided by different theoretical frameworks. Second, we would hope that all the readers are committed to the long and cumbersome path of collecting and analyzing reproducible scientific evidence on high ability rather than breezing through the literature looking for supporting opinions of popular authors without enjoying scientific evidence, or failing to read scientific articles carefully, remembering that arguments based on cited beliefs of other people do not constitute reproducible scientific evidence. Our final wish is that scientists refrain from ad hominem attacks and debate topics with the normal tools of the scientific method. Okay, so there you see a sharp reply from Ericsson's group to Gagne of one of the more popular theories. So let me see if I have the strength to read one more paper. Just respond to eBay. God forbid I got 0 people watching. So David lost my whole audience. but research has to continue. So let me just see if I've strengthened how long. Okay, so in this article, What Makes a Gifted Educator? It's a little bit shorter. It's not particularly short. None of these are short. Let's do it. Okay, so what makes a gifted educator a design for development? And so, God forbid, I got no one watching, but the research must go on. So, what makes a gifted educator designed for development? May my teachings drop like the rain, my speech condense like the dew, like the gentle rain on grass, like showers on new growth, Deuteronomy 32:2. Mary on Porath. Abstract. What characterizes the ability to work with students in ways that appear to surpass notions of effectiveness and competence? What is the quality that makes some teachers a teacher in a deep sense? Research and conceptual frameworks that attempt to answer these questions are examined in a model is proposed for understanding and researching gifted teaching. A model is developmental, suggesting a hierarchical progression of the integration of understanding of self, other, and pedagogy. Central conceptual understanding is a key to the model, providing a centerpiece for characterizing what makes a gifted educator. Implication for research and teacher education are discussed. Introduction. There's considerable interest in and effort directed towards the good teaching in contemporary education circles, as evidenced in the increased use of competency-based assessment of teachers in our school system and university-based initiative to raise the profile and standard of teaching. But to what standards of excellence do we aspire? What underlies the kind of teaching ascribed with such beauty in scripture centuries ago? Album, using a different metaphor, offers a contemporary framework for thinking about these questions. Have you ever really had a teacher, one who saw you as a raw but precious thing, a jewel that with wisdom could be polished in proud shine? If you are lucky enough to find your way to such teachers, you will always find your way back. Album's words imply this ability of outstanding teachers to see potential and support its realization in almost indefinable quality that makes a true difference in the lives of their students. Wisdom is likely a key component in such teachers' ways of being, part of what makes them gifted educators. As with definitions of giftedness in general, there's little consensus on what it means to be an educator who is recognized as outstanding, with definitions ranging from restrictive to ad hoc. Complicating the matter is that in comparison to the body of research on giftedness, we have much less to go on to help us articulate what makes an educator gifted, although we have significant starting points as summarized in Table 40.1. There is agreement in educational research that teachers matter. What they do to inspire and support meaningful learning is obviously important, especially so now as we face a paradigm shift in education that is questioning old models of teaching and educational systems. We seem to know gifted teaching when we see it, but what exactly underpins the ability to work with students in ways that appear to surpass notions of effectiveness or competence? So here's characteristics of expert teachers. At the top, you have cognitive psychology of instruction, then understanding the subject matter, understanding pedagogy, understanding of curricular knowledge, understanding of anti-sensitivity to context, and knowledge of self. So Chulent, 1986, teachers must organize instruction in terms of students' preconceptions. Content specialist, understanding how topics, principles, strategies, and different subjects are understood, learned, and misconstrued. how knowledge is organized and packaged for instruction, multiple classroom roles, teachers' thoughts and feelings in relation to actions. A Berliner 2001 expert inference of students' understanding with students who are known to the teacher, domain expert adaptive expertise brought to bear on new problems, automaticity for repetitive operations allows for reinvestment of cognitive resources and higher level activity, deep knowledge provides a structure within which to interpret curriculum, flexible teaching that accommodates and responds to student needs, complexifying the world, rich and personal sources of information brought to solutions of problems. And Turner Bissett, 1999, knowledge of child development, empirical or social knowledge of learners, substantive and syntactic knowledge of subjects, beliefs about subjects, orientation and conception of what is important to know, general pedagogical knowledge and beliefs about teaching, views of the process of education, draws on teachers' deep knowledge of their subject to teach curricular knowledge, critical analysis of curricular materials, knowledge of educational settings, knowledge of a particular group of learners, knowledge, actions, and understanding, identity as a teacher and its relationship to personal identity. Sternberg and Hovenoff, 1995, use higher order executive processes to plan, monitor, and reflect on instruction, develop models of problems, and come up with insightful solutions. Sensitive to the deep structure of a subject's well-integrated knowledge, well-developed structure for planning instruction, connection of student feedback to learning, curricular innovation coupled with practical knowledge of how to work with the system to implement innovations, practical knowledge of the social and political context in which they teach, possession of tacit knowledge. Coleman, 2004, flow and optimal experience, professional practical knowledge, implicit sense of how the class should be proceeding, the emotional state of being a teacher when things work or do not work. And finally, Arlen, 1999, wisdom is the developmental phenomenon, rich factual knowledge of subject, rich factual knowledge about teaching, rich procedural knowledge of teaching strategies, practical knowledge of when and how to use both, a constructive process that includes understanding students' perspectives on the curriculum, sense of context of instruction, and the context in which students are being instructed, teachers as learner orientation, willingness to take risk and be comfortable with uncertainty. What is the quality that allows some teachers to see students as jewels and makes some teachers as teachers in the profound sense that Arlen's album implies? The chapter examines his research and conceptual frameworks that attempt to answer these questions and proposes a model for understanding and researching gifted teaching. It leaves aside for a moment the question of whether or not there is an added dimension necessary to teach gifted children, but discusses that question at the conclusion of the chapter. Gardner, 1983, described the various end states of mature exemplars of interpersonal intelligence, gifted leaders, teachers, or therapists as individuals who demonstrate exceptional ability to ascertain and respond to others' thoughts, feelings, and intentions. What constitutes exceptional ability to respond to others' thoughts, feelings, and intentions in the educational context? Moreover, how does a teacher use what is ascertained in combination with knowledge of the curriculum, pedagogical strategies, student abilities, and inclinations, and the educational context to optimize learning? Schwab described teaching as an art. Every art, whether it be teaching, stone carving, or judicial control of the court of law, has rules, but knowledge of the rules does not make one an artist. Art arises as the knower of the rules learns to apply them appropriately to the particular case. Application, in turn, requires acute awareness of the particularities of that case and ways in which the rule can be modified to fit the case without complete abrogation of the rule. In art, the form must be adapted to the matter. Schwab's definition implies adaptive expertise that is flexible and adaptable to external factors like students' feelings, desires, intentions, and knowledge, as opposed to skilled expertise that is essentially adherence to a strong, well-integrated knowledge base, consistent with a conceptualization of teaching as an art. Bransford and Miller's characterizations of adapted experts as virtuosos and skilled experts as artisans. The virtuoso encompasses the kind of teaching that results when the model of mind that underpins one's practice is that of students as thinkers who need to be supported in connecting their personal knowledge with the established knowledge of the culture. Learners' way of knowing their thoughts and questions about the curriculum, as well as their feelings, desires, and intention related to learning, are used as a basis for instruction. Learners are helped to build bridges between their own conceptions of knowledge and those of the culture. This chapter engages in pushing the boundaries of conceptions of giftedness by expanding the discussion to include teaching as an instantiation of giftedness, a virtuoso performance, and offering questions and conceptualizations of frameworks for understanding giftedness and teaching. Database searches for gifted teaching or gifted teacher yield a plethora of citations on teaching gifted children. Volumes abound on curriculum programs and teaching strategies targeted to the needs of gifted learners. Descriptors such as teacher effectiveness and teacher quality result in citations focused on procedural aspects of teaching based on existing mandated criteria that reflect a skilled expert or artisan orientation. Expert teaching comes closer to the mark while acknowledging that expert teachers are hard to find due to the lack of objective criteria. Berliner believes that expert teachers share the same characteristics as experts in other fields. In particular, they offer challenging curricula to demonstrate deep representations of subject matter and are skillful in monitoring their students' learning and providing feedback. These characteristics are similar to Morlock and Feldman's description of master teacher who has superior knowledge of their subject and its history and are able to impart the knowledge in a manner that engages students' interest. However, the characteristics of a person in context who ignites passion in learner and makes learning meaningful are not well articulated. Ability as an educator is understood here not simply as in the head of the teacher, but rather as situated as the teacher in context, an individual who is reciprocally influenced by influencing the educational environments and is connected in important ways to students. The gifted educator is interpersonally intelligent. Gardner proposes interpersonal ability as the intelligence that is valued in our culture. In its advanced or gifted form, interpersonal intelligence is the ability to read the intentions and desires, even when these have been hidden, of many other individuals, and potentially to act upon this knowledge. To be interpersonally intelligent, this action on knowledge of others' mental states must be effective. The ability is similar to Bruner's notion of intersubjectivity, how people come to know what others have in mind and how they adjust accordingly. Bruner argued for the centrality of having theories about why others act the way they do in order to live life effectively. The same argument can be made for teaching. If others' points of views are conceived as resources, they become an important tool for learning about others' mental states. Gifted educators are among those individuals who may demonstrate highly developed interpersonal intelligence. The ability to understand their students' intentions and desires seems intuitive to underpin the fostering of growth, the polishing of learners' capabilities accomplished by gifted educators, as do relational abilities, group and community development abilities, and facilitation skills. The importance of interpersonal intelligence is underscored by Nieto, who stated that schools are not simply sites where particular strategies are enacted, they are above all places where relationships are created, relationships that can be tremendously significant in either positive or negative ways for young people. Knowledge of what exactly takes place in the classroom of interpersonally able educators where positive relationships are created, the acting upon knowledge of students' mental state is still emerging. Gardner's notion of interpersonal giftedness is an important starting point. Other conceptions of outstanding teaching reflects Gardner's description of interpersonal giftedness, bringing us closer to what it means to be a gifted educator. Wisdom, a characteristic of the gifted educator. Arlen's work on the wise teacher provides indicators of what may actually take place in educational interactions. Arlen described the wise teacher as one who reflects an orientation towards self, students, and teaching that highlights the teacher as learner in the act of constructing knowledge with her students. Central to the act of teaching is revealing, understanding, and appreciating students' points of view, implying an excitement about the complexity of thinking and learning. This requires the teacher to be inside the context, fully participating. Above all, she is curious to understand the various ways that children observe, interpret, and represent the world. Wisdom is a profound developmental phenomenon encompassing understanding and of interest in the nature of knowledge, ambiguity, and other minds, and the context in which learning unfolds. Why teachers have rich factual knowledge about teaching and about their subject matter, rich procedural knowledge about teaching strategies, and the practical knowledge of how and when to use them. A sense of context of instruction and the context in which the students are being instructed, an awareness of the relativism associated with variations in values and priorities of both their peers and their students, and uncertainty about the effects of specific teaching decisions coupled with a willingness to take risks and to try a variety of ways to actively participate in with the students in the learning process. Understanding learning's perspectives. Points of view is a critical notion. It involves the ability to take perspective of others, as suggested by Gartner, and to be comfortable with the uncertainty engendered by different understandings. Wise teachers have the humility to encourage and courage to live with uncertainty and take risks in questioning whether they can do better. This active participation requires that someone must be there to listen, respond, and add a dab of glue to the important words that burst forth. These acts of listening with respect to what learners have to say, responding with genuine curiosity, and knowing how and when to apply a dab of glue are some aspects of the gifted educator. What makes an educator wise? As a young gifted child once told me, wise is not the same as smart. An observation supported by research. By itself, intelligence does not predict wisdom. The interplay of intelligence and personality, openness to experience personal growth and psychological mindedness, and what results in the interplay, creativity, cognitive style, and social intelligence are the ingredients of wisdom. Older does not mean wiser. Experience matters only when it interacts with intelligence and personality. This finding is similar to Berliner's contention that talented teaching is probably an extremely complicated interaction of many human characteristics, in addition to the interaction of person and teaching environment. The gifted educator as interpersonally intelligent. Gartner described interpersonal intelligence as a correlate of companion intelligence of interpersonal intelligence. Together, they comprise the personal intelligences. Interpersonal intelligence turns inward the abilities to read intentions and desires and to act upon this knowledge. Gartner described the core capacity of interpersonal intelligence as access to one's own feeling life. It is more advanced form. Interpersonal knowledge allows one to detect and symbolize complex and highly differentiated sets of feelings. A gifted educator may use his or her own depth of knowledge of self in relating to supporting and understanding students. Similarly, Ireland incorporates orientation towards self in her definition of a wise teacher. Wise teachers see themselves as co-learners with their students, thus blending interpersonal teacher and intrapersonal learner constructions of self. They are comfortable with the risks and challenges inherent in uncovering diverse points of view. A strong identity as a teacher is essential for engagement and reflection on one's own practice and relationship to the profession. Teaching demands a heavy investment of the self. Described expertise as the acquisition of agency. Experts are self-regulated, controlling their learner environments and the level of challenge needed for their own development. Cohn and Porath describe gifted educators in a similar fashion, knowing that they use their classroom experience as feedback in a personal growth process. Other critical interpersonal abilities are self-awareness, the ability to do personal inner work, and passion for their profession. Another way of thinking about their professional dimension of teaching is to cast teachers in the role of researchers of their own practice. Teachers learn about their students and themselves by engaging with students and learning and trying to make sense of it as it happens. Teachers' curiosity is an essential ingredient in those interactions. Gifted educators take the risk of asking research questions such as, what do students think about X? What do students bring to their thinking in terms of skills and background? How do my pedagogical practices enhance or constrain student learning? These questions help them to come to a better understanding of the student's learning and the effects of the practice on this learning. An important version of the last question above is to reflect on our own perspectives on knowledge and the curriculum. Understanding one's own perspective. A critical addition to the understanding of students' perspective on the curriculum and schooling is that teachers themselves have preconceptions that must be recognized and reflected upon. These preconceptions can influence students' understanding. As Chulent pointed out, one can be captured by our own metaphors for problem solutions. These metaphors may result in cessation of thought and or incorrect solutions to problems. We must be alert to the possibility and prepared to reflect on it. Interobjectivity. As noted at the beginning of this chapter, the focus in this discussion is on the gifted educator as a person in context. Context both affects the development of gifted educators, for example, through educational policies, community expectations, school climate, and historical and cultural influences, as is affected by them. There's sometimes a space left empty in considerations of what happens in the classroom. Glick emphasizes the importance of inner objectivity. The environment is as important as the people who inhabit it. Teachers work in the real worlds. There is more to classrooms life than intentional beings and intentional worlds. What happens in this blending of human action and action of settings is critical in education. Smart context excellence is promoted in particular social, cultural, and educational settings. Excellence results from both individual competence and smart context. Uh, Ferrari asked the important question, what sort of social and personal conditions promote excellence, and what sort of actions can educators take to assure that students will learn to become excellent in ways that both they and society value? Gifted educators orchestrate meaningful, dynamic student environment transactions that take place in rich contexts and encourage participation in value social practices. Such complexity in educational environments supports the possibility of more students discovering and realizing their potential, consistent with a relativistic conception of student ability that takes account of different patterns and pathways in children's development. The environment is the third teacher. Educational environments are critical in providing the experiences that optimize potential. Teachers in the world renowned schools of Reggio Emilia, Italy, refer to the environment as the third teacher. The structure, complexity, and aesthetics of educational environments, together with outstanding educators and teaching materials, facilitate learning. The way we arrange our classrooms, consider space, light, color, and design, affect the expression of knowledge. Gifted educators need to be artisans in this respect as well, designers of aesthetic classrooms that convey a sense of welcome and invitation to engage in learning, where materials are arranged provocatively to foster creative thought. Such educational environments awake learners to new possibilities in learning. The ability to craft stimulating educational environments in combination with advanced inter and intrapersonal intelligence allows gifted educators to polish their students to the proud shine described by Elbow, a model of social expertise relevant to teaching. Cases, Neo-Piagetian theory of development describes the conceptual underpinnings of understanding in a number of domains from birth to adulthood. Four major stages describe the qualitative shifts in thinking across development, while these substages within each stage describe the quantitative shifts that take place. Thinking becomes progressively more complex within each stage, while predominantly rationalist in its orientation. Cases theory blends stage information processing, and social cultural theories, allowing the structural, cognitive processing, and contextual aspects of teaching to be mapped. The hierarchical integration of the structures of mind is the explanatory construct for the development of increasingly complex thinking. The domain that appears to capture the essence of this discussion of giftedness in teaching is the social narrative domain, a domain that encompasses understanding of self. In the social narrative domain, narrative is the predominant mode of meaning making. Meaning making is also hierarchical in nature. Novices tend to action based explanations of meaning, where feelings and intentions are explained in terms of external events and actions. The landscape of action, more mature explanations involve references to the landscape of consciousness. Meaning making involves the coordination of simultaneous construction of these two landscapes. One is the landscape of action, where the constituents of the arguments of action, agent, intention, or goal, situation, instrument. The other landscape is the landscape of consciousness, what those involved in the action know, think, and feel, or do not know, think, or feel. The conceptual core of the social domain, as defined by Case, is structural in nature. Case describes central conceptual structures in a number of domains. These structures are blueprints of understanding internal mental entities that consist of the relations among a number of concepts. Structures are conceptual because the relations are semantic, focused on the meanings we assign to concepts, and central because a structure forms the basis for understanding a wide range of tasks within a domain. Every central conceptual structure is unique in the content of the blueprint, serving as a tool for the acquisition of higher order insights in the domain in question. The central social structure is the conceptual core of social expertise. It bears a resemblance to the prototype, a central exemplar of expert teaching is proposed by Sternberg and Hovath. Central social structures are characterized by the relation among concepts that relate to understanding self and others, the meanings we ascribe to these concepts, and the core understanding that shapes the form and contents of reasoning and behavior. If teaching is mapped onto a central social structure, the components of the structure become the following: structure, relations among understanding students and one's own mental states, the knowledge of the discipline and pedagogical knowledge; conceptual, semantic relations among students and one's own mental states, the knowledge of the discipline and the pedagogical knowledge; That is the meaning attached to each of these nodes and the interrelationship that results. Central, having a structure of mind that integrates mental state knowledge, disciplinary knowledge, and pedagogical knowledge that allows one to reason about a wide range of educational situations and act accordingly. Central conceptual structures change qualitatively as thought and knowledge develop. The nature of the conceptual core can be characterized differently at each stage of development. However, each core construct forms the foundation for subsequent core constructs in the social domain. First order understanding focuses on observable action and events and understanding others in context. There is a familiarity with common mental states, happiness, sadness, anger, and an understanding that mental states are influenced by actions and events, but these two understandings are not yet integrated. Second order central social understanding is intentional in nature. There is an increase in the complex ability to consider mental states in explaining intentions underlying one's own and others' actions. And third order understanding, the conceptual core is interpretive in nature, as elaborate intentional thinking is hierarchical, integrated with higher order social psychological understandings of, for example, personality, dispositions, and psychological self. The development of social narrative structure described above has been researched in early childhood through adolescence with age-related patterns identified. However, the hypothesized sequence is not a rigid age-related hierarchy of development. A range of entry points has been identified with beginning teachers. It is likely that context would impact demonstration of higher order understanding. Development of expertise is nonlinear and affected by context and culture. Case acknowledged the development continues in adulthood, but to date, no articulation of central conceptual structures has been undertaken beyond adolescence. Articulation of fourth order understanding does appear to be needed to capture the rich nature of gifted teaching based on work on post formal thought and existing work on expertise in teaching of the adaptive sort that results in virtuoso performance. It is hypothesized that the central understanding in adulthood integrates interpretive thought with knowledge of teaching, knowledge of the discipline, and pedagogy, broadly defined in a relativistic way. This that takes account of context. Teachers who demonstrate this type of conceptual understanding bring together interpretive knowledge of their students and themselves, knowledge of the developmental structure of disciplines, and pedagogical knowledge vis-a-vis the social, cultural, and educational context of the classroom, school, and community. They are aware of the changing landscapes of the student knowledge and the mental states in any one classroom at any given moment as it interacts with their own knowledge and mental states. Latour's notion of mediation is helpful here. Mediators cannot be exactly defined by their input and resulting output. Gifted educators mediate the many entanglements of practice in ways that are not easily parsed. Gifted educators are also aware of the role of the learning environment, physical space, aesthetics, learning resources, what Meachenbaum and Beimiller call a natural resourceful environment. In this interplay, the stage of a development may be akin to being a teacher, an experience that reflects successful integration of the variables described above. Coleman compares the experience to optimal experience or flow. This proposed mature stage of development is a close match to a wise teacher, the teacher who has understanding of an interest in the nature of knowledge ambiguity in others' minds and the context in which learning unfolds. Latour's terms for semiotics capture what likely happens in exceptional teaching. Gifted educators may relate different frames of reference to one another, shifting out from one another, shifting into the original frame of reference, and shifting down when a completely new frame of reference is evident. These shift results in a depth of wisdom, a term that captures the rich integration of multiple variables described above. It is hard to find a term that captures the complexity of this stage of development, recognizing that by trying to capture it in a word or two, there is a danger of the richness of what happens in gifted teaching being simplified or trivialized. Orchestration is proposed as a characterization of the fourth order thinking. The developmental progression outlined above is summarized in Table 40.2. Orchestration incorporates the end result of a similar progression of understanding self as teacher, summarized in Table 40.3. That is, orchestration is the result of integration of mature forms of understanding and the act of teaching and self as teacher. Case's contemporary interpretation of stage theory, though through its detailed explanation of the forms and meaning associated with each stage of substage and substage of development and the centrality of the form and meaning to other learning within domains, suggest meaningful education implications. Okay, table 40.2, stages in the development of gifted educators. Teaching is action, teaching is intentional, teaching is interpretive, teaching as orchestration. The action-based intentional interpretive descriptions from McCowell and Gunnerix. Classroom events and students' behaviors and are understood as occurring in the physical world of actions and events. One, classroom events and student behaviors understood in terms of a single mental state intention that motivate the event or behavior. Two, dual mental states intentions are related to motivations for events or behaviors. Three, dual mental states intentions, simple traits, or social rules are related to motivation for events or behaviors in an integrated fashion that leads to a plan for instruction and or intervention. So teaching is interpretive. One, understanding shifts to why particular mental states are held. Students are understood in terms of the psychological profiles, constellations of mental states, or social circumstances that are represented across time and situations at school. A single psychological trait is considered in reflection on student intentions, reflection on intention, actions, thoughts, and feelings is coordinated with enduring traits and social rules. Two, dual conflicting traits or rules create social psychological dialectic that is considered in understanding students' learning and or behavior. Three, the dialectic relation between traits, social rules, and integrating devices leads to a coherent plan for instruction and or intervention that has long-term implications for student development. Teaching as orchestration. One, psychological profiles of students are self are integrated, understood as shifting frames of reference and controlled with pedagogical content knowledge. Two, relativistic knowledge of students and self is related to pedagogical content knowledge and knowledge of the developmental structure of the discipline. Three, the changing landscape of relativistic thought as related to pedagogical content knowledge and knowledge of the developmental structure of the discipline is understood in the sociological context. Table 40.3, development of understanding of self as teacher. So action-based dimensions of self, interpretation of self, and self as teacher. Um, Action-based dimensional interpretive descriptions of self-understanding were adapted from Malcolm 2005. So action-based, no reflection on oneself as related to one's role as a teacher. Teaching is viewed as a series of actions. Dimensions of self, one, simple relation of an emotion to teaching events. Two emotions related to teaching events, no social or moral judgments made. Three, integration of emotions and teaching of events with a social or moral judgment or social educational rule. Judgments and rules are applied in a rote way without consideration of the consequences for not following the rules. Interpretations for self. One, understanding and insights about oneself are generalized to different situations. Consequence of not following a social rule or judgment is offered. Two, enhanced self-understanding as one questions one's own belief and values. Three, self-understanding incorporates an abstract principle of concepts that focuses on a rule for teaching or elaborated belief about teaching and learning. Questioning of beliefs and values does not need resolution. Self as teacher, one, detect and symbolize context and highly differentiated sets of feelings as they relate to elaborated beliefs and values about teaching practice. Two, complex feelings, beliefs, and values provide the basis for inner work related to teaching practice. Three, depth of knowledge resulting from the inner work is used in relating to supporting and understanding students. So this theory is essentially designed for development. Conceptual development can be nurtured using a progression of implicit in the theory. A teacher's current level of thought can be assessed and support plan to help them bridge the next stage of the development. Furthermore, central conceptual structures are the conceptual glue that is an essential feature of expert understanding and performance. They provide a central understanding within which to apply teaching skills. As we know from studies of expertise in other domains, this conceptual integration results in cohesive and complex knowledge structures. Educational implications are designed for the development of gifted educators. Knowledge of the nature of expert performance in a domain and its developmental precursors can inform how we support and nurture teacher development. Knowing the Ericsson article in this volume, who discussed the importance of reproducible performance in mediating mechanisms in defining and supporting expertise. Descriptions of how conceptual knowledge is constructed, integrated, and elaborated are important in facilitating a match between teachers' existing knowledge and understanding the strategies for teaching, education, and development. Rethinking foundations. Schulman advocates turning the foundations of education, psychology, philosophy, history, sociology upside down and putting the content of the curriculum first and asking the foundational discipline to adapt to the content. In this way, students of education work with a literary text of or scientific concept, for example, and discover foundational principles by pondering what it takes to understand the text or concept, bringing them to an understanding conceptual landscape. Schulman argues that the true foundations are the arts and sciences. Taking this idea further, if beginning teachers are to understand education not as rhetoric of conclusions but as narrative of inquiry, as human events and human constructions rooted in human context. As has been argued in this chapter, then, to paraphrase Schulman, the only way to offer teacher education is through case studies of education. In this way, pedagogy is scaffolded throughout by foundations. To use Schulman's metaphor of a skyscraper, pedagogy is internally supported rather than built on top of foundational knowledge and is stronger for it. To truly engage in a narrative of inquiry about education rather than rhetoric of conclusions. However, attention must be paid to the internal support that Schulman describes. Without such meaningful theory-driven inquiry, engagement in case studies and related methodologies like problem-based learning runs the risk of teachers forming one-time only theories. Breiter and Scardamalia point out the critical differences between a theory of the case or problem of general theories. One-time only theories apply strictly to the problem under discussion. In contrast, a general theory has the potential for a more broad explanation, allowing students to account for inconsistent information and to incorporate new support for a theory consistent with the scaffolding approach advocated by Schulman. A design for development allows us to keep a conceptual roadmap front and center in our support of teachers. Gifted educators, multiple ways of being. There are multiple pathways to and demonstration of giftedness in any one domain. Sternberg and Horvath hypothesized the notion of a prototype or central exemplar of expert teaching because they recognize that teachers are experts in different ways. Berliner questioned whether teachers are general experts. One's giftedness as an educator may be specific to an age range, a subject area, or particular context. Added to this variability in the influence of culture, what is considered gifted teaching in Western cultures may not be considered so in other cultures. The model proposed in this chapter allows for this variability. The meaning assigned to conceptual relations and the skill one glues to the relevant conceptual structure results in multiple demonstrations of giftedness in education. It is important to emphasize, however, that while there are multiple ways in which an educator may demonstrate giftedness, the notion of central exemplar central conceptual structure provides a way of understanding what is shared among gifted educators, in Sternberg and Hovarp's term, the family resemblance. Gifted educators and gifted children. Given that there are likely different manifestations of gifted teachings, it may be that there are gifted teachers who are better matched for gifted learners than others. However, this possibility presupposes the model that places ability in the head of individuals. The model of gifted educator, knowing proposed in this chapter, has the potential to result in orchestration of smart environments that engage talent development. Such knowing takes account of the student perspective, such as those that follow, examples from the elementary and junior secondary students, and highly complex ways that acknowledge the relativistic nature of the complex landscape of self, other pedagogy, and disciplinary knowledge. What does learning mean? Well, learning means to me, like when you learn something, your brain kind of makes grooves, and the more you learn, the deeper they get. And I think that learning is kind of like that. You're digging, and it gets deeper and deeper the more you learn. What is happening when you are learning? Your brain is engaged. You actively seek to acquire knowledge. Where does the learning come from? Your brain responds to certain stimuli. Everything responds to different stimuli, so everyone learns differently. Finding out something new that you're interested in, feel that you need to know for yourself rather than just being fed. If you're just being fed this information is not useful to you, and you just have it, and the most of the time you won't retain it. But if you have a passion for it, then you are really learning something. I think learning comes from our instincts. We just have to keep exploring new things. That what drives evolution, improving on things, learning new things. Cause in evolution theory, if we're driven to learn new things, experiencing new things, we probably would have stayed back among the apes. Direction for research. Several directions for research to test The model outlined in this chapter suggests that these can be described as getting in touch with the qualitative world we inhabit by using qualitative approaches like the model it will test. The getting in touch is a fine-grained, sensitively nuanced, selective process. Researching this vein needs to the approaches advocated by Eisner: stories, narrative, film, video, multiple displays via computer, and poetically crafted narratives. Studies of exemplary practice. Many teachers have case knowledge of students themselves and their practice that is valuable for helping understanding the developmental course of giftedness and what may support or constrain reaching a level of orchestration. Studies of exemplary practice will contribute to the growth of smart educational context. It is also important to study exemplary practice with an eye to the reciprocal relationship between education and psychology. Knowledge based on a practice and experience is important, but as with the scaffolding described by Chulent, it must be compared to knowledge from other sources, connected with knowledge based in research, and interwoven with knowledge derived from theoretical perspectives to be made useful. The reciprocity in this connection is that the personal knowledge of excellent teachers made systematic contributes to research and theory. Teacher involvement. Teachers must be involved in articulating what it means to be a gifted educator. Too often, they're the victims of top-down thinking about what education should be. The act of reflection on one's practice can serve as tacit knowledge of what it means to educate, adding significantly to other models of expertise. Similarly, teachers can be researchers of their own practices, contributing elegant descriptions of how they orchestrate learning. Gifted educators or gifted context. This chapter proposes a development, a model of gifted teaching. The objective in doing so is to offer a design for the development of sophisticated, deeply thoughtful practice. While this design for development can facilitate the identification of gifted educators, the intent is to do so with the goal of informing gifted teacher educational context. As Berliner emphasizes, the role of talent in teaching is of little practical interest to those who study pedagogical expertise. What we must attend to is extensive practice guided by the principles espoused by Schulman and context. The characteristics of a gifted educator emerge in the interaction between teacher and school and community. What contexts are gifted in their support of thoughtful practice? What opportunities exist for practice and coaching? Berliner notes that teachers have little opportunity for the kind of extensive deliberate practice that has been documented in studies of experts in other fields, consonant with recent calls for reconceptualization of what makes giftedness. The model of the gifted educator presented here should not become a find the gifted teacher model with the individual as the unit of analysis. It should serve to inform how we can craft contexts that support the development of teachers who are the best that they can be. Okay, so next time we'll look at the pro-nat versus anti-nat, the kind of debate. This one's really long. I'm not going to cover the whole thing, but we will cover a good part of it. And this will be, should we even use the term giftedness? Is there even such a thing? And also understanding mathematical giftedness, integrating self-action repertoires for the environment. And this paper is pretty long, so we'll get to this next week. So God forbid, got nobody watching. David lost his whole audience, but the research goes on. So hopefully this is useful to people. If not, I'm just putting out my own personal research for myself because it's extremely important for what I want to do in my research. But I do hope that it's useful to other people. But even if not, this is just making public my research. And if anyone does want to talk, or we'll see if anything happens in the future that we can review. We'll continue to talk about God forbid, the war in Israel and other issues. This Wednesday, I do plan on continuing with my Portraits in Metaphysics series, and we will look at Machiavelli, Cardano, Campanella, Pascal, and Spinoza. So those are all interesting names in metaphysics. So I have that all prepared. So God willing, we're going to do that on Wednesday. Get back, the research, and hopefully continue. And I said 2 more weeks after that in Renaissance and Enlightenment, and then we're going to do our deep dive into Leibniz. And after that, we will continue, up until Kant, and then we'll do a deep dive into Kant. So with that, I'm going to wrap up. So God bless. Feel free to like, share, make comments, join my Discord. I almost have 100 people in my Discord. I think I have 99 people, including me. So 1 more person in the Discord, and we'll have our 100th member. So God bless. Have a great week. And we'll see you Wednesday for Portraits in Metaphysics, and next week Sunday.